Yes, yes, you can make fire with ice by refracting sunlight and condensing it onto a piece of wood and starting the piece of wood on fire with refracted sunlight through ice. Yes, you can do that. What? And what's your point? I don't even know why you're bringing that up.
Well, no, it just kind of made me think that the sun, that could be a reason why the sun isn't changing size. Like, it's getting further away, but it's staying the same size because of atmospheric magnification or whatever. I don't know. Like, tell me I'm wrong, and make me shoot that fucking shit out of my brain, and then it's gone.
I don't even know what you were just asking or describing. I don't even know what you were just asking or describing.
Jump in for a moment. So just like, I don't know if you're listening to that Aussie thing that we were talking to earlier, but she kept on strawmanning us based off of her belief of what flat Earth is and what it means for the sky, the stars, like blah, blah, blah. You're kind of doing the same thing here. You have this. It doesn't make sense to you in your head.
It's like if people are trying to avoid this, then there must be something there that people are avoiding, right? I'm a flat earther, hell bent. Like, I don't care what you want to try and say that I'm here trying to make flat Earth look bad or whatever. Nah. No, I don't believe in that globe bullshit.
We're not making claims to how the stars work. Like, you might have a curiosity to want to know how they work, and that would be a great thing to have a curiosity about. I as well do, but it doesn't change the claim about the flat Earth. The flat Earth is that we see too far. The Earth measures flat.
For sure.
Everything that we do, you have to assume the Earth to be flat to do a lot of things. It doesn't ever work the other way around. They always simplify it, where like you can just ignore the globe thing and you can presume.
I totally agree. So then my question is beyond the argument, and it's more about actually trying to understand nature, not about flat versus globe, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not exactly sure I get what you're saying there, but
well, I want to understand what we're seeing. Is it because of the humidity that things magnify, or is it because of the humidity that things disappear? Or is it because of at a certain distance things disappear because of humidity, and at a certain distance things disappear, become magnified? I'm just trying to ask questions about, I'm trying to find out about the world we live in. That's it. I'm not here to try and make the flat Earth look shit. I'm trying to ask questions that maybe you probably haven't had, because you hear talking the same flat Earth thing that we all hear all day. No, I'm trying to make it a bit more exciting for you guys. Maybe give some questions that you haven't been asked. I don't know.
Some questions. Hold on. There's certain questions that we just don't have the ability to answer. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, for sure.
And it's like you are dissatisfied unless there's an answer for you. That's what I was getting at with that other person.
I'm hungry for that knowledge. Like, what? Like, it kind of seemed like understandable that maybe the sun size doesn't shrink, because of the water acting as a lens, right? I don't know.
Actually, Jim Jam, I could point out something to you very important, Jim Jam. I think you'd want to know. I'm not going to claim that I've done any stuff with cameras or lenses myself to record these sorts of things, but I will say, to the best of my knowledge, just simply to the best of my knowledge, the sun does in fact shrink in angular size. I'm not saying it shrinks in actual size, but it shrinks in angular size as the day gets later and it begins to gets close to sunset. It does actually shrink in angular size, to the best of my knowledge. Now you're saying you're saying something else. And I'm like, well, anyway, I mean, it doesn't prove the Earth to be a ball or flat necessarily either way. But I mean, like, it does contradict. It does conflict with the heliocentric model, though, because in the heliocentric model they do say that the sun is a good many thousands of miles in diameter, that it's 93 million miles away. And if the Earth were a ball spinning in the vacuum of space and the sun was 93 million miles away, then it would appear to be the same angular size at every time of the day.
Of course,
And so,
of course. And if it does
but
shrink,
again, like I said, to the best of my knowledge, it actually does change angular size. It actually does get a smaller angular size as it gets closer to sunset.
But here's the thing: when I've ever seen that, when the sun actually shrinks, it's because they've got a camera like on a mountain where there's less humidity, less water in the atmosphere. So again, it's sort of adding to that idea that I've been sold that water acts like a magnifier in the atmosphere.
Well, it's very different for me though, Jim Jam. So I should point out to you now that may be a case with you where they didn't use filters, but I'm talking about people perhaps on top of a mountain or not. It really doesn't matter. But just simply pointing a camera at the sun and with a filter, so they can see the true angular size. So it wouldn't look like what it would look like if you're staring up at the sun with your own naked eye. It's through a filter. So, kind of like welding goggles or really, really dark sunglasses. Anyway, with this filter on, they can see the angular size, the accurate angular size of the sun. And when they record the sun as the day goes by, as far as I know, as it gets closer to sunset, the angular size does get smaller, which, of course, this observation, again, conflicts with the heliocentric model.
Oh, yeah, shit's all over the globe model. But then again, I'll go back to my previous answer, which is I'm trying to talk about things further than flat versus globe. I want to understand about the world, right? We already know that it's not a globe. I want to understand what the humidity in the air is actually doing to our vision. That's kind of what I'm getting at. It's like we already know that the Earth is not a globe. Like I'm just asking questions beyond that.
Well, I can answer your question at least a little bit. As far as I know, humidity in the air, more humidity as opposed to less humidity, functions a little bit the same way that a magnifying glass does, in the sense that it does magnify things. And as far as I know, that's why when you stare out at the ocean, it's why some things appear to disappear from the bottom up. It's not because they're actually disappearing from the bottom up. It's because the humidity would cause whatever you're looking at to be magnified. And as it's magnified, the image that you see through your eyes or through your camera would appear to expand upwards, sideways, both directions, and downwards, which would give it the appearance of disappearing from the bottom up because you're looking over level water. And obviously, some of the light is blocked by the water. Well, anyway, the point is it magnifies it, so it makes it appear larger angularly than it would be without the humidity in the air. So yeah, it does. The humidity in the air does magnify things. Yes.
Right, cool. So it has both effects in a sense, but that's where I was questioning, like, so at one stage, due to distance, is there a threshold of a certain distance where it's blurry to this distance, and then after that distance, it magnifies? That's kind of the question I'm getting at. Is there a threshold?
I don't know. You'd have to ask someone else.
Fair enough.
I'm not going to say I know anything about this. Dude definitely understood. But you're saying that humidity, which is like water in the air, is creating a lens that is warping what we're seeing? Is that what's being said?
Not creating a lens. Not creating a lens, but have a magnifying effect, much like how a magnifying glass has a magnifying effect.
Oh,
yeah. Okay, wait. Are you talking about the idea that a magnifying glass, when you hold it away from your eye, it inverts the image that you're looking at? Is that what you're talking about?
I guess that's a good point. I guess it doesn't do that. So I guess you're right.
Okay, so hold on. Let's be clear about this, because now we're talking about let's be clear about this, because now we're talking about inverting the image, right, versus contaminating it with humidity that's in the air. And that's what I'm trying to
Right,
clarify here.
but here's the problem with your comparison, because you're comparing a magnifying glass, which is actually glass and not water.
Bingo. This is why I'm confused about the idea of magnifying over distance. Like, I'm like, how are we applying a lens that we can't even touch and call it a magnifying glass?
Again, I think you're getting a little confused. I'm talking about the effect, not the actual thing that's doing it. I'm just talking about the effect.
Okay, the inversion over
How do
distance.
magnifying how do magnifying glasses magnify things?
Curved lens.
With a curved, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean that's what they are, but how do they magnify things?
Well, it's refracting the image, I guess.
Well, yeah, but it would have to be in a specific way, wouldn't it?
For sure.
It would have to probably increase
Yeah, it's
the angle.
It's almost focusing the light. I don't know. I don't know how to explain
But
it.
with a magnifying glass,
If you put more light, more, they have to open.
Again, you were cutting
So
out.
that's why when you have a magnifying glass, my bad. So when you have a magnifying glass, the convex side is facing towards you, correct?
yes.
Right. So that would. It wouldn't make the light coming in be more focused in a smaller concentric ring. It would make it go outwards.
You're changing the focal length because you're in control of the focal length, right? Your eye stays in one place, and you change the location of the magnifying glass so that you can see a clear magnification of what you're looking at.
So
Agreed.
It takes the light that's coming in. Yeah, it takes the light that's coming in and it sends the light out at different angles, right? But they're not all the same angles. And some of those angles create a focused image that's larger. Some of those angles create a blurred image. And some of those angles, like you said, might flip it. Depending on the range, allows your sensor, being your eye, to see those different angles.
I want to check. Actually, let's check that for a quick second. I think the magnifying glass, the surface that faces you, is actually flat, and I think. Wait, no, I need to. I'll be back. I need to pack this. I'll be back.
It depends. Like take a magnification dome. Take a magnification dome, right? It's the shape of a hemisphere. That's most definitely the convex facing you.
I want to throw a quick
about magnifying glasses. It depends on the magnifying glass. Not all magnifying glasses are designed the same way. Some of them have a flat side and a curved side. Some of them have both sides curved, but at different rates. So not all magnifying glasses are the same.
There is a type of refraction, though, where you have an inverted image.
Yeah.
Could that not be something to do with some sort of magnification in the Atmos?
No, okay, when you were a kid and you got your magnifying glass in your hand, right? In order for you to observe an image flipping in front of you,
a certain distance away. Yeah, I get that.
What had to change?
The distance.
Of what?
The magnifying glass to the object.
Thank you. That is the distance that we're illustrating. When you're using a magnifying glass for its true purpose, to magnify the item that is directly in front of you, it has to be within relative purview. Otherwise, it takes the projected image and it will flip it for distance.
Right.
Right. So how many times was the light from a distant star before it reached you?
What distance?
Yeah, there you go. So anyway, listen, I fed my results of my observation from my advanced satellite metrometer 5000 into the NASA computer, and I got a still frames that I posted in live stream chat. So Lemon was wrong. It didn't really, I mean, he was right and wrong. It did disappear from the bottom up, but it more dramatically disappeared from the side. The side, like, went in on it.
Is that to do with the field of view of your device?
Dude, this is like, look, I got this on wholesale from NASA when they were selling off the moon mission technology, so beggars can't be choosers. But yeah, you could clearly see from my advanced actual photographs that the black disappeared first, right? Then the sides and the bottom disappeared a little bit on the very bottom. Then it all of a sudden turned into like a light bluish color, right? So it went from yellow to like a light blue. Then the water like enveloped it. You know, it wasn't being cut off from the bottom up. It was like being cut off from the bottom up and the side in. And then it just merged into the waterline differential where I couldn't tell the difference between it and the shore.
That's
Which is the
interesting.
green part.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and see, to prove that this is a legitimate observation, I literally posted my my prints. Like, that's literal film prints right there in the 2x3 arrangement, like straight out of my Polaroid. Obviously, I'm being facetious, you know, just drawing attention to the claims from, you know, the quote unquote like infrared camera that somehow returns full spectrum color photographs, like NASA claims to have. Or most recently, we had a guy come in here and say that the Himawari 8 takes photographs. And then we played Joe Rogan saying that the Himawari 8 takes photographs, right? And then we find out that if you go to the NOAA website, it basically shows you that it's the data set from the Blue Marble, which was created by Richard Simmons, right? Made into a graphic. Oh, Robert.
Yeah, I was there for that.
Listen, dude. Richard, Robert, does it even matter?
Yeah, fine.
No, that was interesting. That little 8-minute Joe Rogan video, man, that was
Yeah, so what did it show? It showed that it was a model based on a bunch of collected data that's presented in an image and then put out in the public, and people think that it's an actual photograph being taken. They're like, there's a photograph from space of the whole Earth on one side that shows accurate weather patterns. How could that possibly be fake?
And all the continents have changed size.
Yeah, so like I get dramatically weird effects on this little lake. And like I said, there's a few days where you can come and that little kayak thing across the way will really not disappear much at all. It'll almost remain perfect and pristine, exactly like you look at it. It won't have these dramatic effects of appearing to disappear from the bottom up, of appearing to disappear from the sides in. And oh, guess what? I forgot to say this. The top too. It disappeared from the top down. So I saw what kind of looked like the color field is behind it, quote unquote, above it, kind of squished down on it. So it got swallowed up.
So you're saying the top was disappearing, not compressing, not shrinking as you would expect with distance.
Well, I mean, I guess if you said it was shrinking a little bit, then it would appear like the water or the color behind it. It's kind of like a little bit of a merge between the green and the blue. You know,
But,
a
but mind
blend.
you, you're staying the same distance anyway, so distance doesn't really come into it, does it?
Yeah, the distance is always the
Oh,
same. Well, that's not true. I
No,
mean,
I
look,
just thought of something weird.
tethered. The thing is tethered, so it can have in my thermalization, a maximum differential being closer to me or further from me by 3 to 6 feet, because that's the length of that. It looks like that's the length of that pier, so it obviously can't go further beyond it. So some days it might be 333, sometimes it might be 330, sometimes it might be 336, but roughly the same. No dramatic change in distance. Although within 6 foot of swing, if you have that dramatic of a change, right? Again, that wouldn't be happening if it was quote unquote, a regular curve that's causing this to happen. Obviously, it's not, as the Earth curve calculator attributes.
Yeah,
And
it
the
could
fact
just
that the
be the
water's
lens.
flat.
It could just be the lens of your camera.
You mean my eyeballs?
Well, according to these pictures, you're saying
Yeah. Sorry, that's true.
no. What I'm trying to say is
Go ahead.
that you're saying that the sides are disappearing the same time as the top and bottom, right?
No, not the same time. Like the top,
yeah.
the whole yellow, like you see there, the whole yellow kind of merges into itself and disappears the black first. That's what happens first. Then it starts to appear kind of like it's disappearing from the bottom. And then the sides a little bit. Yeah, so
I
it
was
does
gonna
start
say,
to
if you're watching everything evenly disappear from the sides, tops, and bottom, that could be because of the lens. But you're not saying that's what it is.
No. The effects take over at what seems like different angles. So as I get lower, I'm occupying a lower angle. And then these new effects begin to appear. And the most surprising effect to me is the fact that it changes from a yellow object to like a pale bluish white right before it starts to disappear completely. It completely changes its color, which I surmise is a reflection of the sky. See, now it disappeared completely because it's dark out.
Okay, now you're just freaking me out, dude. Where are you located? Like, you don't have to be specific, but
At your mom's house.
yeah, I love it. You're so gangster. Come on, man. Roughly location. I'm not holding you to anything because you described a yellow sunset, and I'm like, wait a minute, I see a yellow sunset too.
Everybody knows I'm in the New England area. It's not a mystery.
Pardon me?
Everyone knows I'm in the New England area. 3 hours west of Boston.
Yeah, so I'm in Ontario in Toronto, Lake Ontario area. So I totally hear what you're saying now. Thank you for rendering that.
Hey, I got a joke. How do you keep the flat earthers from showing up to your events? Give them the directions. Give them the directions in celestial coordinates. Oh. Yeah, so who else has done some observations lately? Seen some cool effects. Yeah. I'm talking to you, Kiwi. I want these observations. I want like
I
33
told you what my
observations.
observation was. It was Lake Ontario, man. Burlington, Hamilton, all based on the Sky Dome. And I'm like, that's 60 kilometers of distance. That's enough numbers for me to say the globe ain't real. Everything else is
Yeah,
just
dude.
observation from that standpoint.
I know, but I'm like on a small observation kick. Like, what observations can you get at small ranges?
Locally,
Yeah,
I look at planes. So I'm about 50 feet in the air. And when I look out and I just watch a plane flying above me in the sky, I'm like, that plane's moving. I'm not. That plane's moving. I'm not. And I can't shake that idea. It's like when you see something, you can't unsee it. Like the idea of, no, I better not say that. Sorry. I'll stop there. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. When I look at a plane and then I look over to a main road and I see a car moving, and I'm like, the car's moving. I'm not. And I can't get this idea of how we're relative. Like, how is it relative to this plane that we're experiencing it on? This idea of like, I'm confused, man. Fuck it. I don't get it.
Was the thing you avoided bringing up Coriolis by any chance?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yes, thank you for the Coriolis effect, right? It's all relative to the plane that you're experiencing within. And no, I can't. It makes no sense. That's where I'm at with that. The plane, boss, the plane. Are you getting this crazy weather right now, AI, out your way? Like, what's it like with you? You said it's dark. The sky's calm?
dude, you're really
Well,
far away from where I
well,
am.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
it's dark here,
Yeah,
but
it
it's
was.
nearly 2:30 in the morning.
It's calm, completely calm. Wasn't too breezy today at all, and it was super hot.
Yeah, we had a super hot day yesterday and the day before, so we had a nice cool day today. I say cool, but 27 degrees is normally warm for England, but because of the 2 days before that, yeah, it was considered cool. Nearly
You guys are on an island, right?
touching 40 degrees here in England. What the fuck, man?
Which is an island, though, right?
Right.
What, England is an island?
Well, yeah, it's tiny.
I'm saying relative to like the UK, it's surrounded by sea on all sides.
Dude,
Yeah.
for $10,000 in the Jeopardy Championship, what is the difference between England, Britain, Great Britain, the UK, and New England?
Well, New England is a part of America. England is a nation on its own. The UK is the mixture of England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland, and Britain would include those that I just previously said in the UK, but also adding the Republic of Ireland.
All right. So all I heard was America, 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 America.
Well, you would because you're American, right?
Heck yeah.
You win the $10,000, but it's in Starbucks. Is that okay?
I just want to
Well,
win.
no. Dude, I want to pay you in dark gold. Do you accept?
Will it swallow me up?
No, it's just worth $0.
It's just not. I won't be able to see it, right? That's all.
A picture of an
That's
IOU
really-
would be awesome.
It really is a crypto. It really is a crypto. And last time I
NFT.
checked, it was $0. So I don't know if it went up. If I had to pay you in dark gold, but
But yeah, Britain is the whole of the island that you see. Yeah, that includes Ireland, Britain, Scotland, Wales, and the Republic of Ireland. Whereas the UK kicks out the Republic of Ireland, if I'm right, or Northern Ireland. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not Irish. But yeah, one of those two aren't included
super
in
confused.
Britain, and one of them is included in the UK. And England is just England. You know, we have borders with Scotland and Wales. So
is it fair to say that in some ways, depending on which one of those you pick, it's kind of, I mean, obviously it's not the same as the United States, but it kind of is, like where they have like a conglomerated government, or no?
well, not really, because like when they say the USA, we know it's all about all of the 51 states are included then, right? Or 50 states, or whatever it is.
Like 53 and a half or something like that.
53? What? Where have I been? Where did you get these extra couple of states?
There are territories.
They're like pseudo states.
What's that? Easter Island and some other islands.
Bahamas? Not Bahamas. Maybe Bahamas, but what is it? What is that one?
St. Lucia.
They get all the benefits. They get all the benefits, but they don't have to pay any taxes. Or what is that one? I can't remember it.
Dominican Republic.
Puerto Rico.
Ah, okay.
Does the same thing apply to Guam? Do you have to pay taxes in Guam? Federal taxes?
I don't know. Yeah. So things disappear from the bottom up and sideways on my lake because of optics.
Through your device.
Well,
like with your eye, what could you see? Or was it just too far for your eye to see?
Okay, you busted me. Okay, that images that I put really aren't from a camera.
Are you sure?
He just put the merchandise down and he's stepping away from the counter. It wasn't me.
Now, dude, I can't be responsible for any group of people that decide to believe that it's a photograph and promulgate it as if it's a photograph. You know, I clearly expected that everyone understood that it wasn't a photograph, you know?
Yeah.
So, as an official NASA employee, I'm absolved of all guilt. It's your fault for being a sucker.
I wasn't asking about the photographs, though. I was just asking about what you saw with your naked eye.
Well, that was my interpretive, impressionistic version of what I saw with my eyeballs.
Not what you saw through your device. So have you got a picture that you've drawn what you saw through your device?
Oh no, I actually posted before. I could probably find them again. Not but a few days ago, maybe within a week. I don't know if I posted that boat, but I definitely posted the buoys from the same lake, and you can see them disappear. Okay, so let me see if I can find them real quick. They're in this chat stream. Mm-hmm. It helps whenever you post a photo that you ever would want to reference again to just post something right after it that Just a quick caption. That way you can search it if you have to. Hmm. Mm-hmm. You know, searching through my phone isn't much better because I have like a million screenshots. I take a screenshot of the entire Earth every 10 minutes, and I have to upload it.
Most of my screenshots are of dodgy news reports. Like, have you guys heard that apparently we're going to have a solar storm soon? There you go.
What do you guys think about Space Force saying that they need to combat asteroids? Is asteroids a real threat?
So we've not had a space force that has been fighting against asteroids, and we're all still here, and we haven't had any asteroid impacts. So what the fuck?
Yeah, but the Democrats are putting asteroids in space, so you need to vote for Donald Trump so we can stop the Democrats from bombing us with asteroids.
Oh my god, bro. That's the smartest thing I ever heard. What they call asteroids, just they're clumped up space debris satellites.
Oh, shit. Throw a stone in space, and when it gets back, it's a fucking moon, you know?
Yeah, we don't need gun control. We need asteroid control.
Preparation H on it. It'll be solved.
Just put a sign on the moon saying no asteroids allowed.
Oh yeah, asteroid free zone.
Yeah, those asteroids will read it and they'll pay attention. They'll follow the rules too.
I feel like the first asteroid that ever hits Earth is going to be racist.
It depends which part of Earth it hits.
Right.
Wait, how could it be racist if it's black? If the asteroid is black?
You guys saying that again?
Oh man, I gotta get out of here, dude. Mosquito time. All right, there you go, bro. I posted it.
You know, they claim that our globe is covered in, 70% water? But it'll just so happen that an asteroid is going to hit like the most populated city in Honduras. All right, that's it.
But I mean, I'm obviously, like a lot of people in the chat, are very skeptical of asteroids and all that shit. But what happened during Tunguska? Like that does pique my interest, and I want to know what the fuck happened there.
It just depends on what you believe in, dude.
But I don't have any beliefs. I don't know. I'm just asking.
Well, then you can make up whatever you want. Then, if you don't have any beliefs, make up what you want. Make your own
That
belief.
doesn't fit right with me. I'm not a glober. I'm not just going to make up stuff.
But that's.
I want to know what happened.
How you gonna know, dude? How the fuck you gonna know? How?
Yeah,
I don't know.
hold on, guys. It comes down to epistemology. So, how do you know what you know? Like, how would you suggest we go about proving what caused that event?
We have to raid the Russian government buildings to find out all the literature and everything they've got on.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
You're
making the assumption.
You talking about
Hold on a second there. You're making the assumption that they know. What makes you think that they know themselves?
True. Very true. Very true. I do think that they do know that. I don't know. Maybe, possibly.
Dude, bro, you sound like a glober. I'm just sorry. You sound silly as fuck right now. You sound retarded. Yeah, just stop drinking.
Well,
you sound really stupid.
Get any weed tonight, so
yeah, but that's just the dumbest question, dude. How you gonna know? How the fuck, bro? You don't even know if that shit's actually there. To be honest,
so
right?
It's not so like because we can't ever know. There's no point dwelling on it.
Right, there isn't. I mean, what are you gonna do, dude? I mean, seriously.
But it's still,
there's a really big giant crater.
Is it still not a mystery that people are interested in, like the moon? Oh, don't worry about talking about the moon because we don't know what it is. We can't know what it is.
We never talk about it here. We only talk about it when the Globers bring it up because we understand we can't know what the fuck that is.
Right, but it doesn't mean that we can't have a discussion about what we think it is. Just because you guys here are all like, oh, we can't talk about anything that's... We can't have speculation. We're not allowed speculation. We only can talk about facts.
It just sometimes it's just certain things are just silly. Like that whole ton gun, whatever the fuck that is, it's retarded. Because there's no way you can even know what the hell happened. You just have to accept the story. First off, you don't even know if it's there.
Wondering what happened is retarded.
No. First of all, you don't even know if there's a giant crater there in the first place, right? You're just going off what these fuckers tell you. Just like what's in space, right? Oh, look at all these planets and everything. How are you gonna know?
You're ahead of yourself. Fraud. Stop. There was no crater. There was a bunch of trees knocked down very suspiciously.
Right.
Trees. Right. No, what's this crater you're talking about? You're believing all this bullshit.
No. I'm thinking the other one. I'm thinking there's this one.
You sound like a retard, bro. What are you doing? What are you talking about?
My bad. No, there's one that's similar to that, but it's supposed to be this giant crater in the ocean near that area, and it's supposed to be the dinosaur killer that they found, whatever the fuck. That's what I thought you was talking about. I remember what you're talking about.
The same concept still applies. So the same thing still applies that, it all boils down to how can you prove what caused that crater or these trees to be knocked down. And, I'm just saying, like, it's not that it's a bad thing to ask about, but ultimately speaking, if you can't prove it, if you honestly, truly can't prove what caused this or that, all I can say is just don't worry about it.
Right. Just forget about any mystery left. Just if you can't knock on it and you can't bang on it, it's not real.
Just don't. I mean, all I can say is just don't be too concerned with it because you might as well, what I'm saying is you might as well ask yourself or you might as well ask someone else, what does the face of God look like? And I mean, what answer do you really expect them to give you?
Right. That's so comparable to what happened at the Tunguska event. Okay. Fair enough.
The face of God looks like Jessica Alba.
Bro, she's not even that hot.
I just made a mess of my trousers.
There's so many hotter chicks than Jessica Alba. I'm sorry.
It may have been a bad analogy, but the point is just don't worry about things you can't answer, questions you can't.
But how can you say that mysteries aren't interesting? That's what you're trying to say to me.
No. They're fascinating.
They're not. Hold on, buddy. Hold on. I'm not saying they're not. I actually agree with you, Ed. Mysteries are interesting. I'm just saying, I'm just saying, like, asking us here what caused a bunch of trees in the 1920s in Siberia to mysteriously be knocked down with no flames involved.
I'm not asking as if I know that someone in here knows the truth. I'm saying, what are people's opinions on it? But it's like people are scared here to have an opinion because they've for so many years. Oh no, we can't shoot the shit. We can't speculate. It has to be scientifically validated. And if it's not, then we cannot talk about it. We cannot talk about it. If you cannot conduct science, we cannot talk about it. What the fuck?
So let me ask you this. Can you hear me? Testing. Can you hear me? So yes, you are allowed to speculate here. You just need to start your sentence with
certain subjects that people go, "Oh no, that's the face of God."
I'm not done. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right. I'm just saying. By all means, if you want, now I'll put a caveat on this. If you spend many hours just talking about speculation in this particular chat room, someone, a moderator, might move you to another room because this room isn't really for speculation. It's not that we don't allow it. We do allow it, and if you want to speculate, but just be very crystal clear that whatever you're saying as a speculation is a speculation, not a claim or anything.
Fair enough. Bring up another topic before I bring up some other mystery that you would hate me to talk about.
Dude, you're on a flat Earth server. Why not stick to that? I don't understand why. When people go off,
you guys talk about it all fucking day. Surely you're bored.
That's what it's supposed to. We don't.
All fucking day. You want to talk about something different?
Hey,
maybe you don't.
We don't. Sorry.
So we have real evidence of craters on Earth.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So wait,
okay,
we have real evidence of craters on Earth, like objects hitting us from really far away.
Oh, hold on, friend. You said evidence of craters, and then you switched it to things hitting us from far away. Those are two different things.
I didn't say anything about craters.
Go ahead and clarify for me then.
No, that was on me. The craters was on me.
All right, listen, friends. The kid's clearly trying to move the topic forward, so don't take it backwards. Okay, he's trying to bring it relevant to craters, and oh my goodness, he's trying to make it relevant to things on the ground being allegedly, from the globe side, claimed to be caused by things from space. Right. Very valid, very relevant. All right, so continue.
Appreciate you. Yeah, I guess I'll just try to pull up some pictures of some earthly craters right now.
Hey, so while we're on the topic, we might as well ask you if we're in the realm of speculation, all these trees were knocked down, and we know perfectly damn well it wasn't an asteroid or a meteor, whichever one.
Dude.
Well, my most obvious opinion.
Hey, friends, for fuck's sake. Stop talking about it.
The Earth is farting. Creating craters.
Electric wants to talk about craters that actually exist, which they do. Right?
Yeah, I'm curious what's
that
causing
doesn't
them.
mean.
Don't you dare not to speculate.
Does anybody have an explanation for
that? I do. I have a speculation.
Awesome.
When Mother Earth was a teenager, she picked at her zits.
Yeah, I heard that one in high school.
Hey, it's a fair chat. What are you talking about zits for?
Well, I was going to ask you if you're even going to bring up the whole realm of speculation, like, okay, the Tunguska event. Like, care to throw out your own speculation since we know it wasn't an asteroid?
We're not interested about that.
Oh my god, dude.
We're not interested about talking about Tunguska. Of course not. We've already established that.
Nobody cares.
I would rather you talk about the fucking moon, dude.
Talk about
the moon, bro.
I don't know.
What's
Tunguska? The James Webb. Talk about the James Webb.
Hey, I want to make a point. I want to quickly make a point that I was trying to make a minute ago, which is that if the day ever comes that we, get say, major institutions of various sorts to openly acknowledge that the Earth is flat and stationary. Basically, the point I'm saying is, if this truth about the Earth comes out enough, I think at that point in time, it may be more appropriate to ask other institutions, because at that point in time, they may be forced to, show their hand in certain manner, tell the truth. And what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to say is, I think you'd have a lot better luck finding answers to other questions if you got most people, or a lot more people, to acknowledge the Earth is flat and stationary openly first.
Yeah, and then everyone will sing "Kumbaya" by the campfire.
I'm guessing not, but I'm saying if you're ever going to get to the point where this guy wants to go, you got to do that first if you're going to get there at all.
I just wanted to know people's opinions on it. I didn't expect anyone to actually know what the fuck happened. But never mind. Wow.
Oh my God. Oh my wow. We managed to say that again. We managed to say that again and come full circle. Back to the same redundant nonsense.
Right, because you're implying that when I asked a question that I was actually going to get a true answer and get to the actual.
Oh man!
What actually
happened? I'm implying is if you guys want to continue talking about it, go somewhere else and talk about it. The other kid wanted to talk about craters. Do I need to make a yellow sign that says "Move on"? MOVEON, or should I put it in French? Because it's a more diplomatic language. Just move on, for goodness sakes.
So I looked up this Tunguska.
Oh, dude, stop, bro. Fucking stop. Stop.
Yeah, stop. Fuck. They don't like it. They don't want to talk about it. It's not interesting.
Yeah, Bigfoot's more interesting.
Why do you sound butthurt that we're not interested in it? You sound so sad and pissed off, but you're trying to pass it off. It's ridiculous.
I just never got a straight answer from anyone. What's the explanation?
Electric. One of the four of you is getting banned for a week. Pick which one.
Well, obviously me, because I'm not here all the time. So you all gang up on me.
To be fair, Electric is the one who immediately brought up the topic after I said move on, and I even drew a sign.
My bad. Didn't know this was a. Okay, you got it, bro. All the wonderful information y'all provide. I don't see why I couldn't bring up this topic, but okay.
Because it's inflammatory at the moment. People are fighting over it. So you keep talking about it, it's just going to cause more inflammation. It's kind of like hemorrhoids, and then you take spicy chips and rub it in.
It's more about the irrelevance. You see, the thing is, it doesn't actually matter. It doesn't actually make any difference. So nobody cares.
Spicy chips.
Yes, what was your point about craters?
Who, me?
Whoever mentioned craters, man. They're like craters. Are they caused by asteroids?
That was someone talking about the apparent meteorite or whatever asteroid that took out the dinosaurs. That was someone.
No. Someone else besides me said something about craters.
The dinosaurs. Lol.
I know, right?
See, now that would be a more interesting topic had you brought up.
Oh, fuck me.
Man, you guys don't know how to move on.
That is
Like-
moving on
it's
because
like
I'm
you're-
talking about dinosaurs. There's nothing wrong with something wrong with
All
dinosaurs.
right, fair enough. Fair
I got
enough.
cut off for talking about this. Then you guys went right back into it. No mod cut y'all off.
Dude, Electric, chill out. I've been here way longer than you.
I have genuine questions.
Rather talk
Like,
about
talk about-
dinosaurs. Okay. All right.
All right, what's your genuine question, sir?
Do we attribute all craters to bombs?
All craters to bombs? No. There's
Okay.
geologic craters that are caused by gaseous pockets that erupt out from the ground. That's been
Oh,
witnessed.
someone laughed when I
That
said that.
causes craters.
I don't know who.
That was my only question. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
And at the same time, some of the gaseous explosions don't necessarily breach, and so they'll sink. So it'll look like a concave crater, like something actually hit.
Yeah. Good point.
Very cool. I like that stuff. Thank you. I like knowing that stuff.
Right. Yeah, and then
I can
like
research it.
nobody
Now
will
I
see
know
it
what I'm
happen. And yeah, nobody will see it happen. And then like 20 years later, a glober will come along and be like, how did nobody notice the asteroid through space that hit this crater? Oh my goodness.
Where are the pieces? Let's find them. Then they start baking wood, and there you go.
You guys, listen, this is a funny story and it's very relevant. You guys remember the quote unquote conspiracy or expose where they brought alleged moon rocks back from the quote unquote moon landing and they gave it out to different institutions. And one of the institutions did an analysis and found out it was petrified wood. You guys remember that?
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah. So the most basic excuse that you should have made is some geologic samples got mixed up in transit or at the depot, right? Sorry, we have the real moon rock. We'll send it to you. Right? Very simple explanation. So the explanation was, in the past, a big rock hit the earth and exploded a bunch of trees and sent tree shrapnel flying at the moon. And that's why they brought back a moon rock that was actually petrified wood.
Oh, wow. Wow. That's for real?
It's like, dude. Yeah, for real, dude. It's like when they need an excuse, they just like go into the coffee room, like, quick. Joe, Sally, Bobby, we need excuses. Which ones you got for me? We got 30 seconds till we go live.
How does that create petrified wood, though?
Who freaking knows, bro? Maybe it was petrified when it was on the earth.
Stupid way to try and, like, you know what I mean? It's fucking stupid, man. The Big Impact. That's why the Earth embedded some petrified rock into the moon, so that when we actually extracted the moon rocks, it was actually petrified wood. Yeah, from the Earth.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you can trust me because I'm an astronaut.
It's all laughable, man.
I want a bumper sticker that says that. You can trust me because I'm an astronaut.
No. Hold on. Okay, I appreciate it, and I'm sorry for saying no. 5 stars and a wish, positive behavior supports. Okay, let me try again. Rewind. Yes. But let's do one small change. Let's put, you can trust me, I'm an ass, in green, and then put Trona in red. You like it?
Yeah, Christmas colors. I like it.
Yeah.
So,
and of course, there's a subtle innuendo. There's a subtle innuendo to Santa Claus there, and the fact that your parents are absolute abject liars, right? So there's a lot of drama within that one graphic there. Capture your attention viscerally.
Yeah, you should put an icon on the very end of it with Santa Claus in an astronaut suit.
You guys know that's the reason why. It's probably the reason why Discord has a 13-year-old rating, because they just know that a-holes are going to tell kids that Santa isn't real, and they figure like if you're 14 years old, you should know by now.
Right, they don't want us killing the dreams of kids. So going back to craters, though, I might bring up another topic that doesn't have any mystery.
Oh, don't say it. Don't say it.
No, it doesn't have any mystery. It's in Turkmenistan, and it's on fire, and it has been for 50 years. Now, Turkmenistan are quite rich because of their gas reserves. Wouldn't they try and put this fire out so they're not burning their asset?
I don't know. I think they did.
They put it out?
There's supposedly a coal mine in the United States that has the same thing going on. Like it used to be a coal mine. And not only that, but there's fire.
There are stories I've heard of people that grow tomatoes near that coal mine in the United States. It's always on fire. They grow tomatoes there in the wintertime because the tomatoes won't freeze because of the heat from the coal mine. There's some story. But yeah, there's a coal mine that's perpetually on fire in the Midwest United States.
Yeah, but what is it that's fueling the fire? Is it gas?
No, it's coal. The actual coal in...
The coal is on fire, and they can't put it out.
Yeah. I'm not sure if they can or can't, but nobody is. I'm pretty sure they can't. Or I don't know if they can or can't, but it's burning, and it's been burning for, I'm pretty sure, more than 10 years. I'm not sure how long exactly.
Because that doesn't make any sense. Like, we still use coal in some areas, right? So why wouldn't they put the fire out to save the coal?
Well, to be
some
fair,
people
I'm
want to
not
get rid of
how much
coal.
you think is in the earth, but there's a lot of coal in the earth. Like, we're not going to run out of coal anytime soon.
Fair enough. It's quite abundant. I get what you're saying.
Painful.
Still doesn't really make that sense, though. That much sense.
Maybe
well, you know what, dude?
Like,
well, check this out.
Some of my money is on fire, but I've got enough money, so fuck it. Just let that money burn.
Dude, no, dude. Check this out. Check this out, brother. This just goes to show, right? And a lot of situations are like this, that humankind isn't as much of a master of the realm as they would like to present themselves to be. That there are things beyond our scope and purview and abilities logistically.
Yeah, besides, it's not like you think we're causing global warming or anything like that, do you?
No, but you're wasting coal is what I'm saying. It's like, it's something that you could sell, you know, and or use, right? But you're just letting it burn. Why? Doesn't make any sense to me. Does it cost more to put it out than you would be able to make from the amount of coal that there is there to sell or use? I don't know. Like, it baffles me.
Well, hey, Jim Jam, put this into consideration. Let's pretend for a second you're absolutely correct that there'd be more coal, more money to be made from selling the coal than there would be from just letting it burn and go to waste. But there'd be a lot of money required to put the fire out. So then it boils down to the question of how much money does it require to put the fire out? And is there anyone with that amount of money willing to invest that? Which the answer may be nobody.
Right, the water is more important than the coal.
No, I'm just saying, like, what you're saying, it sounds like it may require an actual millionaire to make happen what you're talking about making happen. And if there is no millionaire willing to make it happen, then it's not going to happen. It's just as simple as that. Why would you need a millionaire if it could be government?
Yeah, fair enough. If they could just borrow money off the Federal Reserve, then it's not going to be a billionaire that needs to do it. Surely it's...
I said millionaire, not billionaire.
Dude, hold on. Wait. Hold on right there.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be owned by the government anyway?
Hold on, friend. Hold on. Check it out. When it comes to politics, sometimes small amounts of money can cause big holdups as long as a particular person gets that money. They pull the strings to make sure that these other things don't happen. So even though, let's just say for sake of argument, there's $1 billion in profit to be made, this one individual wouldn't see a dime of that. But because they're interfering with something that somebody else has a vested interest in, they may see $2 million or $3 million. But to them, that's like pie in the sky money. So they're willing to deprive somebody else of making $1 billion just so that they can make a few million and have a bunch of red tape from some other interested party that cares.
Right, but my whole point is that, like someone said, it's been burning for over 10 years. Isn't that quite a lot of coal for it to burn for that amount of years? Now, if they put
but
it
Jim
out
Jam,
10 years ago...
Who owns the land?
That's a good question. Very good question.
Because if the person who owns the land doesn't give a damn, then why would you be surprised?
Well, I would automatically assume that the government has sort of commandeered that land.
Well, it may happen sometimes, some places, but it certainly doesn't happen all the time, all places. So
fair enough.
I'm just saying, somebody could just own the land, could be rich, and not give a damn. End of story.
Yeah, but it wouldn't stop the government from saying, I don't give a fuck whether this is your land. There's a lot of fucking resources here. Fuck off. They do that everywhere else.
Apparently, they just simply didn't do that.
But look, true enough. Look, Jim Jam is correct. That's true enough. However, okay, I don't know how well aware you are of what goes on in the United States, but there is a major vested political interest in destroying the coal industry. In fact, some of these politicians have said that is their goal, to destroy it. So it would serve their political interests to destroy coal itself, let alone the industry after the fact.
Very true, but my original point was about Turkmenistan, and they're rich because of their gas reserves, and it's gas that's burning in that crater. So why would they not want to save their asset by putting it out?
Why don't you ask them?
Well, it's been burning for 50 years. Is it just impossible to put the fire out, or?
You should ask them.
Well, I'm asking you guys whether you have an interest, but obviously you guys don't have any interest in this sort of stuff. You ask them.
Yeah, listen. I'm so not interested that I was able to give you an eloquent,
fair enough.
geopolitical scenario.
Let's go back to aliens or something, right?
Look, whether you realize it or not, I gave you a plausible scenario that also would apply over there. Geopolitical interest.
Fucking topics that people
like, for example, undermining the petrodollar. That's a reason why they might want to do it. Because on the geopolitical scene, if you've been paying attention, Russia shifted their dollar to the gold standard and then wanted to trade gold in rubles, right? So oil, the promulgation of oil, the holding of oil, the destruction of oil has geopolitical ramifications. So I would posit to you that even based on $1 trillion, right, of loss and profit, that the geopolitical power structure that could be achieved by letting this burn in the long term could be, and I'm just putting this as a could, in principle, more valuable than all that lost money. Okay, so for example, how much would you spend to conquer and subjugate a third of the world? 5 trillion, 10 trillion? What if you have a purpose and a cause that is beyond money, like a religion or a paradigm that is so close to religion that it makes people act as religious zealots? So where money is no object, to watch profit burn is no problem. What?
Then on a worldwide scale, you're not taken seriously.
What? What is that?
Politically.
Okay, sure. Let's say that's true. But what if they're working in the background to where everybody's laughing at them the whole time, but in the end they end up with the keys to the kingdom?
Well, yeah, I mean, that is always a possibility. But we've still got that problem of people will never, ever, especially in the political spectrum, they will never take that sort of stuff seriously. So, but politics is what drives all this bullshit.
You're right. You are so correct. They will never take it seriously. Therefore, the players who are using this tactic can operate with reckless abandon and still achieve their goals because their enemies are retarded. Okay, so let me ask you this question. If the United States, let's say, considered to be one of the supreme powers on the global scene, right, lost its fuel ability and its ability. Yeah, global. All right. So, for example, the colonel who was tasked to do a report, an assessment report on the dangers of an EMP weapon on the United States homeland, right? His assessment was that the EMP weapon would destroy pretty much all electricity except for hardened stuff, right? All the transformers, right? All this other stuff. I need to park 1 second. So it would destroy all this stuff, correct? So 30 million people die instantly. 70 million people die within the next 3 months. 100 million people die within the year or whatever. And since all our technology is destroyed, and none of our allies can ship us technology because we're on a different technology, and the world reserves are like 3% of these devices, it would put America, in theory, in the Stone Age, or in a medieval sense, maybe even a Wild West sense, let's say, for, he postulated, 75 years. 75 logistical years before we are back any way, shape, or form like we were before. And in the meantime, during those 75 years, all the other states or actors or agents on the world scene would be free from any pressures, really, from the United States. So that one scenario alone would upset the balance of power just by depriving us of our reliance on electricity. And so somebody else who has, like, let's say, control of oil, I mean, if they have designs on world power or shifting the geopolitical scene, they have a vested interest in withholding the truth about their oil, maybe even burning some of their oil and, for everybody else to scratch their head about. There's all kinds of ruses and power plays and ghost moves that they could be doing behind the scenes where all this makes sense to them. So to you, okay, a mere pawn who is of no consequence to them, scratches your chin and has no understanding, they know exactly what they're doing. Now, a lot of what I just said is informed. A lot of what I just said is informed upon things, but also a lot of it I just made up on the fly.
Well, I can understand what you're saying there. Like, going back to my point, they'll allow it to burn for maybe a plan they've got for the future to maybe invade a neighboring country that has gas or something like that. I get what you're saying.
So there's I got another theory that's even worse. So, like, the globe paradigm presents oil as fossil fuel, right? Decomposed biomatter from eons ago, millennia ago, million upon million ago, right? Mass biomass.
Creatures.
Right, so they give you this idea, we only have so much, it's scarce, right? And we're running out. Now we have to do things like fracking and all of this labor and technology intensive. Yeah. So labor and technology intensive means of extracting this energy. Whereas when it first came out, like when people first started using it, it's like it was just pouring from every orifice, right? Just running in the streets, kind of. Where now it's like so much work. Now, interestingly enough, there's guys that focus on this type of thing. They study it. And the basic premise is this. The amount of technology to regain the fuel that we would lose if we lost our technology would be like 1,000 years or something. And what I mean by that is, like, it would take us 1,000 years with reduced power to get back to the period where we can then, quote unquote, mine or dig or extract this power resource again. So we'd have like 1,000-year dark age, right?
Well, I think in 1,000 years, people would have adapted to a different way of life. So then the end goal wouldn't be, finally, 1,000 years later, we can get our energy back. You know, they would have adapted.
Yeah, maybe. So now that you've said that, what if that's what they desire? For example, let me give you a for example. Enough. What happened recently in the news? A famous landmark, often referred to by flat earthers for many, many reasons, right? In the hot button in the conspiracy world, got destroyed. The Georgia Guidestones. In the Georgia Guidestones, it says that humanity should be only 500 million people. But allegedly, we have 7 billion people. So what if this cabal, whatever, this is just speculation, of course, decide that they want to accelerate the process by undercutting the power which allows humanity to thrive on the mass scale that we do. Because rest assured, simple agrarianism isn't going to solve 7 billion people's hunger if everything goes to crap within a few years. It's just not going to happen. Many people are going to die. And then after that, there'll be this utopia, you know, where there's less people, right? And everybody believes, you know, that this thing or that thing, and we all hold hands and sing Kumbaya, and nobody ever lies, cheats, or steals, right? Yeah, right. But you see my point. It's like there are people who are wealthy and powerful, and also peons who are willing to follow them, that have designs on humanity for whatever reason, whether it's religious reasons or simply megalomaniacal reasons or simply because they want to just dick with people. Who knows?
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. We are not them. We don't know how they think. We don't know what their plans are. I get it.
Bill Gates will tell you they want to lower the population by 10 to 15%. He's on camera saying this.
Wait a minute. By 10 to 15% or 2 to 15%?
With the help of vac schemes.
Oh my goodness. Should have seen that one coming. Anyway.
I didn't want to talk about that.
Ixnay on the tray.
Well, that's when he said it. When that was the topic when he said it. That's why I said it, because you brought up Bill Gates saying that, and he said that in relation to what I just said. So, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
You're asking why I just said it.
In the meantime, they banned DDT, right, 30 years ago.
Yeah, we realized that was bad for the environment, didn't we?
Yeah. Well, did we? How many humans died since they banned DDT?
Yeah, it took a while.
No, but think about it. They banned DDT because a chick wrote a book about bird eggs, Crimea River, right? Oh, these poor little birdies. Wah, wah, wah. So how many humans have died from malaria since they banned DDT?
Well, I thought
in the order of tens of millions.
I thought it was because of insects and everything else that it was killing. That if it's not good for life, it's probably not good for our lives either. That's why I thought.
You're talking about something where the purpose was originally to kill insects?
Yeah, well, I mean, it is an insecticide.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah.
Well, here's the point I was trying to make, bro.
But
somebody wrote a Crimea River story.
Go on.
Yeah, somebody wrote me a Crimea River story about an animal being hurt, right? And everyone said, okay, we don't want this animal to be hurt, therefore we'll allow tens upon tens of millions of humans to die. Right? So they made a decision, knowing that they were removing one of the most effective offensive weapons against mosquitoes and the spread of the disease, right? In theory, if you take it that way. But we do know that people have died from malaria. And now, you know Justin Timberlake, right? He did a drive to get mosquito nets to people, right? To protect them. And I think he raised 200,000 mosquito nets, right? Okay, so what's 200,000 nets against millions upon millions of people dying? I mean, think about it. It's retarded. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's helpful, but it's not an effective solution. So lo and behold, fast forward to the modern day, and they created a new weapon against the mosquitoes. So let me explain it to you. Now, nobody take this beyond what I say and talk about any correlations to any modern day sensitive topics.
Right, before you get on with this point, I just want to say, are you saying that DDT is not detrimental to human life?
Well, there's been a congressman, I can't remember if he's a congressman or a senator, eating a spoonful of it every day in public, right on this bench, to prove that it doesn't hurt him. But whatever, I don't know. He could be eating
I've seen videos like that about nuclear stuff as well, like radioactive elements. But how much of that?
Yeah, but I haven't verified. I haven't verified what they were eating. I haven't verified any of this story at all. Anyway, this is all just based on principles, right? Like,
right,
if
like
this
celebrities
is true,
getting the shot,
then that would be true. All right, stop talking about that. Anyway, so the weapon that they wanted to design, I want to say it had something to do with CRISPR tech. And CRISPR tech is a introduction through some means where they inject DNA sequences into creatures to get them to then exhibit
a certain trait.
Traits. Yeah. So what they were trying to do with the mosquitoes is somehow get the females, because like the females are the ones that bite you. And then they bite you so they can get your protein so that they can make their eggs and reproduce. And so I don't know if they wanted to go after the females or the males. However it's going to work is they were going to go after one of them and give them this certain trait to make it like where they can't, like almost like a hybrid seed. You know how like a hybrid seed from a plant can't make the new plant? You know what I mean? You have to get a new seed. You can't get the seed from the plant.
Yeah, these new seeds you can't regrow. Yeah, I heard about that.
Right, they don't reproduce, correct. They wanted to do something like that to the mosquitoes where once they get this in them, they start spreading it to each other to where then the next generation after that one can't reproduce. And so it would essentially make all these male and female mosquitoes that are doing the tangy tang, right, not make babies after one generation. And so it would call the mosquito population very quickly to like a tenth of what it is.
Yeah, it was the male mosquitoes. They were planning to release, or maybe they did, I guess, genetically modified male mosquitoes so that when they mated, they wouldn't produce offspring.
Yeah.
Right, so they gave the male mosquitoes the snip.
Yeah, sure. Now, that is a methodology that's done by somehow altering the genes of the dudes to change an expressive trait that causes them to be sterile. Now, this is as far as we're going to go with this before it gets into territory that's palatable for the live stream. But who's to say that they're not working on that for humans?
Oh,
and in fact, some people have said that would be an ideal that they would like to achieve.
I thought about that years ago, man.
Yeah, so with that, I'm just wrapping this up into a bow to say that these people at the top, right, who have power and influence and designs, and I want to just use that word designs, okay, whether they're evil, whether they're good, doesn't matter. The logistical impact is they want to do things to humanity on a grand scale. And that takes planning, both logistically, financially, resourcefully, biochemically, et cetera, they all work together for their schemes. So you would expect things that you scratch your head about on the world scene to be like, why? I don't get why those guys are trucing with those guys, or those guys are going to war with those guys, why the price of gold is, this or all of these things. Like, who knows? The answer is who knows, and who knows who's working together and who's not working together. Because even among thieves, there's always that one thief that doesn't have honor among thieves. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
And that's a cautionary tale to all the people in the quote unquote truther movement, which is, and I say this many times, and I mean, I'm not trying to be silly about it, but the majority of flat earthers are just along for the ride. They were given the information, spoon fed it, right? They didn't come to it on their own. They didn't realize it. They were handed it.
Released to us. Yeah, sure.
Yep. And most likely with a design, right? So you got to, when you realize the truth, right, you got to be even more cautious.
Well, then you got to watch out for a double bluff as well, because they know that there will be skeptical people that will question everything that the government brings out. So sorry, what did you last hear? Let me start again anyway. So you got to watch out for the double bluff, because they're surely aware that people will question what the government brings out. Now, in that sense, they could put out the truth and have everyone question it because the government gave it. You tracking?
Yeah.
So they get you to question the truth because they were the source.
I agree with what's being said.
Well, listen, I can't remember who that defector was, but there's a lot of these published documents and dudes that have said in the past, like, part of the subversion of a paradigm is to make people disenfranchised and forsake it, right, to where they're basically a blank slate. So you destroy everything that they have, everything that they trust, everything that they've known, perhaps even their trust in history, and they're basically in a life raft in the middle of an ocean of information to which they trust none of it, to where this boat comes up and says, hey, I've got fresh water on my boat. Come aboard. Right? And you have nowhere else to turn, nowhere else where truth is, because everything that you've had has been destroyed. You've lost faith in science, you've lost faith in history, you've lost faith in your leaders, you've lost faith in the current consensus mainstream narrative. You're now just a straggler, right? You're now while you're at your most free,
choosing one choice. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like this: you're free, but you're also vulnerable, and that's where they want a lot of people. They want them there because they need to introduce a new paradigm, right? And they need people to abandon the old paradigm first.
That's right.
Yeah, and I would probably agree that most people are wishing for a new paradigm.
Oh, yeah.
So they'll play on that, of course. But that's why quite a lot of flat earthers are interested in about being self-sustained, not relying on the government. Not if all this shit happened, how would it affect them people unless they were close to cities and all that? If you're self-sufficient and able to live off the land, then there might be a few things that they could do to disrupt that. But if not, you're not absorbing any propaganda that they're putting out. You're not getting any of the fear mongering, any of that shit. It's not in your brain. So people wouldn't feel like they're trapped and bottlenecked into a choice because they have their own choices, because they stand on their own 2 feet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so someone in the chat brought up a good point, which is a counter argument to the effectiveness of an airborne EMP. Right? So the colonel that did the report his report was predicated on an airborne EMP brought on by a nuclear weapon in the upper atmosphere. Okay, single device that would cascade on the entire United States. So this guy's comment, says, well, it needs to be much closer range, right? Maybe. Or maybe it just needs more power. Who knows? The point is that the major point of his report, okay, that everyone should take away from it, regardless of the initiation of the catalyst for the catastrophe, right? Whether it be an EMP weapon or somebody just flipping the off switch. The whole point of the report, really, that should scare people is how reliant we are on a singular form of energy, being electricity. Like without electricity, like 90 some odd percent of the United States citizens are just screwed royally.
Unless you can create it yourself. I mean, yeah, like obviously with an EMP, it will still affect anyone who's making it on their own. I get what you're saying in that sense.
Look, I haven't verified this either, but allegedly, the entire United States infrastructure, not entire, but majority, obviously things have happened since certain times where they've offshored and created new stuff, but up until that point, I want to say, and I can't even remember if it was in this guy's report or not, but it was around the time this guy's report came out where these guys were talking about it. Because it was the threat of these types of things. Because not only was there an EMP threat that was, allegedly in the news to make people think about, but there was also threats of direct attacks against the grid, like specific terrorist attacks, right? So the way they explained it is that there's certain like nodes or power centers that if you destroy them, they would take up huge swaths of power. But within that, there are like less than a dozen
substations.
What they call, no, not substations. They're called, I can't even remember exactly what they call, but for lack of a better term, let's just call them super transformers that were designed and built during the Tesla days.
Sort of thing.
And they are so massive that they had to be moved by specific railways from their construction location. And like to build them again is a major undertaking. And if those get destroyed, like that would cripple like so much of the United States.
Yeah, because that would be like the backup, right? So the big thing goes, right. Then there's a backup that kicks in. But once
no, it's not a backup. No, these aren't backups. These are like the fundamental beginning almost.
Oh, okay.
Like somehow
beyond that, you want to know what beyond the story is of that those large transformers, those extra large transformers you're talking about. That in today's time, they're made in China. The ones that we have, so the replacements would have to be made in China, shipped across the Pacific, and get to us in order for us to repair that part of the grid.
Yeah, but let's say for sake of argument that none of that is true. Okay, let's just say. How hard would it be after having already posited this idea in the general ethosphere, right, that they were attacked, and that's the reason why the power's out. But really, the power's out because some dudes just called some other dudes and said, hey, can you turn your power plant off for me so I can F with these people so I can get some political results? They're like, yeah, right? But they just sell the story that a terrorist shot a missile at one of these super duper transforming warmies, right? And then everybody believes that story and doesn't really follow what's really going on. But at the end of the day, you're still without power, which is really what matters to you, the end user, is that your life sucks at the moment, right? And so during those times of sucking life, right, just like they said in the past that those defectors from Soviet Russia and all these other dudes, they laid out the plan. Like these are the plans that they do. They do the political scheming, the social scheming. Then they start working on the logistics of the people to put them in need, right? Take away their power, their energy. And then the final linchpin, before the regime change, before the people are begging for it, give it to me, daddy, is they take away the food. Because then after all that struggle, now you're hungry and starving. And now you have nothing to lose. Whoever shows up with the bread is the new king.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, you can grow mushrooms all year round. You can grow mushrooms all year round.
Pestilence and oh, sorry. But yeah, they're bringing the four horsemen in these weird ways.
But weirdly, I know it's very specific in the EMP topic, but does it affect pacemakers? Just a curiosity, just a weird curiosity. I don't know if anyone else had that thought.
I mean,
I think the answer would be if it's close enough to the source of the EMP. It's close enough. Probably, yeah.
Well, if this colonel is worth his salt and he's telling the truth, allegedly, and this technology exists, then basically any unshielded circuitry that's active or able to I can't remember if it has to be active. I don't know. Let's just say, for sake of argument, it has to be active. Will be destroyed completely, unusable after the event.
So maybe Trump's wall was a Faraday cage that he wanted.
I think you'd be getting ahead of yourself on that one.
No, dude, he has a personal Faraday umbrella, which is his hair.
That's why he's so energetic all the time.
Yeah, but dude, his hair looks like straight up copper. It's like.
But he got a magneto.
It's the least functional hairpiece I've seen on a celebrity in a long time.
How do you know it's a hairpiece? You got evidence for that?
No, he could just have.
How do you know he's not a robot?
Just have really stupid hair. His hair sucks and hates him. He could have hair that hates him. Yeah.
I've seen Trump when he gets out of the shower, and he has like 17 strands of hair that reach all the way to the floor, and then he takes about 20 minutes to wrap them into that thing.
It's pretty funny.
Dude,
I mean, no offense, but I mean, like, I want to use my own father as an example. He, he kind of had that thing going on where he grew a certain portion of hair super long so that he could fold it to cover his balding spots and make kind of like a coiffy hairdo.
Yeah. You see that movie, American Hustle, where, what's his name now? Batman, whatever, Christian Bale. He has to gain some weight, like a lot of weight, and act like he's losing his hair. And yeah, he does the coif thing. He spends like 45 minutes doing a little wig, a little glue, a little combing, a little hairspray. It's the funniest fucking thing.
It's so interesting though, because like, depending on where you live, you can go to stores and there's just women's hairdos just hanging from everywhere. It's like, here's cigarettes, here's your batteries, here's your, rotting bananas, 2 for $1, and here's like 1,700 choices of women's wigs that you could just slap on your head.
Well,
but I really don't see.
At that price, they're called weaves, my friend.
Yeah, but I thought weaves, you had to have hair and then weave them into your hair.
They probably do that. Are you talking just straight up wigs?
Extensions and all that.
There's probably some of each, I imagine.
Probably. Who knows? I'm not a woman desperate for attention. I mean,
a lot of bald.
You guys just gave me a great idea of what to do with a globe. I want to get a hold of a wig and just put it on a globe.
And then snatch that motherfucker?
No, you just got to get drunk and then you'll start feeling the spin.
I mean, I've ingested a lot of things that made me feel shit spinning around. You feel me? It's never been the Earth doing it on its own, though. I had to start that pendulum. Do you feel me?
Yeah. Fucking pendulums, man. Oh my god.
Anyway,
I can't believe I was in Jim Bandas, the debate flat Earth where all the Globers are, and I was asking them like, hey, so what's your best evidence of the globe today? And like 2 or 3 of them were like telling me, oh yeah, sticks and shadows. Like, come on, man, Stone Age technology in the 21st century.
Whoa.
Wait, they didn't say Bob's laser gyro. They didn't say that a flat earther has given them the best globe proof. They didn't say that. No?
So I watched McToon debate the other day with who's that guy? Ruhif and John from FED Debates. And I could have sworn, if I'm not mistaken, that they were talking about measuring shadows, whether it be flat or round, and they were basically saying that that the differential is like 0.0000012 something, effectively zero. So the margin of error to be able to measure a shadow and determine whether it's a flat or round surface is retardedly, astronomically irrelevant.
Is that
so? It's like they basically.
Isn't that according to the dimensions of the globe, though? So it's on a presupposition.
Yeah, but the point is like there's always these excuses of why the presence of the globe is insignificant, irrelevant, or negligible.
Yep. Oh, here's this effect, but here's why you don't see this effect. That's the globe, literally, in a sentence. That's all you need to know. Here we have this effect, but the reason why you don't see this effect is because of this and this and this. Until Neil deGrasse tells you that a field goal was scored because of Coriolis. I mean, come on.
Pretty much it.
The arguments are boring us now.
Well, look, if somebody would actually bring some of these things that we've asked for like 6 years ago to the table, we could discuss it. It might get spicy again. Like, for example, the attitude data from a black box off a plane. That would be juicy. Don't you agree? So with that data, you could chart, the plane's attitude as it flies from point A to point B. That would yield a lot of useful information.
Definitely, especially if it's a long flight, long distance.
Yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, Wolfie 6020 is supposed to be getting us that juicy detail. He'll probably have to spend a weekend with it before he lets it be released to flat earthers, just to make sure that it's not going to prove flat earth. And if it does, then he'll just, alter the data or return it and say like, oh, couldn't get it. Sorry, didn't have clearance. In fact, you know what? Now that I realize it, maybe that's why he's been stalling for the past 5 or 6 years.
Well, it will just be the same story we always get, that even if the plane is keeping a similar distance from the ground, they'll just say, well, it's level according to the center of the Earth, right? That's all they'll come out with.
Okay, but let's be clear. Let's be clear. It is not about a consistent distance from the ground. It's not
for sure. From the center.
It's about the attitude of the plane over the distance of the path that it's taking and maintaining the same distance. Okay, if it's a flat Earth, the plane's attitude wouldn't need to change constantly. If it's a globe Earth, it will have a consistent No, sorry, let me change that. Not necessarily 100% consistent, but it will have a constantly changing attitude at all times as it follows an arced path in free space. Follow me? You don't follow me?
Well,
You
I
do
have
follow
to.
me?
What is attitude?
Well, attitude is your orientation in free space.
Right.
So, for example, just take your hand, hold it flat and level, and then just start moving it in all different angles and positions. And that's the attitude.
Oh, you mean like behavior, in a sense?
Yeah, I mean, you could say that. To be fair, I have had Globers. Like, listen, back in the day when we were talking about this stuff, many Globers thought we were saying altitude.
Well, that's the thing.
And
I
then other
thought you were saying
Globers,
altitude. That's the
yeah, and
thing.
then other Globers, yeah, and other Globers would say stupid comments like, "Why is he talking about teenage girls? Bad behavior." Dude, we're talking about attitude. The whole point of a gyroscope, you nincompoopily doopily. Okay? The gyroscope maintains its rigidity in space while the plane goes in all different attitudes around it. Because this is the old argument: if the Earth's a globe, the plane has to nose down consistently. Correct? Now, it got off the rails because people would say that the pilot has to nose down. Okay, and the Globers would say, no, the pilot doesn't have to. The plane just follows the path by equivalence of forces, or equalizing of forces. Okay,
right,
either way,
that would still
doesn't
come off
matter.
as a license.
Correct. Either way, whether the pilot has to do it or it does it by equivalence of forces, the fact remains that the plane must have its nose constantly going down and its tail constantly going up as it changes attitude as it travels over an arced path to maintain altitude. Okay, that data should be in the black box. Now, to be fair, it is possible that they've rigged the black boxes to manufacture like an ideal arced path, right? Or that since the flat earthers have been asking for the information that they might change it. Who knows? Like, it might be untrustworthy data. Who knows? And now that I've said that, now that when they release the data and it proves flat Earth, they're just going to be like, oh, it's untrustworthy data. You see? So again, the globe just becomes unfalsifiable wet dream of little boys that wish they could go to space and turn into cloud gods of ether electricity 1,000 years from now and float around in the nebulas of Alpha Centauri Prime. Space.
With their blue girlfriend with a monkey tail.
Yeah. See, that's what they don't tell these suckers, is once you transcend your human body and become an ether cloud of floating energy, you can't have a physical girlfriend anymore. So, I mean, now you're just a lonely cloud of energetic whatever, just being lonely out in space, looking at quasars and black holes and just going like, wow, my life sucks.
Yeah, we've got a similar the way that we look at people that have so much value on money, especially rich people. There'll be the rich people in the graveyard.
Yeah,
you can't take it with you there. Why devote all your energy and everything to something it's only going to go?
Well, you know what they say, like statistically, the wealthiest successful women, male, dynamic, whatever, have the least children or something like that. They have the least progeny. They have the least family. They basically just live like a singular life. Whereas like the poor people on their gravestone, it says survived by all his grandchildren, all these other people.
A legacy of people and not a company or money.
Yeah. And to be fair to the rich people, a lot of the poor people that have a lot of family are stupid. Okay. And that gives them some satisfaction that they died smart. But, it stands to reason, and this is my view, that you can have a lot of objects, right? And they can be very fancy and plated in gold. And you can sit there and look at them and wish you just had one friend to share it with.
Right.
All right. We've been going down a soliloquy road for a while now, so who else wants to chime in, ask a question, take the thing in another direction, talk about the Earth's lack of convection?
Talk about the Tunguska event.
Oh.
He keeps owning the Tunguska.
I'm sorry.
Dude, listen. Okay, I don't know why you're so racist. Okay, the country clearly apologized for the Tuskegee event, which only begs the question, right? Why would you believe the government's telling you the truth all the time when they clearly have admitted to all these conspiracies and lies and horrible things like the Tuskegee experiments? It's like, yeah, we did that totally. Yeah, we're total evil jerks. But don't worry about it. We went to the moon. We went to the moon. That makes it better. We're sorry we gave your father something that made his arms and his wiener fall off, but we went to the moon. Good grief, kid! You should be happy.
And we got petrified wood.
Can I ask you a question?
No. That's what his father got. For the Tuskegee experiment. All right, now you can ask your question.
I came from another server. Talking. It like I realize I really am ridiculous to have ever responded back to some of these Globers. Like, if it were anything else, a certain level of stupidity, you just walk away. And the idea that someone doesn't know, like, about gas and how it works, seeing is that, all of us have at least put air in a tire or in a balloon. It's crazy that an anti-flat earther can say, you misunderstand how gases and solar masses work in this, that, and the third. Because it's different than here on Earth. It's like, some other mathematical concept. And I'm like, damn. And this is the question. If you had an Earth-sized helium balloon and you popped it, what would happen? But you got a son. Well, yeah, answer the question. Yeah, well, it's rhetorical. Y'all already know that. Like, so...
I'm guessing their answer would be turn into a mini Jupiter or something stupid like that.
Oh my God, that would be funny. But just curiously, was that Geo server you've just come from? Or
yeah.
Swear.
Yeah. So ridiculous.
Hey, not too bad. No, but guys, that is their answer. That's their creation story.
Why would more gas do that? I don't like. What's wrong? Why do I even care what's wrong with them? I can't deal with that level. Like, there are certain girls that I just go, no, not that one. Why do we talk to these people? We just, no, not you. Good luck. Like some of the Globers, we should just go ahead and go to infinity and beyond and give them like a lollipop or something. We take them way too serious. Sorry.
And a Buzz Lightyear sticker.
At least a cup too, a sippy cup that glows in the dark with the straw that glows in the dark.
Yeah, I get exactly what you're saying, because they would have monologued for ages about how smart they are, and then play dumb when you ask a simple question like that.
Ridiculous.
Oh, did you watch any? Did you watch any of the McToon, Rufus, John debate the other day?
You just reminded me. I'm going to watch it right now.
I got a bit annoyed of how often McToon was just interrupting John every single time. I thought he was supposed to be the moderator. John kept his cool.
It's a double trap. Look, it's a double trap. Okay, so the flat earther wants the Glober to proceed in using a model which, from the flat earther's perspective, has been derived from the flat earth in the first instance, right? And the Glober wants the flat earther to get a position fix using the model that's been derived from the flat earth in the first instance, which includes a radius, which they think then concedes that there's a radius to the earth. Okay, so now check this out. You can have a radius of a globe. Okay, a globe can have a radius, legit. Okay, the globe that they refer to does have a radius. Okay, but an Earth cannot have a radius. One, because a globe and a sphere is an ideal object. It doesn't exist in reality. So right there, you're off the reservation. And then obviously, the Earth has topography, so there is never a spot on the Earth, right, that's exactly the same as another spot on the Earth in quote-unquote radius. Like a radius is a specific thing. So they don't have that. But either way, it's a category error because one is the actual Earth and one is a model that they constructed. Within the model that they constructed, they have a radius claim. And that's all fine and dandy. But they think that by conceding to the model radius, that you're conceding that the Earth itself has a radius. Because, of course, the claim is if the Earth is flat in the first instance, then the globe is some type of model, some type of representation, some type of transform of the data that was gained from the Earth being flat. So John, when he put his challenge out because it was John's challenge, not McToon's challenge, he said, I will concede that you guys are getting position fixes by using a celestial sphere model, which is based on the flat Earth. And after that, I won't go any further, right? So that's what he agreed to do. And then McToon basically said, oh, no, you're here to give a fix. That's what you're here to do, buddy.
Yeah, he also had to keep interrupting John every time he was trying to make that point.
Yeah.
Which was very telling.
Yep. And then John did leave towards the end because his claim was that they were doing a lot of ad homs to him. But then it went to the Q&A section, which was actually pretty good. Because they were supposed to prove that they could get angles from the curve, right? And they did that by drawing two straight lines, right? And then getting angles from the straight lines. not actual angles from the curved lines. What they did is they got angles from points along the curve. Now, if you take that and try to make it analogous to the Earth, when he held up his piece of paper to demonstrate his squiggly lines and getting angles to them, you can verify in the same instance that those are indeed squiggly lines. So you know for a fact that they are. So when you intersect them with your straight lines, you know what you're dealing with. But that you don't have the same thing on the Earth. You're assuming that what you're doing is a curved surface underneath you. When you look at the horizon and you say there's a dip angle to it or whatever the heck you want to call it, you then call the line that you've made a tangent, which assumes that the ground beneath you is curved, but that's not what you actually see.
Yeah, assumption again. The whole model was just one huge, big concoction of assumptions.
Well, I think when you tune in to make fun of somebody instead of have a decent discussion, like the Globers do, and let's be honest, a lot of the flatties probably show up trying to just pick on Globers and laugh at them. When I'm sorry, but there's no debate. It's not that this, that, light, this, that, the other. Give us one curvature measurement, and if you can't, it's over. Goodbye. What they're doing is pandering to people's want to step on other people, put their thumb their nose up at other people. And that's all they're They don't even have a point. And that's why I call these Globers fake Globers coming in here, because there's no fucking way they don't know it's flat by now. No way. And so they're lying to us.
It's like they're bottlenecking it into a scenario that fits them, even though it doesn't fit them.
Well, look, it's a tale as old as kindergarten, right? You go to the sandbox and you tell everyone that my daddy drives a bigger truck than your daddy. My daddy has 13-inch biceps. Your daddy only has 11-inch biceps.
Yep.
My daddy eats chocolate ice cream. Oh. Your dad eats vanilla ice cream. Yeah, my dad's in prison. He's tougher than your dad. Oh, yeah, well, my dad will be home tonight. Sucker. But anyway, that extrapolates itself out into adulthood, for sure.
And there's always that one kid. I have two daddies.
My model tells me what the sun, moon, and stars are. You guys don't even have a model.
Oh no, it's getting boring, isn't it?
They're like, "Hey, where's your Hot Wheels of the Earth?"
It's like the globe was a magic trick of epic proportions, and it's been an illusion ever since whoever played the trick first. And it's like it's grown into this thing, and I kind of feel like maybe even the elites have tried to tell people, fam, it's just not a globe for so long that they're feeling the same way I'm feeling right now. Like, oh, fuck it. I don't know who started this globe shit, but they're not going to wake up.
You're in a hurricane, Rob.
In a tornado.
But yeah, the way you just said that, Eli, it just reminded me of the film The Village.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that. Weren't there like monsters or something? Right. But it turned out to be like, I don't want to give away I got to rewatch it though. But yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it's like a lie created by the elders, and then the elders die, right? But the people they sold the lie to believe it, and then they keep the lie going. So there's no one actually lying. It's just the deceived keeping the lie going. And it's almost like what you said about the globe. It's like who were the first ones that started this bullshit? And no one really needs to know that it's bullshit anymore. Everyone just believes the bullshit.
Y'all just dropped some knowledge. That was big time knowledge. Anybody listening, you're stupid if you don't agree with me.
We didn't hear you because your mic is so low.
No worries. Keep talking. Good stuff.
Just kidding.
But yeah, when I was watching, actually, yeah, I don't really want to give away the end of that film in case anyone wants to see it.
Yeah, somebody was getting into it before about, what's the reason they're trying to get rid of us? That's a nasty topic.
There's so many reasons. Technology, they don't need slaves anymore. So just endless amounts of reasons. But
I was talking about
we're stronger in numbers. Weaken the opposition.
I was talking about it with somebody yesterday, actually. I think that, without a threat to human life, then we don't really try to defend ourselves or get stronger or more formidable to environments. You know what I mean?
Right, you get complacent, you get comfortable.
If there isn't like an everlasting threat, what happens to us? It's almost like they know this about people, and they just do whatever they want to us because they know that we'll grow from it. That's like a principle of humanity, is that we find a way to survive no matter what's attacked. So they're just doing whatever they want to us.
I don't think they'd be doing it to make us stronger, though.
I think they do it because they know it's not going to matter at the end of the day.
Well, you got to have someone work in the fields, right? So
yeah, it's almost like there's no consequence to them for all the suffering they cause because people always just find their way. Is that crazy?
Well, if they're sociopath or whatever, where they don't feel guilt, then yeah.
Yeah, because you got people doing nasty shit. Like I know somebody that they got 3 kids, and their boss won't give them more hours, but they're understaffed all the time. It's just like, okay, like you're a corporate level type company, and you just really don't care about your employees, like how much money they're making. The point I'm making is, that's just some dickhead shit. I don't think it goes beyond that. People just don't give a fuck about each other.
Some do.
They've never seen a consequence for this type of treatment that they give people. And people get away with nasty shit. That's my point. think Anthony Fauci, pretty sure has a wife or is married. Like, this is like the most horrible man ever, and he got a girlfriend. Crazy.
Right, it makes you think, what made her fall for him, or how evil was she to fall for him, or just so much. It just makes you question. Like,
She's a big fan. She's a big fan of the Fauci ouchie.
Maybe that's his handler.
Hey.
Maybe Anthony Fauci is actually in a conservatorship.
Wait, what do you mean by handler? Nah, no, I'm not going.
Same way that Jill Biden might be a handler. I don't know, dude. Just speculating.
Like he's on adrenochrome and he needs help to get to places when he's lacking.
No, I meant that the other way. Like it's his wife, you know. Like, never mind.
Oh, okay, I got you.
No, I was only joking. I was bringing up the most.
Okay, Orion, I see you.
Silly point.
I mean, easier to. It's kind of suspect to have some dude follow him around. Just make it his wife, right? No one will suspect that.
Here's a topic
all the time, unless it's
here's a topic that we can jump into. What's going on with all the food factories being burnt up in America? What the hell?
Yeah, so a very simple answer. There's this thing called artificial scarcity, and also this other thing called regulations. And the combination of these two can cause a shortage of things where there wouldn't normally be a shortage of things. Just, through nonsense like that. And, I think a lot of it would be on purpose. Some of it may be not on purpose. But anyway, the point is, you don't need a large, million square foot warehouse factory to make baby formula. You don't need that to make that. But the way that they talk about it on the mainstream news, you might get that impression that that's the case, but it's not really the case. It's just fuckery in the economy. Remember, America is not. This is not by definition free market economics. This is not a free market economy. It's a semi-free market economy. It's important to remember that.
It's like, because we've all heard about, apparently there's going to be food shortages. That was a while ago they were saying about that. And now you see these food stations being burnt down. It's like, why? Weird coincidence. And you've got these, the Dutch farmers causing havoc on the roads. It's all about the food crisis now. That's the next stage we're in.
Bullshit.
Yeah, and you want to know what the best way is to avoid that stupid nonsense, which is something I've been doing for years on end anyway for another set of reasons. Just simply buy locally produced food and eat locally produced food, hopefully not through multinational corporations. If you can manage to do that, you'll probably be better off than your neighbor who wouldn't be doing that if they're not doing that.
Definitely. Rather put my money in the little people's pockets than the big corporations. Definitely.
Yeah, man. Listen, if you're relying on a food system that somebody else runs and pays for, and you don't have to get all your stuff yourself, well, of course, when they pull the plug, you won't know what the fuck to do. Learn how to garden. Yeah, do locally grown stuff. Support local everything. Do a lot of it your fucking self, and you won't have to worry if the public food system failed. Who gives a shit? The earth grows food. Use it. Get out of here.
Yeah, I think the biggest sort of like roadblock in that is the lack of community. How your neighbors are strangers. That's the annoying thing about life these days, because you'd love to be able to knock on your neighbour's door and say, look, I'm growing this vegetable, but I don't have space for this one. Why don't you grow this one? And then, everyone on your street is growing a different vegetable. So every different vegetable is available, and then you trade between people,
Yep. And to further that, you'd be surprised at just what kind of community people start to organize themselves when the man starts to take things away. Not only do people start getting mad or even more complacent, there will be many people organize. You'd be surprised at the cause and effect kind of deal happening. There's a lot of people just waiting to homestead, right? Waiting to build these kinds of nice communities so that we can maybe start. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it is going to take a culling. Not like
a wake-up call.
A culling of the way that we do food. Food shouldn't be a business. Anyway.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Human necessities should not be a marketplace.
Problem is, people are used to it. They don't understand that it's temporary. That this system created for you to not have to work for a fucking thing and just throw paper at stakes and be like, yep, that's me working for my shit. Sorry, a train's going by. Hang on. Okay. Anyway, I don't know if y'all were caring what I was saying, but food should, in my opinion, food should be a commodity because it is a necessity, and of course there should be organization and sharing. But I don't want to pay, quote unquote, sweat equity alone for apples. I'd rather give you apples for oranges. I'd rather something equal in value. Because once you start assigning unknown sweat equity to pieces of paper and then say, well, you're going to get paper for goods, I mean, eventually that's going to crumble and fail. But it's always fair if you trade like things and like values.
Yeah, equal practical purpose.
Exactly. What am I going to do with fucking paper? Like, what if I need oranges, okay, and you have apples? I'm sorry, what if I need oranges, you have oranges, I only have apples? Well, I don't want paper so that I can go get the oranges. Just give me some fucking oranges. You know what I mean?
Right. Middleman.
Yeah.
Hi, Steve.
You say Steve?
Yeah, I was just about to say, wrong chat, I think.
It's just something I say. Never mind.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Sorry,
Alan,
Hey.
ow.
Chase Bank, that's good.
I feel kind of sleazy, but I'll leave it up just for tonight.
I'm running out of ideas for mine.
The KJ, that's pretty good though.
Thank you.
It's boring as shit. I was thinking of living clock for mine. What do you guys think?
Speak up, boy! I can't hear you from up there!
I was thinking of living clock for mine. What do you guys think?
A living clock.
Yeah, like a living clock. Like the sky's like a living clock.
What kind of shit is that?
No, I'm just kidding. I've heard of sky clock before. Have you heard that before?
Yeah, I think I've heard that before.
That's a Crow 777 thing.
Be shouting out my nigga Crow 777.
I actually really like that phrase. It seems to make sense, but no one really uses that kind of terminology here. But I think it's appropriate.
So how about I picked and ate my first squash? It was amazing.
Butternut.
This some serious gourmet shit.
Yeah, it was so good. It was so
Got a clip for
squashy.
everything.
It was sweet.
What kind of squash?
It was a winter squash. It was yellow, so I just grilled it up.
Ooh, those are good.
I used to grow strawberries, and those are so tiny, and you just kind of eat them as snacks. But this was still kind of a snack, but it was so big in my hand that I was like, wow, I'm just like pretty proud of myself for committing to the goal I had set.
Nice.
What else do you grow?
I'm growing tomatoes. I have a couple of tomatoes that are grown right now. They're still green. And then I'm growing peppers. I'm growing chilies, bell peppers, jalapenos, and purple jalapenos. But I'm still waiting for those.
Is it like a small little like backyard or veranda garden kind of thing?
It's at my dad's work, and that's where I want to move because there's an extra building that used to be a post office. It's like it'll be like a little tiny home. But I put my garden down there. I'll send a picture.
How did you start gardening?
Well, I started gardening just strawberries, and really that's it. But my pap's dad showed him how to garden, and then he showed my dad how to garden. And when I was little, I wasn't like super involved in the whole process, but I remember like tilling with the tiller and putting the plants in. The only part I didn't really do was kind of like watch and water, which is what my dad was doing because he was working. He could do that because he was working down there, so he'd just walk outside. And I felt like it's always been like a part of just my nature, but I never actually committed. And except for strawberries up at home, because there was room up here to grow strawberries. But now Like I started them from seeds, and it was just a whole process. Like we have a fish tank too, so I added the nitrates from that. I went to like a freshwater spring that's high in sulfate, and I added that to them to help their photosynthesis. And not a single one of my plants has shown any signs of like blight or bad health. And the only thing I spray on them is baking soda and water and hydrogen peroxide to change the pH of the leaf so that it doesn't get sickly.
Did you ever have a contrast though, where you didn't do that to the plants just to see the difference?
Oh yeah, I have a couple plants that, because I grew so many, I didn't have enough room because I had to do raised beds because of the
bugs,
because of bugs and because of groundhogs. There's so many, so I did raised beds and I fenced them in, and the ones that didn't make it, I just put in like a ghetto pot to the side, and they're doing terrible. There's bugs all through them. I didn't spray any of them.
And they don't get less sun or anything like that. They're not more in the shade, or
no, they're in the same vicinity essentially. Those are my tomatoes, but they're a lot bigger now. That was from like probably a week or two ago. But I really want to get into flowers too, so I can bring in natural pollinators.
Yeah, flowers are nice.
Yeah, the bees are going crazy over the lavender in my garden at the moment.
Oh, that's awesome. Bumblebees or honeybees?
I don't know. I don't even know if we have two different types of bee here in England. I just see the same bee all the time. Fuck knows if we've got different species of bees here. I think there's one bee in England. I ain't seen no different types of bee. Fuck knows.
That's funny.
That is funny about how they go after lavender like that, because I know some lavender bushes a block from where I live, and the bees are just swarming all over it and ignoring the other plants around the surrounding area. It's kind of funny how that works.
Absolutely love it.
So then I grew the orange flower, and that thing is like a brain. It is so cool. I think it's from like somewhere in India, and they grow it because you can eat it, but they like it as like a decoration flower. But that thing is just gnarly looking.
Yeah, it's a bit different.
Not your typical flower, that's for sure. There's a flower that is called lamb's ear. My aunt gave me some, but it didn't take. But it's super fuzzy. Like it feels like silk or like a soft blanket, and the bees go crazy for it. And so I was trying to grow it because it grows like a weed.
Yeah, it's cyan colored, right? Kind of like turquoise colored, cyan colored leaf.
Yeah, it's like greenish blue with like white little hairs on it. But I picked it up because she gave me like a clipping of it, and I just, oh my gosh, it's so soft. I was so obsessed with it. I'm so sad that it didn't take. But even if I had to buy my own, I will, because it's really good for bringing in the bumblebees. And bumblebees are good because they will wake up earlier than your honeybees, and the flowers on your squash plants open in the morning, and the honeybees won't get to it. It's really interesting that there's so many different types of bees, and they all do like a specific pollination job to like the native like flowering plants. Honeybees can't compare to like soft bumblebees in their ability to pollinate like deep flowers that need like long hairs, like how bumblebees have. So that's why I prefer them over honeybees.
Do you know what I find strange is that I planted spring onions probably a year ago, and because they're so easy to regrow, like we kind of forgot about those ones that we we planted, and they've been in the raised bed for like probably over a year or maybe even 2 years. So they're not even edible, right? But then they've got they sprout the seeds, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the bees are going crazy for that. Like, what? I don't understand it. And then also, I've got this other idea of surely whatever plants the bees go to, the honey is infused with the flavor of that. So would there be some sort of oniony, flavor in the background of that honey? Because that's weird.
I was just thinking, it's interesting what you guys are talking about, and I was just thinking about what you guys are saying about bees and everything, and I got to thinking about, I can't remember actually where I live the last time I saw a bumblebee. I've seen a few honeybees here and there, not very many. Mostly all I see is wasp. I have a lot of wasp out, and I live in a very rural area in the country, and it's crazy that you just sparked that memory in my brain that I cannot remember the last time I actually saw a bumblebee. And usually, you see them all the time, but I don't think I've seen one at all yet this summer.
I don't know if you guys remember, but I guess it depends on your area, but I remember when I was a kid, if you didn't walk out with shoes, and I always was barefoot, and you walked onto the grass, you were probably going to get stung by a bee because there was just so many bees everywhere.
I remember that.
Yeah, for sure.
I would say, not as a kid, I remember that, but lately I've been noticing that in my garden that there's these. I don't even know what the flower is. A small flower that comes back even after I've mowed the grass. Like it comes back quite quickly, and the bees are all over it. And I've just been thinking, like, wow, like I'm not that cognizant of when I'm just walking around in my garden. I could just be treading on these bees. But I don't really remember that much from when I was young. Like, I didn't have to sort of have that in mind.
And at least in where I live, I kind of like pretty much what you would call like the definition of suburbia. There used to be so many more bees around here, and I'm not quite sure why there's not. I remember we would go outside and just catch them in jars because there were so many, and you could have like 20 or 30 in the same bottle because it was hilarious. And now I'm like, every time I see a bumblebee, I like run over because I'm so excited that a bumblebee decided to get pollen off of this flower in my yard.
So even where you are, it's for you lately. It's rare to see one. You're saying?
Oh yeah, totally.
A bumblebee, yeah.
I remember it completely different.
Yeah, so do I. Yeah, they were everywhere.
Same with the fireflies. At night, the fireflies.
Ladybirds. I used to see ladybirds all the time when I was a kid. I don't see them ever now.
Yeah, that's so true.
Well, I think that's because didn't the Asian beetle? I think they decimated the ladybugs, and now every time you think you see a ladybug, it's not actually a ladybug. It's what they call an Asian beetle, which looks similar to a ladybug, but they're not.
But yeah,
I don't know.
They used to be rife with it in England, and I don't know where it's gone. Where have they gone?
Yeah, where are they?
I still have a lot of fireflies in my yard, that's for sure. But
So yeah, on fireflies, we're not known for like a huge population. Where I live, I live in Pennsylvania, but there used to be. It was almost like the night sky. You would walk outside, and there was so many in your field of view that it looked like starry skies. Now I see like one, maybe two, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot. Like fireflies are a thing. Like it's been so long that I almost forgot that was an experience that I got to have living in Pennsylvania.
And you live in a suburban area, you said?
Yeah, pretty suburban. I live right next to like a main road.
I wonder if it has anything to do with like pesticides and people overspraying their lawns and whatnot. Because I remember when I was a kid and lived in a suburb. Yeah, any given night on a summer, I could walk out into my front yard and the entire yard would just be lit up with fireflies. But I mean, I live out in the country now, and I still have a lot out here in the country. So,
yeah, I went to my buddy's house out in the country, and there they were again, just like I remembered. Like you look into trees, you look into a field, and you just see like twinkling fireflies, but not here in the suburbs anymore.
Would you say the biggest attraction for them is water, lakes, and swamps?
I guess I would have to see what their egg cycle is like if they put their eggs in water.
Because I'm not totally sure, but I'm pretty sure that we don't have them in England. Britain, UK.
Do you know what I'm talking about, though? Fireflies.
Yeah, I've heard of them. Yeah.
We used to squish them when we were kids on our shoes and get that green goo on our shoes, and our shoes would glow in the dark.
No way. Oh, now I know how glow sticks are made.
Yeah.
It seems like where I live, though, bugs kind of go through like a cycle. Like one season, we'll have like an abundance of horseflies, and there's just horseflies just everywhere. You can't even step out the door without getting attacked by horseflies. And then next year, it'll be mosquitoes, and then the next year it'll be something else. It seems to, at least where I live, that's kind of been my experience the last, I'd say 5-7 years. It's different every year. As far as bugs, we went through a phase 2 where there's just box elders everywhere, and then this year there isn't any. And a year before that, it was like you guys were saying, the ladybugs or Asian beetles, and I'm really not seeing any of those at all this year. Last year it was mosquitoes. We have no mosquitoes this year. This year it is flies, though. There's just, you step out the front door and there's just gnats and horse flies just everywhere. No bumblebees, though.
Yeah, that is true.
The thing I know about like insectoid life is they need, well, a lot of them survive and reproduce in a tall grass environment, like say a meadow, and then the meadow brings the birds in, and the birds will eat the bugs. And birds like chicken and even flying birds, when they hit the tall grass, it scatters the seeds, which grows the grass. So it's kind of like a cycle. And if you have chicken, there is a free way to feed them by maintaining tall grass and moving their fenced area like a couple feet away every day, and they'll grow the tall grass with like the little wheat seeds in them and all the different seeds. It'll choke the clovers out, and it'll choke all the other weeds out, and it's a process I watched this guy do on YouTube. He was trying to turn this like dry hill into like a really pretty grassy hill, and he figured that he could do it with his chickens, and it was working really well. It was a really interesting video to watch.
He must have really been moving that fence a lot, because I have chickens and their penned in area, which used to be covered completely in grass, is just now dirt. Like they've decimated that whole area, and because they're constantly digging with their feet and they dig up all that grass, and now it's just there's no grass. It's just all dirt and mud. But I still let them out of there in free range and let them roam around the property, because that's good too.
I've got a weird story about chickens that my mum told me.
Chickens will really mess up a yard if you.
Yeah, totally. They love dirt paths.
Yeah.
When my mum was young, she lived, she worked on a farm.
Sorry about the noise, fellas.
And they had battery hens, and apparently they would get more eggs if they played music to the hens. So they'd have the radio on for the hens.
Well, that's interesting.
It's not just us people that like music.
I wonder if it depends on what the frequency the music is recorded in. That probably plays a role too, right?
Well, my mum thought, strangely enough, it was actually the host. It was the host's voice. It wasn't even the music, but it was just the guy that spoke on the radio.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, but that could have just been her idea.
Yeah, totally. I don't know how music affects the eggs, but I do know that if you give them calcium, you'll harden the egg, and that prevents it from breaking if they go to peck at it. Because a lot of chickens have been bred, but to eat them just due to years of behavioral things, I guess, just behavioral issues. But we used to put golf balls in there, so they'd peck at the golf ball and learn not to peck at the egg.
Like, yeah, fuck that. Don't do that again.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you got to routinely collect the eggs, like every morning or every evening. You got to go out there and grab them, because otherwise they will eventually start pecking at them. Some of them, anyways.
Now that is so interesting that chickens lay an egg almost every day. Like, how does something do that? That is just a gift. I'll say that.
Never really thought about that before, but that is strange, isn't it?
Also, the chickens.
Yeah, what's going on inside them to do that?
I imagine the chickens are not too chuffed about having to lay an egg every day. We are.
Yeah, it's just a shit for them, basically.
Weather can affect their laying ability too, though, because I know when we've had some really humid, hot days that go on for like a week or so, their production really slows down, and they don't necessarily all lay every day like that. That really actually affects egg production when you have dry, hot, humid days. So that I always thought that was curious too. Like, what do they care what the weather is? Well, how does that affect their egg production? But it does play a role.
If they're straining to pop the egg out, maybe when it's just too hot, they can't be bothered. They just don't have the energy to strain. I don't know. That's what first came to mind.
Well, that would mean though that the egg then is still inside them and they just can't push it out. So then what happens to they just keep it in there for
right? Yeah, the next
until the weather,
like on a backlog. Yeah, they got a backlog. Sorry, there's a 2-day waiting list. You're gonna have to wait.
As far as that music thing
Have
goes,
you ever?
That's
So they're not hardcore
music.
come in.
Sorry, fucking interrupting someone.
That they're not hard boiled then when they come out in the hot weather.
Unfortunately, no. That would be nice sometimes. Save a couple of steps.
Right. I can remember working in a couple of kitchens, and this sous chef, he tricked the commie chef. He'd hard boiled a couple of eggs and then put it back with all the raw eggs. This guy went to make scrambled egg, right? And he's cracking all these eggs. He's like, "What the fuck? Hard boiled egg? What the fuck?" I just couldn't help it. Oh my god, that guy was a prankster, man. Ah, fucking hell.
That's a good trick.
Yeah, once he also used to do, when we used to do staff meals, like we'd make a pizza from scratch, and there would be one area of the pizza that was hidden, that was like had a lot of chili flakes hidden by cheese. So someone was getting a really nasty slice of pizza. Oh, he's done many. What was it? Horseradish in a roll? Yeah, I've done it.
The one gentleman, he had something to say, and we were kind of all talking at the same time, and I didn't hear what he said. I'm kind of curious as to what he said, if he's still there and wants to repeat what he said.
It was just going back on the conversation about playing music for the chickens. Like, that's not even far-fetched. It probably has positive effects on them, you know. Hear all the time about people playing music for their plants and stuff, you know. And even my dad used to do that in his greenhouse, but I never asked him about it, and he passed when I was quite young. I don't know if it, was better results or whatnot, but I'm sure there's studies into that stuff.
Oh no, yeah, no, I've read plenty, I've seen plenty of studies about that. They've proven that it does have an effect. Actually, people have been telling me, my fiance right now is pregnant, and people are telling me that it's even good to play music to the belly once the baby, I think it's like 24 weeks, once it develops the ability to hear. And some people are even saying before that it's even still good if it's the right kind of music and you're playing it at the right frequency and the right volume, that it can actually somehow have an effect on the baby as it's growing, and it can be really beneficial. Which, I mean, I'm not gonna say it's not true. What do I know?
Well, this is like literally a segue into cymatics. This is, isn't it?
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah.
But we know as far as pregnancy goes, like, babies can be affected by the kind of minute mental states of the mother throughout the pregnancy. So if something like that, so subtle, can affect the kind of, and we're talking like down the line, like when they're born and how their personality develops. I think there was a study showing how, like, pregnant women during I forget which World War it was, probably two, the ones in Poland where there was food shortages, that they were starving during pregnancy. The children that were born from them women became kind of what's the word?
Easy to get a beef. That was in Holland.
Yeah. That's it.
Holland, yeah.
What's it, Holland? Yeah. So there's things like that.
They would gain weight very easily.
They had problems with food, pretty much. They eat too much, and so there was obviously this subtle notion within their psyche that they didn't live in an environment of abundance when it came to food, and that's passed on from the mental state of the mother during the pregnancy, where that was the case. So I mean, if such things like that affect people down the line, then I don't know why more direct things like music, vibration and all that wouldn't affect things in the moment in some way or another.
Yeah, I definitely think it has an effect. But the way I saw that, like what you brought up about the mothers, I see it as the babies just got used to having less. So when they actually had more, they got fatter quicker. they were used to having a smaller amount. Something like that. Anyway.
Yeah, it could be a case of something like that, yeah, as well. I mean, there is so many facets to it at the end of the day. But I always just kind of refer back to what Nikola Tesla said about this realm, you know. It's all about vibrations, essentially, you know. So things can't not affect other things one way or another. It's just quantifying what them effects actually are and trying to get the positive ones.
I guess I'm curious if the babies born in Poland gained weight quicker because they actually were just gaining weight quicker because that's how they were born, or if it was more of like a mental issue in which they didn't know when to like kind of stop eating because of that short period of when they were in the belly.
I'd have to find the study again and read over it again to see all the nuances to answer you.
No, definitely, totally, but it just leaves a big room for, like you said, everything affects something in whichever way, but you know, it's interesting. Like the effect is pretty obvious for the people who did that study on the babies in Poland, but like the how it happened and the cause, all the different pieces that go into it. It's really hard to even something small like that. It's hard to really divvy up what caused and how it affected these babies. You know what I mean? It just goes to show how sensitive everything is in even the littlest sense.
Yeah, I often say like the tapestry of cause and effect is incomprehensible for us, you know. We really don't know what the smallest things can affect down the line.
Oh, and the thing, everything affects everyone differently too, right? Because we're all, as much as we are similar and the same in a lot of ways, we're actually all different in so many ways too, right? Like, you know, some people, they can live and be overweight and live to be 100 years old, and for some reason, for their body and their how they're built, their structure, whatever it is, that is actually a healthy weight for them. And then you have other people that will die early because of weight, or you have thin people that exercise every day and you know they're thin and fit, but yet they die young. And then you have people that are fit and thin and live really long. So it's like weight and all that, and it's to each individual, right? We are all different in a sense in that way, whereas what might be good for one person might not be good for another person. If that makes sense. I'm sorry if that didn't make sense. I'm kind of rambling a little bit. I had a little too many cocktails, but I apologize.
That makes
it
sense.
sounded good in my head.
I hear what you're saying, Paul.
No, that makes sense because my grandpa, he I can't remember what's wrong with him, but he's taking all these pills because he has some sort of health condition.
Probably
but
right there, man. This is what's wrong with him. He's taking all these pills. I think we found the cause.
And he goes to the doctor, and the doctor said he's not gonna die. Like he obviously still needs to take the pills, but they're like, what's going on? Like, is this gonna affect his his lifespan? And he said no. Like his heartbeat is still kicking like a horse. Like this man's not gonna die. Like so his genetics, whatever his genetics were or are, whatever his genetics are and how they pass down, like his heart is beating like it's a young heart. So no, I totally agree. I'm like, some people are just built different.
That's why I wonder if that study about the babies in Poland isn't. Like, I don't even understand how you could do a study like that, even if you treated all the mothers the same. They're not the same. So what? Their DNA and their what's the word I'm looking for?
Yeah, I mean, I take issue with studies that do like kind of track people over multiple decades. I don't know how they realistically do that. We're talking like 24/7 reality TV here. You'd have to be. You'd need to follow the person's like every little lifestyle choice over the course of decades, which they obviously don't. So I do have issues with studies like that.
Well, and not only that, but what about like you got to go back into their family history, and what about their parents, and then what about their grandparents, and how to, yeah, I completely agree. I feel like I don't put a lot of stock into much of that stuff because, like I said, we are all so different in so many ways, but so many things are hereditary too. Like, say, schizophrenia, for example, that's hereditary. And a lot of people, some families not. Some families it is. It's so, and there's so many weird things like that are just genetic in each of our DNA that your neighbor might not have, or your brother might not have, or your, whatever. There could be a dude that eats McDonald's every day of his life, and he can live to be 110 years old and be fine. And then somebody else can eat McDonald's every day, and they're gonna die when they're 30.
Yeah, I'd have to say your mental state and your beliefs around yourself play a big part.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing.
But definitely, it's one of like the kind of strangest things in life for me to think about what you're describing here, Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why is it you do get healthy people that do all the healthiest things and they die young, and then you get the complete opposite and they live long lives,
Well, smoking too, they say smoking is so bad for everyone and it causes cancer, but yet I've known relatives that have lived to be into their 90s and smoked every day of their life till they were like 13, 14 years old, and they never got cancer. But then you hear about somebody that didn't even smoke ever, but they died of lung cancer. It's like, what's going on here?
I have a different theory as to why they try. Well, yeah, over the last 60 years, have been attempting to remove smoking from society because we know whatever the government's saying, we can essentially conclude that the opposite's true.
Absolutely.
So going by that, it's like, okay, so if smoking and the common narrative that smoking's terrible, decreases your lifespan, it makes you unhealthy, all this causes all these problems. That's what the government wants. They love that. They love, having a population that are essentially too weak to think properly, too unhealthy. That's where they want.
I think it could be true.
So why would they get rid of smoking if that was the case? And I think sorry, I'll just finish here. I think it's a case of I don't know. I see smoking and all that tied to the rebellious spirit in a way.
Mm-hmm.
All the most interesting people I've met, and I'm not going to completely generalize, but there's certainly non-smokers that I've met that are very interesting people, but far more are generally smokers, and beyond smoking, they're tokers as well, And these are the ones that can actually, they can expand the borders of their minds and think about things and take on ideas. So I think
do get what you're saying there. It's more rebellious.
So I think that's why they want to get smoking out of society, because somehow
they have done a 180
it leads to that.
They did tell us at one point that it was good. They did promote smoking at one point.
Yeah, but I
that's
think that
true.
was
They did.
that was them coming from their typical. Okay, we've got a substance here that's addictive. We can make a lot of money with it, on top of making people unhealthy with it. Which is what they
I
were
don't
aiming.
believe that it's probably good for anyone, but I don't necessarily believe that it's a death sentence for everyone too. Like I said, I think that for some people, yeah, maybe their genetic makeup, they can't handle it, and it maybe could hurt them and cause disease. But for other people, they could be possibly immune. I think it's different for everyone.
Well,
So from what I know about smoking is when you smoke, you destroy the small like cilia hairs.
Areoli? Oh, no, I can't remember.
Yeah, the small air sacs, right?
In the lungs, yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
I guess those little hairs they're good for I guess like some sort of like blockage from like bacteria or some shit like that.
Well, yeah, they're supposed to stop dirt getting into the lungs, essentially.
But two, they're also good because like the air kind of creates a certain amount of like I guess like friction or like kind of holds into the little cavities, so you can like intake more oxygen into your lungs. And when you quit smoking, it takes up to a year to grow the cilia hairs.
Certainly. I mean, there's absolutely nothing good about someone smoking 20 a day or something like that. But I'm talking in a manner of like discipline and moderation.
Yeah,
Because
totally.
natural tobacco is used in rituals with like Native Indians and such like that.
It's like a marijuana
it's utilized as like as a tool for spiritual endeavors.
That's probably a big problem too. Is we don't have a lot of natural tobacco these days anymore. The cigarettes you buy from the companies have so many chemicals sprayed into them that's probably where most of the problems lie for a lot of people that have.
Yeah.
Sick.
That's what I mean. It's like, you've got the garbage sugar in foods that's put out, right? And then you've got natural sugars, which are good for the body, right? So you've got the garbage tobacco products that are put out on the market versus the natural thing. And again, when it's used in moderation and with discipline, could potentially have positive effects for the mind, the spirit, the whatever. But I'm just throwing ideas. I'm not saying, no, let's all go out and fucking smoke. You know what I mean?
No. Like I said, I think, some people, sure, you can live a long life and be a smoker, but like I said, some individuals, whatever their makeup is, it is more harmful to them than some other. Just like like I'll put it this way: some people are lactose intolerant. Some people can handle lactose. Some people can't. Or there's so many other things like that, like peanut allergies or any other kind of different. We are all made up of some of the same things, but yet it's still we are all very different individually. I look at smoking and alcohol and even other drugs in the same manner.
Well, I would get rid of alcohol before smoking in society, to be honest.
And how surely you guys have all noticed that you've got a skinny friend that eats and eats and eats more than you do, yet you put on weight and they don't.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody has one of them friends.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, I'm the opposite. I'm the type of person where if I don't exercise daily, I will gain weight and I'll be overweight. But maybe that's good for me. Maybe I'm supposed to be overweight. Maybe that's healthy for my body. I don't know. That's what I mean. Like, if I work out vigorously every day and I try to maintain a certain body weight, maybe that's not healthy for my body.
Right.
I try to gain weight, but if I tried to gain weight, it would have to be like 4 or 5 meals a day. Because even when I eat 3 meals a day, I don't gain weight. I just like burn it faster. instead of like my body would just try and burn it out.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
No, it's good. I'm 22.
Oh, well, you're too young still, though.
You're very young. Yeah.
Yeah, but I've been skinny. I mean, I only weigh. I mean, my current weight is, 127. So I'm not any heavier than like a woman my age, but I do fall into like the healthy category for my weight and height at 5'9". And
I used to be like you at your age. I'm currently 43, and all throughout my adolescence and through high school and into my early 20s, I could eat whatever I wanted, and I love food, so I would eat, and it didn't matter how much I ate. I never gained a pound. But as soon as I started getting into my mid 20s, I started to put on weight, and I kept eating like I did, thinking, because that's how I grew up. I could eat whatever I wanted, and then I kept doing that because I was just so used to it. But I just kept getting like that beer belly, just a belly. That's really the only place I gained weight.
Yeah, I don't think you can conclude that like, oh, I'm a perpetually skinny person no matter how much I try to eat until you're about at least 25, 30.
No, that's true. I did gain weight when I was constantly working out during ski season, and I was eating because I was hungry from skiing, and then I was skiing it was kind of a workout. I was up to 135. That was my max weight I've ever been. And that was pure muscle. Like there was barely any fat in my body.
I was always chubby, even when I was a bit younger. So that's why it was odd to me seeing like my friends eat way more than me and just not put on an ounce of weight.
You know what's curious about that too is you have those people that are chubby when they're young and heavier set, but then it's the opposite. When they start to get older and they hit that peak in their 20s, they actually start shedding the weight somehow and actually become very fit. I always thought that was very odd, and and they're not even trying. It's not like they're exercising their butt off or anything, but I've seen that too with friends that I know that were very heavy set when we were in school, but then when they started getting in their 20s, they just shed that weight somehow.
Didn't happen to me. I'm pretty much the same still. Like I'm 6 foot and I fluctuate between 15 and 17 stone.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not obese or nothing. You know what I mean? I've got a few extra pounds. That's it.
Right.
Like those.
You know what though? Everything has changed. Everybody who is like 40 plus, like a long time ago, the foods that were, to eat back like prior to the 90s, all those foods were healthier. Like even the Twinkies and things like that like people ate when they were kids back in like the 70s and 80s or 60s, they weren't the same Twinkies they are now. Like all the chemicals and the excitotoxins and just everything that's in the food these days completely wrecks all of our gut bacteria. And your gut bacteria has more to do with what you weigh than anything else. So all of your habits, your exercise and all the foods you eat and the variety of foods you eat and what's in the food you eat and how much pesticides and chemicals and food additives are in it, it all has to do with your gut bacteria. Because very, very, very few people were ever overweight before, like the 1980s and 90s is when people really started rapidly gaining weight, especially with the inception of the low-fat diet. That was the worst thing that ever happened because it upped the sugar intake. Everybody got rid of the healthy fats and even the saturated fats, which your brain needs. Now there's all this dementia and Alzheimer's because people aren't eating saturated fat anymore and they're eating these low-fat diets and increasing their sugar. It's really a mess. I mean, there's a lot to it. I mean, I've been researching this stuff for a long time. I mean, reading research papers. It's really a mess. You know, I don't
Absolutely.
think anybody has
Really
to
is.
be overweight. It just has to do with trying to get rid of all these artificial foods and get your gut bacteria back on track and trying to move, you know, like movement, everything. But genetics don't tell you that you have to be fat. Genetics don't tell you that you have to come down with a disease. Genetics tell you that if you do this and this and this and this, this is how your body will respond to that. Your cells don't have to like break down and become crazy and get inherited diseases. All your genetics tell you is that under these conditions, this is what will happen. If you allow your mitochondria to malfunction, this is how they're gonna malfunction. Nobody has to be, and I'm addicted to sugar. I struggle all the time. Like I'm highly addicted to all these food chemicals and stuff. It's a battle, and
When
it's
you
not.
say sugar, do you mean high fructose or do you mean actual natural sugar?
Well, no, I'm just addicted to any sugar. I think actually I'm prone to candida overgrowth. So normally when I'm being good, normally I try to stick to what I call low carb-ish diets because then I don't feel like a crazy person. I don't crave things. But if I start increasing my carbohydrates or I actually eat actual sugar, then it starts setting me off and then I start feeling like a crazy person and then I'm craving things.
Sure.
But now there is a difference. The corn companies tried to put, it was kind of hilarious actually, but not really. The corn companies tried to put out a whole commercial campaign saying that, oh, high fructose corn syrup is the same as sugar. Sugar has 4 calories per gram, and high fructose corn syrup has 4 grams of sugar per gram. And they try to make it actually sound like it's the same. Well, it's the same calories, but the problem with high fructose corn syrup is that when you eat and this is why they put it in their French fries, they put it in their breads, they put it in everything. Because what high fructose corn syrup does that's different than natural sugar is that it actually turns off, it genetically turns off and flips the switch to turn off your hormone that tells your brain you're full.
Right.
So you will end up eating way more of that food, than you would have had you had regular sugar in that food. So that's why I really do try to read labels. And if I can, I try to avoid high fructose corn syrup like the plague because it does make you eat like at least 1.5 times more than you would have.
Absolutely. You're spot on about what you're saying too about the time frame of when people started to gain more weight because if I think about my grandparents, like what you're saying about Twinkies, those were for my grandfather, that was like a treat. He didn't eat a Twinkie every day or even every week. It was probably a few months he would have a treat of a Twinkie or like some sort of what our equivalent or what their equivalent in those days would be like garbage food or fast food. That was a treat. They ate home cooked meals constantly, and they were raised on home cooked meals. But then what you were saying about with the time frame in the 80s and 90s, if you think about what happened as they started breaking up the home and putting women in the workplace, so now you didn't have a stay-at-home mom cooking good, healthy meals for the children. So what were they eating? KFC and McDonald's and eating out in restaurants and the crap in the grocery stores. So they weren't cooking things from scratch. And then you can see the progression of the the weight gain and what exactly happened. You were spot on with that.
Well, there was that, and that's also when the American Heart Association decided that saturated fat was the bad guy, and your brain actually needs saturated fat, and your body actually needs cholesterol. And they were like, don't eat eggs, don't get saturated fat, eat low fat. And every time they take fat out of a food, they replace it with double the carbohydrates and sugars in that food, which then increases your insulin. The other problem is nobody is supposed to be eating 3 meals a day and 3 snacks a day. All you're doing is you're raising your insulin, dropping your insulin, raising your insulin, dropping your insulin. Normally, I intermittent fast like 16 to 18 hours a day, and I try to eat like 2 really, really, really good meals within like a 6 to 8 hour period. Because what people do these days is they fast for 8 hours at night while they sleep, and they eat for 16 hours a day. And that is not how humans would be in nature. In nature, you'd eat 1 or 2 meals a day. You would go exercise to get your food. You wouldn't eat all this sugar and high fructose corn syrup and excitotoxins and chemical additives and all this stuff. I mean, everything is just really messed up. Nobody fasts anymore. I mean, more people are fasting, but nobody goes into autophagy anymore. That's how you keep your body from getting cancer, is through fasting. 13 hours of fasting starts your body into autophagy, which actually...
Wait, hold on. Wait. Just to make sure you don't mess with the YouTube live stream, this may be how your body does not get cancer. Continue.
Well, it's how your body does its own cleanup process. Let's say that. So that's what autophagy does. It is your body's natural cleanup process. Dead cells, old cells, mutated cells. But you don't even go into autophagy until at least like 13 hours. And, back when we didn't have all these grocery stores and food available, sometimes people might eat a meal a day or 2 meals a day, or they might even skip a day of food, if they were like hunting or, trying to get their food, and they'd have or during the winter at least some of the year, they would probably have more like time where they didn't eat, and fasted and things. We don't do any of these things. It's like insulin and food additives and high fructose corn syrup. And, back in the 50s, if you went and got a milkshake and a hamburger and fries, they were Happy Meal sizes. Happy Meals.
Yeah, the portion sizes were much smaller too. You're right.
I mean, everything, I'm sorry, this is like a thing. I actually coach people, not for like pay or anything, but I've helped a lot of people with this stuff. It's really frustrating because nobody really has to be, but it's just turned into a struggle because of the food manufacturers and the stuff they're putting in the food to make us want to eat more.
Hey, let me ask you something, because in my own personal experience, one of my problems is I don't like eating breakfast. I don't like eating right away when I wake up, and because it kind of bogs me down and it makes me feel slow and it makes me feel tired regardless of what I eat. And so I'll go sometimes all day without eating. And then if I'm at work and I'm like, I don't want to eat lunch, because then I'll feel the same way. I'll feel sluggish and I'll feel like shit and I won't get anything accomplished. And so I'll go all day without eating. And then when I get home for dinner, I'll eat 3 plates. I'll just gorge myself. Like, that's one of my biggest problems with food is I will go all day without eating, and then come home and for dinner time I'm eating, seconds and thirds, and I know that can't be healthy and that's not good at all.
Well, but OMAD is a way of
Not
eating.
necessarily.
1 meal a day is a way of eating, and let me tell you, the lady
I'm
who
eating 3
originally
meals at one.
well, no, that's actually are you overweight?
Yeah, but Paul, you got to be a little more specific. Like, how many calories are you talking about?
Yeah.
So I'm talking about, like, okay, let's say I make some pasta with some gravy, I'll eat 3 giant big bowls of pasta, almost like a pound of spaghetti myself in that one sitting.
Are you
Okay, well, let's start with this. What's your body weight?
Yeah, are you?
What's your body?
I'm about 5'6", and I'm probably, I think, 200 right now, 200 pounds. So I'm about 30 pounds overweight, and it's all in my gut.
But this lady
You
wants to
drink?
say
All right,
is
well,
perfect.
yeah.
She's actually right.
I would just suggest this. I mean, just go along with what you said. Like ultimately speaking, carbs and sugar, they're in a certain sense one and the same. Carbs turn into sugar the very moment they hit the saliva inside your mouth, not even the stomach acid in your stomach, but the very moment they hit your mouth, they turn into sugar. That's why bread is to a certain degree so good tasting, because it's actually turning into sugar inside your mouth. But just keep in mind, like those things are the good things to avoid. 70% fat, 30% protein as far as the grams go throughout the day. You gotta try to aim for that. I try to do that myself, and I'm not perfect myself. But but I'm not doing it for weight issues. I'm doing it for other bodily issues or whatever. But the thing is I just wanted to ask her. So wait, do you think it's sugar? I mean, I guess it's almost rhetorical in a certain sense. But I mean, do you think it's sugar you would at certain times be addicted to, or sweetness? Because it's important to distinguish the difference between flavor, that's sweetness, and sugar. Because I myself, if I eat regular sugar, I'll get physically messed up with my joints in a way that's basically the point is I can never eat a regular donut ever again without seriously hurting myself pretty much. But that's not to say that I don't ever eat things that are sweet, because there's a lot of low carb desserts that are out there on the market, and a lot of low carb desserts that I can make in my own kitchen with stevia, erythritol, allulose.
Yeah, and I use all of those.
Monk fruit extract is actually the best one. So I was going to suggest to you, you should really look into monk fruit extract, because it's the most agreeable of all the. It's kind of like stevia but better tasting.
Yeah, I have the monk fruit here. The thing with the artificial sweeteners is it depends on if you have a weight issue or not, because if you don't have a weight issue and then you're using artificial sweetener just to have the sweets, but you don't want to be spiking your insulin, that's fine. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to say this, I'm still on my diet soda. The problem with artificial sweetener...
Wait, hold on. I got to stop you. Right there. Wait, you said you just used the term artificial sweeteners. So everything that I just listed right there, those fall into the category of alternative sweeteners, not artificial sweeteners.
Any sweeteners will technically have the ability to cause a slight insulin response in your body, but a lot of them don't cause as much as others. But any artificial sweetener, including stevia, Splenda, because your body increases...
Did you hear what I just... Can you hear me? Testing? Yeah. So listen, what I'm saying is stevia, monk fruit extract, erythritol, these things I'm listing here, these are not artificial sweeteners. They're all... So artificial would mean synthetic.
No, okay, I don't mean it that way. Anything that is sweet, though, anything that's sweet, including stevia, monk fruit, all of those things, as soon as anything registers sweet to your brain in your mouth, you can have an insulin response, so what happens is you'd have to read up on it. I've done years and years of research of this, wait
a minute, though. I thought the important part, though, was that with the artificial sweeteners, they cut off that signal that goes to your brain that tells you you're full. And what he's talking about is alternative.
No, that's high fructose corn syrup. High fructose corn syrup, which is not an artificial sweetener, but it is a modified version of corn syrup.
Okay, I thought all artificial sugars did that.
Okay, so there's high fructose corn syrup, which is a real sugar with real calories, but it is a highly modified version of corn syrup that's called high fructose corn syrup. That actually shuts off the hormone that tells you you're full. That's a whole different situation. Then there are artificial fake sweeteners, and then there's things that are sweet that are natural. So let me differentiate that. Artificial sweeteners, of course, are chemicals, and they're modified, and there's all these other like risks that have been talked about that, you know, we can't really verify all of it one way or the other. And then there's all the natural sugars, which I use, the monk fruit and the stevia, and things like that are natural. But what I'm trying to say is,
hold on. Those aren't sugars.
Let me finish this point though, and then you'll understand what I'm trying to say. So anything that's sweet, whether it's natural or not, especially if it's sweet and it doesn't have a lot of calories in it, like stevia or monk fruit or all these other things, when your body tastes something that is sweet, there's this faking out your brain situation happening where your brain, this is something a lot of people don't know. Your body actually starts calculating the calories you're eating with the food in your mouth. As it's chewing, it's calculating how much fat and sugar and stuff is in your food. And it's kind of like making a mental note of how much you're eating. So that's why you're supposed to eventually get full and satiated from your food, is from chewing and eating slow and mindful eating and all that. But even with stevia and monk fruit and erythritol and all of these things, if you're an overweight person and you are a person who has trouble with cravings and stuff like that, it still can make your body start craving a little bit, because let's say I go make pudding right now and I put a bunch of stevia and mix some monk fruit and erythritol in it or whatever, and I get that sweet taste in my mouth. My body thinks I'm eating more calories than I am. And then when it processes the food and it realizes that you're missing a lot of calories that it thought you ate but you didn't, it can make you crave. That's why they say that drinking diet sodas and all these things, and even the ones that have stevia in it, can still, for some people who are really sensitive, can set them off craving foods, because your body thinks it got more calories than it did. I'm not saying stevia, erythritol, monk fruit, allulose.
So are you saying though then you still, for those people, then they still overeat? Is that what you're saying?
You can. You need to be aware. When I talk to people about their weight and they're like looking for help, that is one thing eventually we discuss if they're starting to have problems, is because sometimes they start using all these sugar-free things, like even the natural sodas that have the stevia in it, and the coffee syrups with the stevia in it. And then they're like, I'm hungry all day. And then I'll have them cut those out and it'll go away. And that's,
so in a sense, those things are still just as bad for those people as like the high fructose corn syrup, because it doesn't not exactly do the same thing where it cuts that part of the brain off, but it's still tricking the body and making you still crave and overindulge too. So
it can.
I would make the intellectual argument that for those of us that have the ability to stick to a low carb diet and also consume large amounts of stevia and monk fruit extract, you know, I know it's hard to do. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but I'm saying, like, you know, there is an exception to the norm. I just want to make the intellectual point. Those sodas, the carbonated water neutralizing your stomach acid, is more detrimental to your health than the stevia that you're talking about.
No, I agree with that. But I am saying that everybody's individual body is different. And so even though like low carb and eating artificial sweeteners works fine for me, but I've had other people where we've had to go a step further with it because it's not working. What I eat isn't working exactly the same for them. So everybody is individual, and
I
that's
just want to put in a bit of my experience here. Is that I'm terrible when it comes to hot drinks. I have to have like 4 sugars in my drinks. And sugar isn't really that natural anyway. It's bleached to be white, right? So,
right.
But I've substituted it with honey. And also another reason why I did this is because my teeth were really, I was getting tooth pain quite often with sugar. And with the honey, it's been fine. And sometimes when I run out of honey and I have to use sugar, oh my God, it tastes horrible. And I would never normally say that, but after having honey for so long, I literally can taste how bad the sugar is. It's just ridiculous.
I prefer honey too. If I'm gonna, I really like honey as a sugar.
A sugar substitute. Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. Natural sugar is great. I mean, natural honey. Sorry.
Oh no, I just stick with stevia most of the time, and the monk fruit, like Lights. Is that you, Lights?
But yeah, I also want to say anything that's got sweetener in it or zero sugar, it tastes fucking awful.
Yeah, you don't want to be drinking that. This lady, sorry, I don't. Said you drink diet soda. The reason why you shouldn't be drinking that is because it's full of aspartame, and it's terribly bad for you. You should never.
Oh no, I agree, but I'm very highly. I've been off of it, but what'll happen is I'll be off of it for like a half a year or a year, and then I'll make the mistake of like drinking one, and then I'll get right back on it. And like I'm kind of stressed right now from a lot of stuff, so I haven't pushed myself to get back off of it. But I know it's terrible. Like it's a highly addictive thing for me.
Do you not get like a dry aftertaste after having some of these? That's what I get all the time, and I just straight away go, "Yeah, I know that it's got sucralose in it, or it's got aspartame in it." I just know straight away just by tasting it. It gives you that dry aftertaste. Like it's fake. It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't drink as much as I used to, but I really need to get back off of it. But I'm just kind of that's a whole nother story in itself. But I'm kind of
So would you say that you don't? Would you not use honey because you're worried about the calories?
No, I would use honey. I eat low carb-ish. I don't have to be all the way low carb. Like I don't have to be keto. But I eat low carb-ish. As long as I stick to the low carb-ish, I'm usually fine. So I could have honey,
Yeah, so anyway, I was just going to say, if it says low fat or half fat or anything like that, don't buy it. Always go for the full fat thing, whatever it is. Even if it's
the non-fat is the worst. The non-fat anything is the worst. Don't ever get non-fat.
So the point is that your body will hold on to the fat if you cut it out. So what you need to do is become a fat burner, and you do that by taking in good fat, and that's coconut. Taking coconut oil, and you just take a couple of spoonfuls of that every day, and it's really good for your brain. It's really good for lots of different things. And I do that every morning. And anybody who's not allergic to coconuts should do that, because then your body you'll become a fat burning machine. Also, the guy talking about eating wheat, I'd argue that most people, pretty much everybody, is allergic to wheat nowadays, because it's not the wheat it used to be. It's all, bullshit wheat.
Yeah, it's been modified over thousands of years. It's not the same.
I've got a little theory on this. And
Can we blame Kellogg's?
Well, have you seen iron filings in Kellogg's cornflakes? There's iron filings in there. So there's a video with a guy that breaks it all up and then puts the magnet on it. That is weird. Anyway, never mind that.
The most ancient grain I think we still have in the world right now is einkorn flour. That's the most ancient, like most intact grain I think that exists anymore is einkorn.
I was just going to say, as this lady said, they say you are what you eat. Well, you are what the bacteria in your stomach eats, and that's what you cultivate. So if you just keep cultivating, say, takeaways and shit, say McDonald's, then that's what you'll crave.
Yeah.
And as soon as you eat like salads and good things, you'll turn your nose up at a Happy Meal. You'll think, oh God, because it's the bacteria that's sort of speaking through you. That's the way I see it. Anyway, I know it's a bit pedantic.
Didn't Kellogg invent that cereal to lower libido in people or make them
What?
sterile in some way? I swear I remember reading something about that cereal was created to somehow lower libido or
I don't know
something
about
to that
but
effect.
can you just say you just skip your breakfast and then eat a load? That what you want.
Why?
That's what you should be doing.
Why
by
would
the
you
way.
eat 6 servings of grains when every time you eat, it causes an insulin spike?
Right.
There's all kinds of wheat issues, and this is what I'm
So the
coming to.
government promotes a 3 to 6 meal a day diet of high carbs, McDonald's and bull crap, which
Right.
causes insulin spike and sugar. Your body burns sugar or fat. So when you're eating all this sugar, you're never going to burn fat because all you're eating is sugar.
Yeah.
That's why I said the intermittent fasting of at least like 16 hours a day and then eating like maybe 2 meals a day is way healthier than eating. You don't need 3 meals and 3 snacks a day. It's just actually I was trying to say when we were talking to Resolve or Paul, I don't know who is. And you both have dogs on your picture now, but the lady who came out with that we needed breakfast, she was a lady and she came out with the idea that breakfast was like this most important meal of the day. And then like all the food companies got a hold of it. And then that research actually got debunked and it got retracted. And the food companies took it and ran with it. And now like everybody, I can't stand it. I go out, oh, you skipped breakfast? It's the most important meal of the day. I'm like, no, it's not. You don't have to. It was the food companies that took over a retracted research paper and just marketed it.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever had it where it's like you're on an 18-hour fast and you're not even hungry, but you just eat because you have to or you want the bowel movement or whatever. But like,
yeah, I fast 18.
Yeah, a lot of people have never fasted for 16 or 20 hours and been in that zone where you're you can't even describe it. Like your body is running clean and you're just like hyper focused and hyper disciplined.
I recommend everybody fast at least 16 a day, but I usually do 18 to 20 normally. I'm a little out of whack at the moment, but I'm like 18 to 20 and I eat within a 4 to 6 hours.
It could take a long time to break because we're trained to eat the 3 to 6 meal a day, high carbs. So like people think that you need the carbs. You have to have 3 meals, 8 meals of carbs. So it's hard to break that programming. It's hard to break the slavery of the 3 to 6 meal a day and the dishes and like, what am I going to eat this meal? What am I going to eat this meal? Guess what? I eat 1 meal a day. I look forward to it, but I don't. Yeah, it's a completely different world.
So 16 hours a day, does that mean there's a whole day you go without eating? Because 8 hours a day of sleep.
No, like you say you go to bed at 12 a.m., you're fasting till 8 a.m. when you wake up, and then you just fast until 4, and that's 16 hours. Or you can go to 6 p.m., and that's 18 hours.
Oh, I see. So
and then eventually you test it, and you go longer.
See, most people sleep for 8 hours a day and they eat for 16 hours a day. Nobody goes into autophagy and cleans their body out ever anymore. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's why.
Hey guys, I wanted to quickly throw something out there that my doctor told me a long time ago, which is tea is such a wonderful thing because it tastes good and it has nutrients but no calories.
Sorry,
herbal tea.
Oh, herbal
tea.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was just going to say the perfect window is 9 hours. That's the perfect window if you can. I know it's difficult. Got to be realistic here because it is really difficult. But 9 hours is the perfect window if you can do it. If you can't, 12 hours is where over that 12-hour period is where they found all the issues in mice, where they got all the diabetes, etc. So 12 hours really should be the cut-off. If you go on over that, then you're struggling. So if you can have your breakfast at 12 in the afternoon, and then you don't eat after midnight, that's all I can recommend. But obviously, if you can do 9 hours, then the weight will just fall off you, and it doesn't even feel like a diet because it isn't a diet. That's the beauty of it. It's like cheating. It's brilliant. So yeah, I just wanted to come in and tell you that because it's so easy. Well, it's probably not going to be easy at first, but just have a glass of water when you get them hunger pains, if you do, and you can do something for an hour or two, and then just have your breakfast at 12, and then, like I say, if you can finish at 9, that's great. That's awesome. And yeah, I've got my own little theory on wheat. And you know, you were saying about these old pictures in 60s and 70s. You're absolutely right. Spot the fat person, isn't it? Well,
Yeah.
I believe that they had their own. When you look at it, they had the good cheese and the good milk with that good bacteria in it. And I believe it were eating that wheat because they had bad wheat back in 60s. By the way, that's when they started to mess with it. But I believe that the good bacteria dealt with that wheat. And so my recommendation would be to have some sauerkraut or something that's fermented or that good milk, good, real milk, real cheese, if you can, because it's very difficult to get. For me, I can't really. Everything's pasteurized, and once you set fire to a thing, you basically kill it. Unfortunately, as my brother once said, if you cook it, you fuck it. So
now
Yeah,
is
the food diversity is a big key with the types of bacteria, like not just, like eating sauerkraut and kefir and yogurt and all these things, are really important, but it's also important to vary your diet. Like the more different vegetables you eat, like you eat these vegetables this week and then maybe next week you like throw in 2 other vegetables and then you might eat a different thing the next week. Like the diversity really helps build up a whole different gut profile.
Well, people often say things like sugar's bad, but sugar's not bad. Glucose is the food of life, isn't it? Is it not?
Well, yeah, but I think back,
Like CO2 is the gas of life.
Well,
People demonize gas of life. Think about that.
Well, but before we had farming, if you think about before we had farming, pick the mushrooms and hunt the animal and pick the berry, your glucose would have been very low.
No, but my point is, I had this argument with my brother. He's like, fat is fat. And I'm like, yeah, but fat isn't bad. You've just been told it's bad. Cholesterol is not bad. You've just been told it is.
Right, to eat it.
Bad cholesterol and there's good cholesterol. That's the reality. So that's what you need to get through to people. Yes, there's bad fats and there's good fats.
Any cholesterol is good cholesterol.
So anyway.
I was just wondering if like genetically modified means like modified in a lab or just the continuous crossbreeding has led to like a lesser version of like say the wheat crop that we're talking about.
I think crossbreeding only, like just crossbreeding, because that's what's happened to wheat over thousands of years, is crossbreeding like over a long period of time to where the wheat germ, where like the bran was thinner and the wheat germ was bigger and the plant was shorter and it grew faster. Like they did do a lot of crossbreeding, but if I'm accurate, I believe once you consider it genetically modified, like actual GMO, I think at that point, like they've gotten involved with the scientists in it, like more than just crossbreeding. Then it's more where they've actually done things like genetically to the plants, I think.
No, genetically modified doesn't have to be bad. That's that again. We're back to this category. Look at Brussels broccoli. Broccoli you could think of as genetically modified. Broccoli comes from Brussels, doesn't it? That's the family.
Hey, so you're getting your terminology confused. So there's artificial selection. What you just described right there, that's called artificial selection. Now, you're correct when you say that there's nothing wrong with that. That's what we've been doing for hundreds of years. And you're right, that's a good, fun thing. But that's not genetic modification by what we know it to be today. Genetic modification involves gene splicing, which is not something we've been doing for hundreds of years. So be very careful not to get the two things confused.
Right. Well, maybe someone could squash this myth.
Combining the DNA of a strawberry is not the same thing as artificial selection. Fish DNA and strawberry DNA are not supposed to go together. Okay?
Did you know that carrots were originally purple?
Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, let me say this about genetic modification with food. I don't think all of it is exactly bad in general, as far as, let's say, like for some countries, there was like a food thing and they were able to make potatoes have more protein in it so that when they ate the potatoes, they were getting more protein. Like, I don't think all of genetic modification necessarily is bad, but where it really gets sticky is when they're modifying our crops right now to be less, to not be affected by certain weed killers. Then what you have a problem is that those genetically modified plants that are going to be less susceptible to the weed killer are now getting overly saturated in the weed killer. So the pesticides on those foods are super, super, super high compared to how they would have been on an organic plant where they had to not spray, where they couldn't have used as much because it would have killed the plant itself. So this is where it gets even more sticky, is when you're modifying a plant to not be affected by something, and then you're saturating that plant with a lot of stuff that then is going to be ingested in our body. That's probably the biggest reason why I generally look for GMO-free foods, because I know they're going to have less saturation of things I don't want on the food.
Well, I think it's also a big deal that they not only do they do that with the pesticides, but it also those plants won't produce viable seeds.
Well, they do make plants to not produce seeds, I believe.
Yeah, that's Monsanto. That's Monsanto. He, like any farmer, at least in America, who wants to plant seeds has to buy through the Monsanto family, because it's just how it is legally, and those seeds do not produce more seeds because it's a monopoly, and they're monopolizing off of something that should be free, which is you grow a fruit and you get seeds, and not only do you get a seed, like if I put one seed in the ground, that is going to produce like 10-fold, 20-fold, 30-fold. I just pulled one squash out of the ground, just one, and I have like 20 or 30, maybe even 40 seeds from one seed. They understand that the whole flat earth that we live in is completely regenerative, because that's how it functions. Everything works in its own system, but you have to make scarcity, like someone, I can't remember who was saying earlier today, you have to create scarcity because that drives monopoly.
Absolutely.
Hey, you should be careful with how you just use the word free. It wouldn't be free, because you're planting the hemp seed, you're growing the hemp, you're cultivating the hemp, you're harvesting the hemp, and you're transforming it into whatever you want to transform it to. So it's not free, but you should be free. But listen carefully. But you should be free to do that. That's what you mean to say. I think.
No, yeah, that's exactly what I mean to say. It's not free in the sense of what I meant or what I was saying. It's free in the sense that
it's abundant.
Like in the monetary, like it's priceless, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's not
reliant on yourself.
Yeah, you can't monetize it. It's just a priceless aspect of life.
Well, actually, what I think you were trying to say was it's low effort, which is correct. It's low effort, and that's important. It's low effort but high yield, which is efficient.
Low effort, high yield, and it means a lot.
Yeah, listen, if we carry on in this direction, I can see it being made illegal to grow your own food. I'm telling you now. Imagine that day when that comes. That's illegal. You can't collect rainwater. You can't collect any water. I think that's already there.
Close down the allotments.
Yeah. And that's when they will have a proper real monopoly, yeah. Seems to be
Well,
going
what happens when you have an entire field of crops that are completely genetically modified and they're getting sprayed with all those pesticides, like she said, and are getting oversaturated with the pesticides? But not only that, the manure that they spray on that field as well is from cattle that are fed a completely unorganic GMO feed as well. So it's like it's tenfold how it has to affect those crops in some way.
Definitely, and also you'd be well to observe what wildlife will still eat that. I always remember one of my nans telling me, looking on the fruit market, that one's got maggots coming out of it, or bugs been eating it. So I trust it because if the bugs want it, then it must be good.
That's hilarious. I've never heard that before.
There's definitely some wisdom to that.
That's like my neighbor who said that the sweetest fruit is closest to the stem. I don't know how true that is, but
I've heard that. It's pretty cool though, if it's true.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I was just thinking about all this shit everybody's not me. Everybody seems to be rubbing this antibacterial wipe on your hands. Yeah, I don't know if we could talk about this on YouTube, but I definitely wouldn't recommend doing that. Yeah, I used to, when all this first started, I used to say to people, if there were a bucket of soil there and a bucket and that shit they're putting on their hands, I'm like, you're better off putting your hands in soil. Clearly, that's like your nano whatever. That's the old wisdom. There's nothing wrong with a bit of dirt. A bit of dirt never hurt anybody. But they're wiping this antibacterial wipe on their hands, and then they're wondering why their hands are all red and stinging. And, and I'm like, could it be that? The anti-life stuff, You just wiped it off yourself.
Yeah, it kills 99.9%.
Yeah, of everything. Because you've got a microbiome on your outside as well as in your stomach. That's, it's everywhere, and you wipe it. Oh, I just tell people no. But it's difficult. I'm sort of a social pariah now, especially seeing as since I told everyone Earth's probably flat. Or measures that way, observably, navigatably.
Well, we are, aren't we? That's why we come here to talk to each other, because
by such privilege, and that's why I'm sure it will be taken away. Yeah, they'll take this away. Don't you worry about that. There's nothing more terrifying to a system like this than just the free flow of ideas. So this will be taken away. Make no mistake. But it's still fun. Sorry.
The crazy part about that too is the things that we're talking about and thinking about aren't new. They've what's been sustained us for all these thousands of years, and what got us to this point now. But now it's taboo to talk about these things. Like,
checked.
It's crazy.
What's really interesting about plants, because we were talking about plants and spraying pesticides on them, is if your plant is healthy and
Yeah,
grown
it's
in
got its
healthy,
own thing. Yeah, yeah.
there
Sorry.
should be no, totally, you're right. There should be no reason that you need to spray a pesticide on the plant. It has its own natural pesticides in it, and it should grow just fine. And if you get bugs, if bugs start to chew at your plants, there's a reason why they're chewing at the plant. There's some sort of like they're not growing properly in the sense that the bug finds it vulnerable. It's not that
Or
it's
thinks
like,
it's ready to harvest, sort of thing.
yeah.
Because
So
Not only
that's
that, though, if you're having that problem, you're planting your garden wrong, because there is plants out there that you are supposed to plant around certain produce plants that will repel certain types of insects and bugs that will protect those produce plants. There's
True.
all kinds of natural things that you're supposed to plant in your garden that surround, like your tomato plants and all those things that actually repel those bugs. So you don't need to spray anything. You just need to plant the right stuff in your garden.
Quite often, strong herbs. Like I'll tell you, I'm growing weed at the moment, right? 3 plants, and I had butterflies attacking these things daily, man. So I made a homemade insecticide. So I know it's not going to kill anything else nearby. It's just garlic, peppers, lemon, mint, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, with water. It was fine. Sprayed it. The butterflies didn't want to go anywhere near it after that. I haven't sprayed it for a good couple of weeks now.
Well, we got groundhogs down here, and there was a couple of remedies that I saw to persuade them to not eat your plants, and the vast majority I found like super interesting. Wind chimes to scare them, Epsom salts because they don't like the smell, marigolds, they don't like the smell. But the one I found the most interesting was just plant a bunch of clover, and they'll go and eat the clover, because a groundhog isn't going to devastate your crop. They're going to devastate the leaves of the crop, because they're not, I mean, they're going to eat the food, but what they're really looking for is the leaves, the green leaves. So when it comes to like maybe not insectoid life, but mammal pests, I mean, there are definitely ways, it seems like, that you can prevent these creatures to not eat your crops.
Well, we have to be realistic with all this stuff as well, because there's farmers out there that's like, oh shit, all pests have they've eaten all my profits, and therefore we need to do a bit of this. But you can see where overpopulations become a problem, where they've got to feed everybody.
That's
and you just need a lot of cats. That's all you need. A lot of cats, and they'll be fine.
Yeah,
it's gotta be hard to be a farmer too, though, and turn down that government subsidy money when government comes in and says, "Hey, you don't plant your crops this year, we'll give you, such and such dollars."
Yeah,
so I think there's definitely some of that going on, but there's also a lot of fear porn around that as well. There's all kinds of shit where I don't know. I just think some of these headlines are designed just to piss you off. Really. Because every time I see one, I think, oh god, they just left all these weapons in so and so, or 10 billion on here, and I swear they just do it just to piss you off. It's just for try and trigger you or something.
I just see that today. Apparently, we're going to have a solar storm.
Oh, right.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of my response to it as well. Oh, right, here we go.
Yeah. So, we've got to be realistic. I'm envious of this guy. He's planted all his own shit. Dude, I want to come to yours and have some food at yours, because I'm so lazy. I'm really lazy with that stuff.
It takes work, and it actually not the flat Earth, the whole concept helped me personally understand how the sun actually functions. I mean, when you think of the globe model, you think like I'm tilted and on an axis spinning, and I'm going through space, and that's also moving around the Milky Way. Like that shit doesn't make sense. But when you actually like sit down and think about it, and that you have this local sun, and it's meant to give you daylight, and the plants, sugars or photosynthesis and all this beautiful stuff. It really helped me understand, like, there's angles to this shit. Like, sun comes in at one angle and goes off into another angle, but also your perception and your perspective and the refraction index, really takes into effect how it's going to affect you and your crop, your plants. When I first was down at my garden, I didn't realize like south facing sun is the best. South facing gets the most amount of sun. But when I actually looked into it, and it actually like aligned with my beliefs too. Like it really did, or my knowing really, when it really hit my brain, that's how it functions and how it works in reality. It made a whole lot of sense. Like I started chopping down tree lines because I knew that the sun was going to come in a parabola sense, and it was going to be stronger in the midday than it was at the beginning and at the end because of perspective and distance. That is what really helped me determine where I was going to locate specific crops that needed 4 hours to 6 hours to 8 hours of sunlight. And I'll sit here every day telling my family like, oh yeah, like I put this here and it's growing really well, but they don't understand the whole like the cool concept of like why I chose to do it in that specific manner.
That's
based
awesome,
off
dude.
of
And you're like in your early 20s. Holy shit, this is fucking. You're so
Flat
fucking
Earth is
far ahead of
incredibly
me.
humbling. It's
Flat
incredibly
yeah, like
humbling, Flat Earth, because if you think about it too, the globe model it makes no sense at all, and the fact that we believed it so wholeheartedly for a time, it's incredibly embarrassing to believe, that we believed it so long, even into our adulthood, like Santa Claus. I mean, after a while, you don't believe in that until your adulthood. You figure it out quite quickly as an adolescent. But globe Earth, oh my goodness, it's embarrassing, and it makes less sense than it's Santa Claus is more believable than globe Earth.
Well, they told you both when you were a kid, so what can you say?
no, yeah, it totally, yeah, that doesn't make sense at all. And I can see why I was so like essentially in a way not lost but confused on different topics, like that wasn't what I was feeling or experiencing in reality. Like it should just be apparent and obvious on how things function based off of your own ability to know, because that's God-given right. Like we have this ability to know things based off intuition, and then you experiment.
I think that's
You
part of the big
adjust.
reason for the globe lie is because it does place us all in that position. I mean, look at so many people; they're so disillusioned and so lost, and don't understand their purpose and don't understand what's going on, and they can't wrap their heads around, why am I so unhappy? What is making me so unhappy? Why do I not understand what's happening in my world? And that is
Totally.
I think a core part of it is the globe lie.
When you tell someone something is happening that's not really happening, and you tell them it's happening over and over again, even though it's not really happening, it's called gaslighting. So if you think about it, it's kind of like a giant gaslighting operation.
Right, as they talk about the trauma-based mind control, isn't it? Where they sort of come in with the fear a little bit, and then they sort of back it up, and then they come again, and then they back it up. It's how they break a person. It really is. So I've
Yeah,
never been bit with the currency. You know, with all the I can't really talk about that, but let's just say the thing that's been happening over the last couple of years didn't touch me one bit, like not even a little bit. I never wore a mask, never did the things, never did any of the. It's just, and that's why. Sorry, go on.
I totally agree. I had the same over here.
That's what happened with the MK Ultra program, right? They figured out all these ways to control people, and then when you research MK Ultra, it seems like it kind of like just went away. Like the research, they just stopped it. No, they didn't stop it. They just took it from the research level in labs and on small people, and they put it out to the masses. We are all under, since the day we were born, the MK Ultra program. They just put it out there. It's no longer a researched thing. They did the research, they figured it out, and now they're hitting us with it constantly, daily.
Yeah,
I guess there's a Glober who wants to talk. Did you see the text chat?
I won't be
Kesa, the
surprised
floor
if
is
you get into
yours.
something good.
And have the floor, please. Hey.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
Hey.
Hey. So, my account, I'm a total flat earther. I've got a couple guys. Well, actually, one guy that wants to talk. He's very, very smart, and he's not smart, but he's actually one of my great friends, and he's very open-minded.
Convince me.
And he wants to be convinced of flat Earth.
Yes.
So, can he have the floor and someone talk to him?
He can definitely have the floor, but that's kind of a problem that he needs to be convinced, because nobody is going to convince you of something you don't want to believe. He has to believe it within himself and realize it himself.
Wait a second. That's a great point.
Hold on. Okay, so
can you talk to him? Here you go. I'm gonna switch it over here. Here. Can I pass it over to him?
Yeah, I just want to say something too. I want to be convinced of the globe. Tell him to convince me of the globe.
No. See,
wait, it's okay. It's okay. Hey, here's my friend Ben. He's very open-minded.
Completely open-minded.
Can you guys talk to him?
I'm very agnostic.
Is that okay? He's very respectful.
What's up, Ben? Do you believe in bendy water?
Can we have like one person like take over and talk to him, please?
Please.
That's kind of a problem though, because we're not in the business of trying to convert people.
But I'm not being converted because I'm very agnostic. I'm neutral on the situation. I'm seriously, I'm religiously, I'm agnostic. I feel like we're all in.
The problem is you have to go first. You have to first convince me, all of us, of the globe first. Let's start there.
There is no problem. There is no problem. Just have a normal conversation. There is no need to be. Just have a normal conversation about whatever topic at hand, and that's it.
Perfect. Ask him if we've got a really big question for us. What does he think that might not jive, or what? Surely he has questions.
I do have a fundamental question. Can I ask this first question that usually comes up, which I'm very agnostic. Like I said, I don't believe one way or the other. I don't know. I've never been to space. I've never seen our planet. I've never seen its shape. Perhaps I'm being persuaded to think that the Earth is spherical, whatever.
Okay, so what's the question?
So my question is this. Let's say that right now a person comes into this Discord or whatever this is, and they confirm unequivocally that the Earth is flat. What impact does that have on any of our lives? What does it mean? What does it mean? Like, what's the question?
I have an answer. I have a very important answer. So it's kind of a parody on a speech by one of our presidents from the past, and ask not what flat Earth can do for you, but ask what you can do for your flat Earth.
What does that mean, though? What does that even mean? But my question is, like, how do all of our lives on this channel, which I don't know any of you, I appreciate all of you. I feel like you're all probably good people. I feel like I'm a decent person. I'm a piece of shit, probably, really. But my question is, like, how do our lives change? If someone comes in right now and unequivocally proves that we've all been lied to, and that for whatever reason there's some global conspiracy where the entire, think about it like this.
It wouldn't be a global one, would it?
Okay, sorry, for the whole flat conspiracy. If you imagine the resources, think about how. Think about how unorganized any organization is at a high scale, like at a high level, a country, a government, how disorganized those people are. For them to be, for the entire planet or the whole community of humans to
Whole
come
level
together
realm.
and. Yes. So did you imagine the resources and the time and the organization it would take to fool the general public that aren't in on the conspiracy? Do you imagine how hard that would be?
If most people are gullible, why would it be that hard? Most people are gullible. Do you deny that?
That's not. I mean, I don't think most people are. Okay, if you're taking the entire population of existence of people that exist right now, are most people gullible through media and through other, yeah, I'm not denying that the fact that a lot of population are in fact gullible. However, I'm asking I just want a simple answer. Is it practical or reasonable to believe that the entire scientific community is in on some conspiracy to convince the gullible population that the Earth is in fact a globe? And what impact does that have? Like, what's the result?
I'll tell you why, because it's not about
the entire scientific community. I don't know what idea you got in your head, like with the whole
muting people.
Community.
Okay. Let me define it. Let me define my interpretation of what the scientific community is. Think of all the universities, and I don't have the facts and figures in front of me, but think about how many universities across the planet, across the community of humans. Think about the amount of resources and organization it would take, and the effort it would take to have all of educators and science, all the physicists, all the fucking everyone from university down to elementary to
this
be
isn't
in
a new question.
Okay, well, I'd like to hear the answer. Like that's my main question.
You've never read a conversation, dude.
I got something to say. I got
a really important answer for you. Listen, Kaiser, when your teacher back in school, when he or she told you that the Earth is, when they pointed at the desk, pointed at the globe, told you that, hey, the Earth is shaped like that, they weren't trying to deceive you. That your teacher, and more than likely the person who told your teacher the Earth is a planet, more than likely the person that taught your teacher that as well, like, those people aren't in on it. They're just repeating what they taught, and they believe it themselves. So keep in mind, you don't actually need a lot of people to be in on it. You just need a very, very small minority and a lot of gullible people to go along with it. Do you understand that?
So what I'm hearing you say is that it's like a ripple effect. So as long as the core belief is spread, the ripple happens like a stone in the lake. The ripple happens out, and then people just intrinsically believe what they're told because it's what's always been told. It's what's always should be believed, right? That's what you're saying, correct? So they're not like in on it. There's not like
that is what I'm saying. That is exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
That is the nature of mankind. Yes.
Okay, so I'll go back to my original question. Let's say
one second.
Yeah, go ahead.
You also have to take into account that it's not everyone that believes in the lie, right? There's people
but the majority.
that question. There is but of course,
vast majority,
a lot of people do. But
not vast.
A lot of people do, but we don't have the numbers, right? So don't think it like it's like an absolute that everybody believes in this, because it's not.
Okay, but statistically, we could all agree that let's just assume we all we can do is presume, because there is no data to back up everyone's presumptions. But we'd all agree reasonably that let's say 70% of the human population believe that agree with the notion that the Earth is a globe shape, right? Correct?
We don't know that.
Okay, but it's a safe presumption, even if it's 50%. Even if it's 50%. My point is this. If someone came into this group right now and unequivocally proved that the Earth was flat, does it really impact anybody's lives on this chat or across the planet? Like, does it really impact it? How?
Yes, for
Explain to me
sure.
this.
Well, let me ask you one question. If you were giving money
Great
for
questions, by the way.
charity, if you were giving money for a charity, right? And you were giving money every month, every year for this charity, and then you found out that money was going to a bunch of drug addicts or some other situation that you weren't thinking, like, would that matter to you? Would you care, or you keep giving your money?
Okay, so what you're saying, so I understand completely, is if I was misled to think that my behaviors or my actions were contributing to something that was false, would that matter to me?
Right. Like if you're giving money,
yes,
and you think your taxes are going for this thing and it's not going for that thing, don't you care?
100%. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Well, how do
question.
you claim that
not
you're
at all.
this open-minded person? You come in here and claim that you're this
Bro,
free-thinking,
don't worry about the
open-minded
personality.
person, but
Don't
then
worry about the
come in
personality.
here
Don't
and
worry
you
about that.
even
Don't worry about
you
that.
can't understand.
Don't worry
You
about
can't
that.
answer
Don't
that
worry
question
about
yourself.
that.
But
Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Don't be attacking the guy. Just have the conversation. You don't need
I'm
to
not
attack
trying
his
to. I
personality.
apologize. I'm not trying to. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of, and that's okay. I get it. Like, there's a passion here. There's a deep-rooted sense of being misled and being lied to, and there's no question that our government in the U.S. has absolutely misled us on several different. Several is an understatement. Many mockingbird. I mean, I could go on and on. Like, trust me, I'm skeptical of the honesty of our government, certainly. And if I were misled, to the lady that asked the question earlier, if I were actively, and my behaviors and my actions were actively contributing to something that I thought was one thing, and then to find out that I was misled, yes, that would be extremely bothersome to me. To answer your question, the lady that asked the question earlier, 100%. That would be
Well, you asked the question. But
that would be
He's replying to the lady, not to anybody else. He's replying to the lady.
What you're basically asking is there any point in deciphering the difference between truth and a lie? That's kind of what you're asking.
Sort of, yeah. And
you're like
trust
saying,
me, I
who cares
get
if
the
it's a lie?
fundamental. I get the fundamental aspect that the population are misled for the sake of control and whatever gains that whatever group is leading that misinformation. I get
So
that.
you can see how the question is a bit silly now.
No, that's a valid question. That's a 100% valid question. There's no, and personally, like if I was being misled for my entire life, or if there was some veil that I couldn't see past, yes, I would be personally offended by that, and that would lead me to question. That would lead me to question many other things, which I think at the core, fundamentally, is just a part of the aspect of flat Earth or any other questioning of what we believe to be true. My question is that, again, back to my original question, like the amount of time and resources and just on the single topic of the Earth not being shaped the way everyone has been led to believe it is, like that one instance, I guess, could feed into many other instances of general misleading of the population and cause confusion and frustration. I respect 100%. Believe me on this. I respect 100% sincerely people being skeptical. But the Earth not being shaped a certain way, that's like, what's the point? Like that might be a sliver of a grand plan in the
Think about it like this.
Can I ask you three quick questions, buddy?
Yeah, everybody at the same time. Go ahead. Everyone at the same time.
Here,
Go.
and so to make sure that we're all on the same level of understanding, you, I, and everyone else in the room, there's three important questions that we like to ask new people when they show up here. And these three important questions aren't just for us and the answer we get from you. These are three questions that are very important for you as an individual, because, in fact, you might as well write them down, because it's getting a valid, relevant answer to these three questions or not that will determine for you in the realm of objective reality whether you're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space or not. So the first question is this. Do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth and found it directly. You know, the radius value directly measured the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, do you want me to answer each question one by one?
Yes.
Okay, so my answer to that question is, and all due respect to everybody on this call and myself, because who here is qualified as a physicist and has the credentials of a scientist that has studied this field and that can adequately measure the curvature of the Earth? I don't think anybody on this call, all due respect, again, myself included, I don't think we're equipped to properly answer that question.
But you don't know that, bro.
Unless
you don't know that.
No, I do know that.
Buddy, look, I'm not going to say we're all, you know, major physicists or whatever. Some of us are. I'm not. You know, I know a lot about physics myself. I don't have a physics degree. I'll admit that. But listen, buddy, I want to make something clear to you. Pretty much everyone in here, maybe not everybody, but pretty much everyone in here is smart enough, and you don't need a college degree to figure out whether one method of measuring something or another method of measuring something, a geometric state of something, is reliable or not. You don't actually need a college degree to actually discern that. Okay. So I'll ask the question again. Do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth?
Can I propose a counter question to that would hopefully draw a parallel to that fundamental question, which is a valid question? Can I answer a counter question, or can I ask a counter question?
You should answer it and then ask your question.
Okay. The answer to your question then, in respect to the group, is no. I can't. I cannot measure the curvature of the Earth. However, can any of us on this call right now provide any useful feedback to, say, neurosurgery? No, because we're not qualified in the field.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. That is a non sequitur. So what you're talking about has nothing at all to do with what we're talking about. So this is what happens when some people kind of go in a spiral. You're going in a spiral now.
No.
Out of the spiral and continue on a steady flight in your mind.
He's doing.
You asked me the question. Can I adequately measure the curvature of the Earth? And I'm saying no, because I'm not qualified in that field. I couldn't even begin to explain how to do that because I'm not, regardless of college accreditation or whatever the fuck my knowledge, like, I don't know that. I can't begin to answer that question. I'm not qualified. So again, like if because none of us on this call, I'm assuming,
exactly. That's the trick. That's the deception, though. Excuse me. What he's referring to, is the deception. He thinks that he's not equipped to take a simple equation that we've been given of the size of the Earth, and then for him to go out into the world and test it himself. We are all capable of doing this.
Yes.
I don't understand.
I don't
understand.
Let me bring it down to even a more fundamental level. Could any of us open the hood of a car?
Listen, buddy, you believe the Earth is a ball? Yes or no? Yes, right?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Do you believe that the Earth is a spherical object?
Based on my simple observations of other planetary objects like the moon, and I've looked through a telescope literally myself.
For whatever reason or another, yeah, I don't care. You believe it's a ball, right? The Earth, you believe it's a ball, right?
He just said yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay,
I guess, based on my observations.
Yeah, okay. So I'm just trying to not, lag on with the 3 points. I'm trying to get through the 3 points, right? All right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he's keeping up. He's keeping up. Just I'm trying to moderate.
I swear to God.
I'm trying to moderate.
My kid's life. I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm not saying you guys are wrong or I'm right, or I swear to God. I'm just simply asking. I'm posing the questions I would love to have answered. And I'm asking, like, to the same degree that I can't measure the curvature of the Earth, most likely none of us could open the car or the hood of our car or truck and explain the engineering behind the
No non sequiturs, please. All right, listen, buddy. Let's start with these 3 questions again. So you believe the Earth is a ball? Can you give me a yes or no answer on that, please?
I don't believe the Earth is a ball. No, I don't.
You don't? Okay, all right. Whoa, hey, no, good. All right. Hey, sorry, I forgive me if I sound rude or whatever, but hey,
no, you're good. You're good. No, you're good. I'm not offended.
I don't believe it. I don't believe there's a ball.
Okay.
All right. So you don't know of any time anyone's measured curvature, great, and you don't believe the Earth's a ball. Do you believe it's spinning? You don't believe the Earth is spinning on an axis?
The only information I have is what I've been told, but again, I'm not equipped to apply any scientific measures or anything to confirm neither here nor there whether it is fact or fiction.
Is that an appeal to ignorance? Or?
Yeah, it was a yes or no question. It was just a closed-ended question.
Okay, no. You're right.
We're trying to go through this incrementally, all right?
An appeal to ignorance, I will 100% agree that my appeal to ignorance is that, yes, things that I don't understand, I cannot say with certainty are or are not existing, or any characteristics of the things that I do or do not believe in actually are.
Right.
Just like none of us on this chat can define what is reality. I mean, nobody can define that, right?
Guys, you got him here. He basically says he doesn't know. So hey,
yeah, I'm agreeing with you guys. I don't know. No, I can't unequivocally say yes or no that the Earth is shaped a certain way. No, you're correct.
You guys have got him.
All right, so and let's go to the base axiom.
There's no God in here.
1% at a time. One person, please.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So let's go to the base axiom now. All right. So you observe.
I only heard question 1. Can I hear question 2? There were 3 questions. I'd like to hear question 2.
You guys are doing great. One person, please.
So question 2 was, do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the axial rotation of the Earth? Because we were told in school that the Earth is spinning, and that's why we have night and day, even though we observe the sun moving across the sky and we feel the Earth is stationary.
I know. The only thing I know is that people have claimed to have been able to measure the spinning, the speed at which we're moving through space and time, and all that. The only thing I know is what I've been told. Yes.
Great answer. That's great. Great.
Yes. Which, by the way, what I've been told, what I've heard, Neil deGrasse Tyson, which I know all you guys love, him and other scientists have measured and tried to disprove one another, which is science as a whole, is to try to disprove what people make claims of. And that's all I've been relayed the information of. So, yes, I feel like I've been told a thing, but no, I do not know that that's 100% factual. What's question 3?
Great answer. Thank you.
So question 3 is, do you know of any time in the past of when anyone's ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity? Because they do claim that gas pressure exists here on the Earth due to gravity, but we do not have any demonstrations of gas pressure existing without a container.
Well, I will say that the concept of gravity is somewhat being questioned now by the scientific community, which is encouraging to me. Which is what's exciting about science is that a lot of things that people think are certain. The whole purpose of science is to disprove that or test the theories that it can be duplicated and proven over time. Yeah, I know.
Science evolves.
Yeah, I mean,
so
even looking like
science has only to do with cause and effect relationship. So cause and effect. So establishing cause and effect relationship. That's what science is. So anything that doesn't have to do with that technically doesn't have to do with natural science.
Oh, it absolutely has to do with cause and effect, but that's not the entirety of the. If one were asked to define science as a whole, I don't think just the simplicity of cause and effect defines scientific method and testing theories and all that. I don't know that that's a little bit of a broad definition, but I mean, there's no question.
They like to throw the word around on the television in a weird way,
Yeah, there is such a thing as science or the scientific method, and then there is something else called pseudoscience that people claim is science, but it's not.
True.
Right, and at its core, most fundamental scientific exceptions or things that are accepted widely across the scientific community in fact, people have tried for decades and centuries, in fact, to try to disprove, and things are being disproved occasionally that we believe to be true.
For example, being specific, people claim that science proved the Earth is a spinning globe. Even though when you measure something, you're not doing science when you measure a table, right?
We'll say that again. You're not doing science when you measure a table?
Yeah, because people say science proved the Earth is a sphere, right? Have you heard of that? Science?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but when you measuring something like a table or a surface, you're not doing science. You're measuring. It's geometry. It's not science.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Measuring is not science.
Measuring is not science?
measuring. Yeah, measuring
Okay.
is measuring.
Measuring alone is not science.
So my point is that when someone tells you that science proved the Earth is a spinning globe, that's pseudoscience. Get it now?
Okay, so if someone were to make this, so let's say the claim that the measurement of the globe was brand new. Let's say it just came out here recently, right? In recent times.
No, let's say right now, when people tell you that science proved the Earth is a curving sphere, a spinning globe, that is not science.
So personally, my again, I'm not a fucking idiot, so I'm just asking these questions because I'm intrigued by the topic and I am open-minded. My belief is, and what, again, unless I'm being lied to, which I guess is possible, is that when someone makes a claim in the scientific community, they make a claim, right? And the job of other scientists or people within that community are to disprove, people that are way smarter than me. They say, okay, well, let's test that theory, let's test that hypothesis, or let's repeat whatever test that scientist did to make that claim valid. And again, the amount of scientists and the interested parties that would be involved in disproving something, which my understanding is that most scientists are very interested in disproving people's claims. If the general population of scientists across human existence confirm that, okay, we've tested this, we've run it fucking 100 ways,
So let's
this
put
way, that way,
one
the other way.
specific thing to the test, right? One specific thing, the claim of the curvature of the Earth. Can you name the name of the scientist and the method that they use to?
No, but see, the burden of proof is not on me as the individual to name that specific test. I have
that's the thing, though. That's the point. That
okay,
I get
nobody
that. Has
I get the speculation.
Just relax a little bit, bro. Just relax a little bit because we jump into so many things at the same time. So in one specific point, when this group of people and group of scientists and that you're mentioning, let's bring it to one specific point on the specific topic that we're talking about, the shape of the Earth, right? Or the measurement of the claim. Right? The claim that the ground that you're standing on is curving at a certain rate, 8 inches per mile square, to make it as a radius of 3,959 miles. When you put that to the test, that specific thing, and you measure the Earth, there is no curvature ever found on the Earth, on the waters of the Earth, on the bodies of water, on the surface of the Earth. So when we describe the Earth, you never describe it as something that is curving. You never experience it as curving, and you cannot ever measure the curvature of the Earth. Get that? That specific point, the curvature of the Earth.
What you just said is that you just pointed to me, the individual. I'm not being defensive. I promise you. I promise you. I promise you I'm neutral on this. I promise. You're saying that I can't measure that and I can't confirm that, right? Right? No, you're just
I'm saying that we have put that to the test, the claim, we've put it to the test.
Who is we? No, wait, who is we?
Laser tests, long distance observations, me, myself, right? I've done the measurements, I've done the observations. Many people in here have done laser tests. There is universities and military tests and research that shows you that you can see way too far, and anything practical that you do on the Earth is always pre-assumed as a level, motionless ground, right? So there is no curvature or no movement of the ground ever taken into account for anything you do.
Hey, Jimsy.
I guess hold on. No, I guess the problem is, for me, not for you guys. My problem is that I've never personally measured this, and I haven't done enough due diligence personally to have enough skepticism to more so believe that I'm being misled of the shape of our
But I'm not saying you, bro. I'm not pointing my finger towards you. I'm talking about the group of people that you're saying, hey, this group of people, they know better than I do. I'm telling you, this group of people that you pointing at to tell us something, they never measure the curvature of the earth, and they haven't measured the movement of the ground.
Okay, but you understand that the people that you speak of are a massive fucking amount of people that are involved in all the scholarly whatever country. No, it's
Sir,
it's a
with all due
shitload.
respect, though,
Think about
sir, the people that you're, sir, with all due respect, if I may, just real quick, the people that you're talking about, they're only going off of what they were taught and what they were told from people that just made estimates. We're talking over 100 years ago, hundreds of years ago. These people just made up hypotheses and guessed what they think.
Thousands of years ago,
They guessed what they think the speed is. They guessed it was all a guesswork.
It goes back
And now
to
we're taking that
Galileo.
guesswork, and people are studying that guesswork, and they're not putting it to the test, and they're just saying this is what it is. When in actuality, it's not at all. It was all a guess. You can't go back and you can't look up who first calculated the speed of Earth. Nobody knows. Nobody knows when that was first done.
Can I let me ask this question? Can we all agree that 1 + 1 = 2?
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
Or is math false because we've all been led to believe that math is a thing and that numbers are a thing, and that people have been told over time.
From your
real quick, bro. Let me
what I'm
finish.
hearing from you is that you think the scientists today are using some great technology that you don't have access to prove all these things, the rotation and the speed. Well, that's just what I'm hearing from you. I'm saying that. Forgive me if I'm wrong.
You're right. No, you're 100% right. My belief, or my neutrality, I guess, is based on assuming that the people that have the tools and have the education and have the know-how to be able to test the things that I'm
That's totally fine. One second. That is totally fine because real quick,
can you talk? We need one person to talk to this guy.
Yeah, but I was bringing a point because I understand where he's coming from. And the thing is, nobody's here is negating the practical things that are done by engineers, scientists, like tests, experiments that can be proven true, right? When you do something practical like transportation, communication systems, medicine, things like that can be repeated and done, nobody's negating any of that. Construction work, anything that is practical, everything is it has a specific thing, right? But on the specific claim that the ground that you're standing on is curving and it's spinning and you live next to a vacuum, and when you go towards that universe of claims, then you put all those things to the test, and you can you cannot validate any of those, right?
But the source of the invalidation is coming from someone. Again, I'll draw the parallel. Maybe it's a bad comparison. If any of us right now were to open the hoods to our vehicles, cars, trucks, we open the hood. We were told that the engine functions a certain way. Okay, that combustion works this way. Hold on. Yeah. Well, is it though? Because we can't prove that. So is it really practical?
You can operate the vehicle. It has an engineer, a designer, and you can backwards engineer the whole vehicle, right? But then that stuff works on the ground, and it works here in practical real life. But then what we're talking about, the topic in the server, which is the spinning globe, nobody has ever experienced that, and nobody can prove it.
But your claim then, and again, I'm not meaning this from any point of being offensive or not. If any one of us, no, it's all good. If any one of us were to try to explain how an engine, for example, works, okay?
Any one of sorry, you said any one of us. Did you mean Freemasons? I assume you're a Freemason. What degree are you, by the way?
A
You're a
Freemason? What
right?
the fuck?
Yeah.
I don't even know what the fuck that means. What I'm asking is a fundamental principled question. If any one of us were to try to explain something that we don't have an expertise in, such as engineering or mechanical engineering, like the design of an engine that runs a car, right? I'm just using the thing that I'm closest to right now. None of us could open the hood of a vehicle and begin to explain how the inner workings of the vehicle works. Does that mean that the people that are experts in that field are now
There's
discredited and
mechanics
that
in
none of
here.
that
There's
works?
engineers in here that know how engines work.
Okay, so I'm asking the question.
I think because you asked that question again, you didn't listen to Jamesy's point properly.
What
I
if
guess
someone
that's
sold
your
you a lemon?
interpretation.
What if someone
Here's
sold
the
you a
deal:
lemon?
you're all fucking nutbags, and you guys are fucking nut jobs. The Earth is fucking circle. You guys are.
Fuck off.
What a joke. Open-minded my ass.
Guys,
Hey, just come back. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine.
hey guys, thank
As
you for
soon as you
talking to
called him
my
a Freemason.
friend. No, hey, you guys. Hey, it's okay. Just he's not a Freemason. He just has questions, and he's my buddy, and he doesn't understand, but he's open-minded.
All right.
But
wait, I don't know, guys. Come on, like the Freemason stuff. Just stop with the personal attacks.
The Freemason stuff was a little bit overboard. That was a personal attack.
Yeah, that you're trying to trigger someone in here, guys. Come on.
That was triggering. This guy here.
Yeah, go on.
He honestly wants it. He wants answers. He's open-minded.
Yeah, but I was trying to bring him. Hey, listen, I was trying to bring him to let's say specific topics,
Jimsy?
like let's say
No, Jimsy, you're great.
curvature
Jimsy, can you please talk to him without having anybody else interrupting him? Hey, Ben. No, you did not. Hey, Benjamin. That was bullshit, Ben. Hey, Ben, that was bullshit. Who was the one that accused him of being a Freemason?
No, he is cool. He's been good. He's been very respectful.
No, he's been great. He's been one of the best guests you guys had on here in a long time.
Oh, he's great. I actually think he's good. It's just like if he hasn't had the conversation in the past, it has to be step by step, in my opinion. Yeah.
You need one person to talk to this guy. This guy has been the most open-minded person I've ever had.
All right. Well, get him back. Get him back on here, man. Get him back.
Hey, can we have one person? We got Jimsy. Can we talk to him?
Jimsy,
I mean, I'm not the expert on any topic specific, but we can break things down to basics and senses and down to earth.
Ben,
but I'm not an expert on engines.
Hey, listen. Hey,
get him back.
You should be. Hey, listen. Hey, he's right here. Listen, Ben. He's my one of my good friends here. Ben, you should be offended by someone calling you a Freemason. But you should be.
Offended, I promise. All I'm asking.
I know. Here, listen.
No one knows what anything is. Fundamentally, think about reality and existence and consciousness. None of us are qualified to unequivocally say what is or isn't with any certainty. So why do we try to do that?
No, you're right. I think you're right in a broad way. But when we're talking about, let's say, the nature of this place, like, and we label it, because you're probably hearing the word flat Earth, and maybe you kind of some people picture something in their minds about what people actually have built in their mind about what this place is. And I think you're right. Nobody knows what the whole thing is. So flat Earth is two words that serves as a descriptor, and those two words cannot completely explain and describe everything we experience in here. So flat Earth is just a description. That's not what the whole thing is. So in a sense that you're saying that nobody knows everything, I agree with you, but there is things that are very objective, and we can, the things that we do know, there's things that we do know, and there's things that we know is a lie and it's BS because it doesn't conform
100%
to reality.
100%. We agree on that, and I agree that our government are fucking liars, and they are to some degree like controlling us, and they've lied to us in the past, and they've reached a point at which it's been very fucking easy because we're all idiots, myself included. Right, I get it. Like, but the questioning again, the questioning of like again, I'll go back to my original point. Or one of my original points was to have such a vast community of people that are very intelligent people, critical thinkers, in fact, that are just as
I got a
questionable
brother.
about.
He's an engineer, and he thinks that there is a globe, and he builds airplanes, bro. So
I don't.
let me tell you.
And until anybody like gets shot into space, and let's say all of us right now, everybody in this group gets shot into space, and we we had it wrong. The Earth is a globe. We come back down. The government's still liars, but are they lying about this? Like,
Yeah, they are lying about this, and I think it's most
but
like
what's the point? Like, other than
the
control, okay, I get the control argument. Okay, yeah, they want us to believe shit. They want us. They've
scarcity,
been
control of resources, and you know when
sure. I 100%.
they'll
I get
still
it.
they could come on TV tomorrow and say, hey, the Earth is flat, and they'll still be liars about many other things. So
No,
I think
100%. But so
yeah.
why get hung up? Why can we all agree? And which I think we can. I think we can all agree, myself included, all you guys who I've never met, and I'm sure you're all great people. I mean that sincerely. Like, yes, we're living in a time and a place where there are people in power that are taking advantage of our idiocracy and all our naive, beliefs and what we've been told, and even the people above the general population that are quote trained and certified and physicists and all that shit, engineers, whatever. Like, could they have been lied to as well? Yes. So what do we do about that? That's
So
my
we have
question.
to kind of realize that in this commercial environment, and there is people that are gonna lie and tell you things that are not true. So having a standing where you can actually realize that not everything you're being told is objective, so you can have a stronger foundation about things. That's my opinion.
So you
If
can be a more critical. So you can be a more critical thinker about other things, not just
yeah, you can grow from there. As yeah, if
we're on
you
the
know
same
there
page.
is a lie about what was that?
No, I said we're on the same page with that for sure. Like, regardless of whether the Earth's flat or not, we can all agree that yeah, there's lies being told to the population in different countries, in this country certainly, and other countries.
Well, let me
And
tell
it's
you this.
intriguing to think about.
I wouldn't tell people the Earth is flat because I don't know what this place is as a whole. Like I told you, right? So the term is used kind of to engage people into the conversation. I think because it's a popular term that has been weaponized, and it triggers people once people hear it, and it brings the conversation forward. And from there, the people that actually want to engage in the conversation and think about things critically, right? So people can come to conclusions and do their own research, their own critical thinking. There has to be a point and an invitation to have the conversation, because if everybody was just parroting globe, globe, globe everywhere and nobody questioned it will be boring.
So the conclusion then of this conversation tonight with all you fine people, and I'm sorry for the comments I made earlier, I'm a jackass, I had a couple drinks, but I think what we can all agree on is that we should all be very critical of what we think is truth, and we should all be very critical of the people telling us these things. And I think if everyone had a broader or more heightened awareness around what is absolute and what they're being told is absolute and what is not, I think we would be better off as a civilization. Yeah, I'm in on that. I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go tell my Freemasons. Just kidding. Just kidding. No, I'm for real. Like I 100% agree with that notion that I agree with that.
Yeah,
I'm not sold.
It's very simple, right? You get a load of animals in a pen, and there's a fence. You walk up to that fence. Any animal, what do? They go up to the fence, and then they turn around and they walk by. Yes, the human animal, however, he will not do that. He'll walk up to that fence and he'll go, Who's this? Mute that guy. He'll walk up to
Right.
the
Yeah, I muted him.
and he'll
Flat
go,
dude, you're
I want
roboting
to
really
go over
bad,
this
bro.
fucking
In
thing.
the
I
middle
want to
of
go
the
under.
sentence.
Sorry?
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, thanks. A human being, however, he's curious and he'll want to go over that fence or under it. He wants to know what's on the other side of it. So a globe is a perfect prison for your mind. It's that simple. What's on the other side of that fence? I have no idea.
It's a compelling, truly unprovable unless you physically go into space to see it. Since none of us can, and scientists included.
What's the point?
I'll agree with that.
Seb, what's the point? I've told you the point. It's simple. It's not complicated.
I'm not disagreeing, and again, I think we're all very much aligned on the idea that there is 100% perhaps a motive to mislead or instill beliefs that aren't in fact and that are not objective. I agree with that, and I appreciate all of you guys. I really do. Let me poke into this Discord, which I've never been a part of. This is interesting, and I would listen, and if there's any for real, like what would change my and I asked that question earlier, and let me reel back and
back to the lodge.
Hey, I just want to say that since we already came to this first step, I just want to tell you that I was trying to say that I'm not very technical about many topics, but there is when you start thinking about how practical things actually work, there is so many topics out there to talk about that you can go really deep into and come to an understanding. And you will realize that there's a lot of things that are being painted as something that it is not, right? So
it's fucked up, isn't it? Fucked up.
Yeah.
Can we all agree? This is fucked up, right? Take flat Earth out of it. All the misleading, what do we do about it? So that's my question now. What the fuck do we do about it? We just keep talking about it.
What you're doing though is you say take flat Earth out of it, but that's how quite a lot of us got to question more, because if they can lie about that, then you go, wow, they could lie about absolutely anything.
Right.
I'm ready to make
What do you guys think? Do you think that Alex Jones, do you think the Alex Jones lizard people thing and gay frogs, the gay frogs thing is real, but how deep does this go?
I don't know, but what I know is that they lie about the foundations of the place we're standing on, and they go beyond because they talk about the skies and the luminaries and all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of like a background foundation that they build in people's minds, and from there, if the spell can be casted in someone's mind. Other spells can be casted on people. On other spells, the mind is open for other spells.
That's a good name,
Jimsy.
When do you think? And I'm just asking this sincerely. When did all this control begin? When do you guys think that all this misleading and when did it begin? When do you think? At what point in history?
I think it's Tower of Babylon is what I think.
When did it begin, and who? I know nobody can literally answer this question, but isn't it fascinating to think about? At what point in human history and existence, when did the controls begin? And was it a singular point, or do you think it was it just organically developed into what became the group or whatever entity?
I'd say when we became nations instead of small civilizations. I'm sure there was still control powers even with the small communities, but when we became large nations, I think that's when it really happened. And politics.
That's when you think that's when the governments realized, oh shit, we can feed them a bunch of bullshit and we can really benefit off of this. And then and then my question is, who's allowed to be in that circle of bullshit? I wonder who's allowed in there. What is it? Is it the oil? It's the people that control the money, probably, I guess. But it's intriguing to think about. If there is all this, which there is misleading, we all agree on that. There's tons of bullshit that's been fed to us as a population. But I wonder when it began. That's an intriguing question.
1920.
How did it develop? You think it was the Rockefellers in the 20s?
Rockefellers, 1920. We can talk about those things.
It's got to be before then, though, right? Were the Egyptians doing it? Were the Mesopotamians? Were the Sumerians? Were they doing it?
I think the Rockefellers. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, bro.
No, I think that the Egyptians actually had demonic beings, which were giants
They're
that
gods?
actually controlled a lot of things, which are biblical events that happened.
Yeah, but who knows if the Bible's real? Maybe that's a part of the control factor. Think about all the theologies, all the deities.
Before we go that far, though, how many flat earthers believe in a creator? What is it? What do you think the percentage of that is?
That's a good question. Are you? Is everyone Jimsies? Do you think there's a creator, or are we evolution? What's that?
Well, when I see, well, my first-hand experience, and I go out there and experience the world and observe, and I see a cause and effect relationships and how things are kind of designed in a certain way. You can kind of see information that is coming from somewhere, which I will say is an informer. And I see design and many things, starting with my vehicle or the house that I live in, or the door that I open, the knot. Someone designed that. I see design in this phase of man-made design. But then when you extend to nature and you still see information on everything, I think that requires an informer. Just like the vehicle or the clock, the Swiss watch or the computer, it's a programmer, an informer. And also when you add the fact that we live in a contained environment, I will say the container requires a designer as well. And also when you look at the luminaries, when you look at the cycles of the luminaries, and you see those cycles repeating like clock, like the clocks, the Swiss watch that people hold and buy, spend money to buy any watch. Those watches are designed reflecting the cycles of the luminaries, and the luminaries are more precise than the clock, the Swiss watch that you're holding. So the cycles and the design in place, and the cause and effect relationship. Real quick, the cause and effects relationship that is in place for us even to observe the phenomena that we observe of the luminaries and the cycles. It's definitely designed to be the way it is. So information requires an informer.
They're not even absolute. They're not even absolute. It's just our interpretation of what we observe, which we can observe very little of what's actually going on.
Hey, Jimsy, you're doing a great job. Ben, you're asking great questions.
I appreciate everybody's letting me
thank you.
In here.
Thank you, guys. Yeah. Everybody. Jimsy, thank you so much.
This is great. I'm going to divorce my wife. I'm going to leave my children.
No, you're not.
They don't even exist. No, I'm just kidding.
No, Ben.
I love all you guys. I wish everybody happiness, whatever that is for everyone. And isn't it fucking cool that we can sit here and talk about this shit? Can we all agree on that? That's
come
neat.
Back later. Ben, come back later. We would like to talk about triangles later on.
Oh, triangles. What is a triangle, though, other than our own perception and definition of geometry?
Yes.
Which that's a whole other topic. And God bless us all, or whatever bless us all. I'm really glad that you guys let me in here to poke in. I'm glad Bob was able to introduce me to you guys. Honestly, no ill will. I wish everybody all the best. I'm glad that we were able to talk about it, and it's fun to talk about it.
Whenever you have more time, come back, man. It will be great.
I don't have any time. I got three goddamn kids. I got no time. But I promise you, if I can poke in, rather than playing video games late at night when all my family goes to sleep, I would like to poke in and talk about this shit. In fact, one of the guys I play video games with at night, I'm almost 40, by the way. I'm a loser.
But, I'm 40 as well.
Yeah. He's the one that he always tells me, and he's a flat Earth guy. I don't think he's gone full down, but he's always like, "You don't want to go down the rabbit hole. You don't want to go down the rabbit hole." Yeah. And he would bring a really interesting. He would agree with all you guys. He's a great guy. All you guys are great people, I'm sure.
Later on, you could bring up lasers, communication systems, radar, military. machinery, whatever. There's so many topics. So whenever you want to come back and bring any topics, make sure you come back with some topics, and people can talk with you about it.
I'd love to. I appreciate you guys letting me
cannot
poke
tell
in.
this guy's full of shit. Is that what you're telling me? Everything. Everything that comes out of his mouth is contrived. You can't tell that.
You're incorrect, and that's okay if you believe that, and I respect that. But you're 100% incorrect, and that's okay. That's all right.
No, hey,
I'm not offended.
What I would say is the questions you're asking, it sounds like you're not listening to the answers. That's what I would say.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
That's the same question.
Guys,
It's like you're not listening.
That's your interpretation,
It's been
and
less
that's
than
okay.
an hour, guys. It's been less than an hour.
I'm being 100% authentic, and if you believe me or not, that's up to you to decide. But I am 100%. On my kids, I'm being 100% authentic right now. I'm being a smart ass.
I bet you have to even go to kids. Bloody hell.
Hey, no, fuck you. Hey, listen, you guys push these fucking people away.
Can I have some advice
all
to
these
the group
fucking
that's
time.
off topic?
No, listen, you guys are very oppressive whenever you guys talk to these people.
Yeah. Jimsy, you've been great.
Thank you.
Whatever the fuck European fucks are chiming in, you guys can eat shit. But Jimsy, you've been great, and I would love to join the
Can't
conversation
have kids
again
with your boyfriend. All right.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
sorry
that's
for being
good.
honest.
You fucking European cunt. You fucking wanker. Fuck
I
you,
love
Jimsy.
you
You're
too,
great.
bro.
These other wankers are fucks.
I love you too, man.
America, bitch.
Okay.
Thanks, Ben.
I love you
You're
too,
great.
bro.
You flat earthers are meanies for asking for glow proof.
Hey,
Big
what can I say except you're welcome?
If you're really open-minded, you'll go do a drop over distance test.
Can I ask a group a question?
Hey, listen, this is why you guys can't get any fucking people in this group, because you guys, Jimsy,
Wait. What makes you think we want to? What makes you think we want to get wimpy ass people in here? What makes you think we want to?
Hey, he was trying to say something. Go ahead, bro.
Do you guys want to get more people on our side or not?
What I would like is just for people to join and just have a conversation instead of being just assholes to everybody and assholes between each other. So just join and talk. And if you want to believe someone is a whatever label of whatever organization, well, okay. But if we're talking about something at the moment, something very specific, let's stick to that instead of going against personalities or whatever.
Do you think that my buddy here was being genuine in his questions, or do you think that he was just being a dickhead?
He had questions, and he's smarter than what he wanted to just talking here, but he spoke in a rush about everything. He was kind of like in a kind of like short of time, so I guess everything was kind of rushed, in my opinion.
I agree.
Yeah,
I
see,
agree
for
with
me,
that.
I wasn't saying he was lying. I was just saying that his questions were being answered, and then he was asking his questions again, like he wasn't listening. That's it.
But the thing is, bro, that
I know.
the same thing that's happened to him. You know how many people come with the same question? Because that question, many people, even myself in the beginning, I had it in my mind, and I wanted to ask that question. And it was
That's
similar.
exactly right.
He has his own mind, his own walk of life, and he brought it from his own perspective, and he wanted to think about it the way he thought about it. But
You're exactly
I think
right.
he's more open than most people, youngsters that join here in a joking, trolling way. At least he was able to have a reasonable conversation for a little bit. It wasn't too long, so I guess we wouldn't be able to come to a big conclusion from that short conversation, because from this shattering spectrum of ideas that people, I've heard conversations in here from many people, many of you guys, that a lot of people out there wouldn't even understand what you guys are saying, right? So I apply that to many people that join in here, because sometimes you guys say things that most people don't understand, and you gotta understand, you gotta get that some people are gonna hear the words that you are saying, and they're not gonna understand it, bro. So you gotta meet them where they are many times.
But quite often you would expect after
His
having
first
a
question too was an opinion-based question, his very first question that he asked the group was very opinion based. There's no
And
consensus
it's a very common one.
amongst us and
Yeah.
amongst our community of what it
Okay.
is.
Hey,
If the
listen.
Earth is flat, if
Yes,
it,
you're right. You're right.
what?
Listen, you're exactly right. Jimsy, you are spot on. Every one of us has came to this fact by asking the right questions. Now, the whole thing of this matter is that my friend was asking the right questions and he was open-minded. And the whole thing was
his
that
first question wasn't the right question, though.
but
No, at
but
the
who's to
moment,
say that?
it is because remember, for him is
Thank
the
you.
question that he has. For that's the question that he has at the moment, and he didn't know the answers that we were gonna give him.
But did he chew on the
So
answers he was given? That's the thing. He asked a question too quickly after the answer. Like he wasn't even paying attention to the answer. That was the problem for me.
How many
yeah, bro,
times
I've
have
been
you
in
guys
here
been there and you
speaking to
didn't ask the
people.
right
Listen,
question?
I've been in here many times speaking to people that 3 people try to give him an answer for one question and they don't get it, and then comes another guy and explain the same thing and the guy gets it. Like it's just how it is, guys.
You do it in love. You do it in love, not out of, hey, I have a bigger swinging dick than you. You do it out of love. That's exactly how you do it. And Jimsy, thank you for doing it out of love. And that's the only way we're going to reach these people. And he asked the
I'm
wrong
glad you brought him in
question.
here. I enjoyed the conversation. I enjoyed
So is
I enjoyed
love
hearing from
gonna
him.
reach Kosho? So what amount of love is gonna reach Kosho?
No, Kosho is Kosho is a character that he plays when he's in here, and he speaks from that
So no amount
character's
of love.
perspective.
Yeah, so no amount of love and care is gonna convert somebody who denies reality.
Yeah, but remember, Kosho gets his
was
love from whoever
open-minded.
family. Kosho gets his love from his boyfriend or girlfriend. He gets it from there, so he doesn't want it from us. So when he comes in here, he puts his hat. This hat called Kosho, and he starts speaking like from a cartoon character position, and he's having a conversation from there. He's in a spinning globe in the universe that was given to him by books and whatever high people in high places, right? So he's speaking from there, and even you could show him the measurements of the earth, the ground that he's standing on, and the bodies of water, and he's gonna still speak to you from that character position, that made up imaginary guy that he has in his mind, even though he uses things that are everything he does in his day to day is never required to have a globe or spinning globe or the heliocentric model, but he's gonna still speak to you when he's talking to you about it from that perspective as a character, because that's the only way culture can be possible. It's like a character. So yeah, he's gonna get love from his boyfriend or girlfriend, and that's fine for him.
He's married. He's got 3 kids. He
So
has
there you
no
go.
boyfriend.
So there you go. He does
He's been
get
married for
love.
10 years. He is open-minded, and that's what happens. We lose people like this whenever we try to strong-arm these people. And this guy is open-minded, and we try to force our opinions on him whenever he's open-minded, and that's total bullshit. Because whenever I figured out flat Earth,
What do you mean force opinions, though? What do you mean,
Bro,
opinions?
someone called him a Freemason out of nowhere.
that's bullshit.
I was
Yeah,
like, what?
he's not. He doesn't even know
we
what
gotta ignore
he doesn't
that.
even understand what a
That's
full Mason,
nonsense.
a Freemason is. You're exactly right. Whenever I first found out about flat Earth, I basically found a video that said, here's how to disprove flat Earth, and here's how stupid flat Earth is. And I went and watched it because I was like, oh, that's entertaining.
Yeah.
These dumbasses believe Earth is flat, and I'm going to see how stupid they are. And I went and watched it, and I had an open mind, and I was like, oh, holy shit, these guys are not idiots. and they know way more than I do. And the more I figured out that you guys from this Discord know more than I've ever even thought of learning, like my mind has been blown. But these people, they have no clue. They're just finally waking up. You have to be generous to these people.
A guy where you're like your friend, like your friend, you have to bring many things step by step, like curvature, horizon, level,
Yes,
and speak about those things step by step. It was just like me when I came in. I didn't know what a horizon was. I mean, I heard about it, and I kinda thought about it and saw it, but I wasn't thinking about what it actually meant, right? So
it's so simple. You just have to figure it out. The way you figure it out is
do it step by step because you never done it in the past.
You're exactly right, but you don't be an asshole to these people that you just.
It wasn't that bad.
No, it wasn't that bad.
Unless they lie, unless they deny reality, and then you have to talk to them and teach them.
Okay, well, listen, I've been a part of this conversation way too many times. Yes, it's tough love, but there's no way we're going to win these people over with being a dickhead and being assholes.
And some people are, and some
people,
hey,
you're not going to change a person's mind just by speaking to them. They need to do the work themselves, and they need to do deep dives and research and read and study and not just have conversations, because nobody's going to change my mind on anything.
And that's correct. That's correct. But in here, that's correct. But in here, we kind of like give references to each other, and sometimes you're not gonna be in the research reading mode. You're gonna be in the conversation mode. So when you come in here with questions about something, and someone gives you an answer or a link or a reference, you go through there, right? And you expand your knowledge about that thing that you had a question about. And that's a right approach.
Well, but that's why I get frustrated when people like him come in here and they say, okay, explain this to me and change my mind. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. It doesn't matter what I get say to you. I'm not going to change your mind because you're not ready yet. As open-minded as you claim you are, you're not there yet. You're ready to maybe have a conversation about it, but you're not really ready to absorb the information without firing off a question right away after I just answered your first question.
Yes,
hey, can I quickly say something, Kaiser, please? Kaiser, so I used to be a lot more concerned with people being ignorant and stupid, and these days I am still concerned about those things, but I'm much less concerned about people being ignorant and stupid. And my suggestion is to try not to be too concerned about people being ignorant and stupid.
Geyser is having a good time. He's not too concerned. Geyser is having a good time.
Hey, I want people to know the truth.
Frustrated with the gentleman's very first question
how are
because
you
he
gonna
said
change
somebody came in
40
here.
people in the live stream. Like how are you gonna change it and make everybody nice and everybody calm and everybody like it's unrealistic. We're all humans.
Who's
the
gonna
server is
do
a
that?
melting pot. Everybody comes in at a different time of day, so you're not going to get everybody being nice at all times.
No, exactly. Get some thick skin.
Talking about
Stop taking shit so personal. Get some thick skin.
Yeah, you're gonna get the tough love. You're gonna get people that are drunk. Others are annoyed for your question. But whenever you feel triggered by someone opening their mic and saying something, just mute yourself and allow other people to have the conversation. It's pretty simple.
Yeah. Hey, listen, Jimsy. Thank you for being open-minded, and thank you for controlling your words. I appreciate that. And every time you talk to one of these people on here, it's the same thing. You know, there are people that their mothers and fathers love them, and they have children of their own, and they love them, and just show them some respect like that. Jimsy, you did that very well. And whenever I first discovered this whole entire truth about Flat Earth, I was a total dickhead. I just wasn't brave enough to open my mic and fight people about it. And it takes so much love and so much respect. And the whole thing is that it's so hard to tell people the truth, and especially tell the people the truth out of love. And that's what they need. They don't need this condemnation that they hear every single.
We all go through what you just described. I think we've all been in a place where when we first woke up, and I think a lot of that is projection because we're angry and upset that we fell for the lie, and then we're angry and upset because our friends and our family, when you try to explain it to them, they don't want to believe us. So then you do kind of get angry and you do kind of lash out in a way. But then we all calm down and nobody was super disrespectful in here.
No. It was okay. It was okay, guys. Don't be too hard on yourselves. And remember, I tell people this is the internet, and don't get triggered by personalities or tonalities of people in here. It's just people in the internet talking about things. And in this server, we specifically talk about the Earth, and this is the best place on Earth to talk about the Earth. So if you have any questions, don't. And if you hear people asking questions, guys, just try not to get triggered. And if you want to answer, try your best to do it in the position like you are that person that has that question. It's you that is asking that question, and try to answer it for yourself. Like you're trying to help yourself. But we do get trolled. I'm not saying this is bad.
A lot of troll.
I'm not saying this is paradise. I've been here. I've been with trolls. I've been recorded and made fun of. Like I've been through that too. But we do get a lot of good people that join. And since a lot of times we are, sometimes we are being kind of funny and a tonality of sarcasm and kind of making fun. Some people join during those moments that they also start kind of making everything funny, memeing and stuff, and that's how they get banned as well. So everybody, most people in here do a great job talking to people. It's just that don't get too triggered.
That's exactly. Hey, thank you, Chimsy. The whole thing, the reason that I brought my friends in here is because I respect you guys, your opinion, and I respect your knowledge, and I respect everything about you. And that's why I bring my friends in here to talk about these things, because I want them to wake up. But it's a two-way street, my friends are jackasses, and it's just like the whole entire world. They think they know everything. They think that the world is a globe, and it's not. And whenever I first heard about this, I don't know. I mean, you got to step back and realize that we all had a moment of mourning, and we had a moment of like, this just isn't fair.
Cut to the end of it.
Like, it's just hard. Even when we might be tough loving it,
I never had that moment that you're talking about. I was never angry. I was never sad. I was surprised and intrigued and then humored. These days, I just think it's funny that the Earth is flat, and I think it's funny that they fooled me. All this anger or whatever you're talking about, that's you and that other guy. That's not me, dude. Speak for yourself.
Well, congratulations. You're a better person than me then. So congratulations. Well, fuck that.
But I think it's different if you come into it on your own endeavor than someone telling you about it. That might put you on the defensive, and then you want to prove that person wrong. Whereas if it's your own endeavor,
I have a genuine question. How does the atmosphere work then?
Atmospheres is a contradiction of terms. Atmos means air, and air gases, they don't have inherent shapes. So it's a contradiction of terms. So if you're talking about the air that you breathe in when you expand your lungs, that air around you, it's atmos, air, not a sphere. So the gas pressure that you breathe in, containment is required for the gas pressure in the first place. So
I have a question.
The atmosphere is a contradiction of terms.
So if we walk to the end of Earth, right? What would happen?
Do it.
But we hit
When you think about the end of the earth, are you picturing some sort of image in your mind?
No, like how the Earth is spread out in maps, right?
Why don't you go to the end of the earth and show us?
It would be like the United States, and then like the other part of the globe.
So when you reach the end of the earth, when you reach the end of the earth, you reach water, right? The seashore, and then you get on a boat. Then you travel, you navigate on the waters, and then you reach another seashore. You get on top of that seashore. You walk on the land, and then you reach another body of water. If you keep walking somehow. So yeah, the end of the earth, water.
So the Earth is just like an infinite body of water.
Oh, what the earth is? Oh, nobody knows.
See, that's the whole thing. Like, nobody knows the answers to these questions, and then you guys are basically penalizing my friends for asking these questions. How come you don't penalize this guy for asking these questions?
We're talking to Miss Tusky now.
I just did. I told him, why doesn't he go to the edge and tell us what he finds? Just like digging.
No,
it's impossible to do that.
Digging.
He can't. Most people cannot leave their own.
That answers his question, right?
Hey, most people cannot leave their own countries at this moment. So we know that Mitsuki at age 13, he can't reach the end of the earth. So that's why I wouldn't ask him that question. Hey, Mitsuki, are you capable of
observation that he just made? Though he said we can't do that, right? We can't go and travel. Why can't we? Because there's regulations and laws and treaties in place to keep us in place. You can't just, no matter how much money you have, no matter what your resources are, you can't just think, oh, I'm just going to do whatever I want and go wherever I want and explore this earth. No, you can't.
Great.
Why can't we? What are they hiding something? Why can't we?
We're slaves.
Why are we fighting these guys that ask these questions?
No, we're not fighting, bro. We're talking to Miss Tusky. Let's not argue. We're talking. He has questions, so we're trying to address the what we label the end of the earth. Mitsuki, if you want it right now, can you go, walk, or navigate to the end of the earth? Can you?
Are you asking me?
Nope.
Yeah, you can go. That's the same answer for me and everybody in here. We can go to this place.
Yeah, most people can't, because like A, it would be like really expensive, and B, like who would want to take a boat on water for like 4 or 5 months just to like see?
So you might be thinking like you probably
even if you had the resources to do that, you can't. You're not allowed. You would be stopped.
But the thing is, Mitsuki, you might be thinking about it. Like you probably have you Googled Earth or flat Earth in the past days or something? Have you Googled flat Earth?
Yeah, I've been trying to learn a bit more about it.
Okay, so did you saw any images on the images of Google? When you Google flat Earth, you saw some images in the Google search?
Yeah.
So that's probably the thing that you have in an image that was given to you, and it's a depiction that is not the real thing that you're standing on. It's just a cartoon. So that you might be having a kind of like a misconception of what the Earth is. And it's not that thing that you found on Google. Those cartoons, that's not what this place is.
Yeah, because like I want to learn more about like people's viewpoints on things. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, that's fine. But just letting you know, right? Like, just be careful about what's the end of the earth or that kind of stuff, because nobody in here has been there, so I don't know if we can answer that question.
Thank you for being chill about it.
No problem.
We don't have a model. We don't have a model that we subscribe to as far as what the flat Earth looks like. There is no model. There's no you know, and like everybody has their own opinions of what they think it might look like, but at the end of the day, that's all it is opinion. We don't all agree on that subject, you know. Some
Yeah.
people believe that it's infinite, that the earth is ever expanding flatness and it just goes on forever and you can't reach,
Yeah.
you know, like an end. You know, some people believe that there's a dome and you get to the dome, you can't go any further. You know, nobody knows. That's the whole thing. Nobody knows, and we don't push any sort of like model, like what he was saying, the pictures that you see on Google of what a flat Earth would look like. We don't subscribe to any of that and say that yes, this is what it is. No, we don't do that.
Yes, you should know that the other image, when you Google Earth and you see the sphere spinning, that has been falsified many ways. So that's not true either.
Oh, that was fun.
That was interesting. Yeah, that was an interesting conversation to say the least. I learned some stuff about it. It's cool.
Gimsy, do you have any children?
Yes.
Can I ask you how many children you have?
3.
3. Let me ask you this. I'm about to be a father for the first time, right? And I'm
Congratulations.
struggling with my fiance. Thank you. I'm struggling with it's going to be a girl. We know it's going to be a girl. And we can't agree when it comes to the name. So I'm curious what was your experience with your first child, and whether it was a boy or a girl, coming up with the
In
name.
my opinion, I think you should name it Isaiah 13.
We actually, for me,
what I'm curious about is, go ahead.
We combined our names and made a new name from my name and her name. So yeah, it's
Yeah, she has this one name stuck in her head that I don't like, and I'm wondering, should I just give it to her? Should I just let her have her way? I don't know. Is it that important? You know what I mean? I don't know. How important is the name you give your child? Is it? I wonder.
I think you should put some effort into it, definitely, and enjoy that and make it work for you guys.
Do you think there's any significance at all when you're trying to name a child, as in the meaning of the name? Because every name has like some sort of meaning, right? Like, do you think that's important at all? Does it mean anything?
The name, like in this world, people gets many labels in the commerce world, but the name is given by the mother and the father, and that is important because you as a father and the baby's mother, they're gonna say those words with their, it's like a signature, like a calling that your baby's gonna hear every time you say her name, and that's gonna be imprinted in her for the rest of her life. But that's the first let's say label or fiction that is going to be given from mom and dad, but then later in the future, like, oh, she's going to be a doctor or a mechanic or whatever, right? It's going to be many labels, but that's the one that comes from mother and father, and it's imprinted in the very deep because babies, you grow next to people saying your name, so it's a calling. It's a calling card whenever someone says that your name.
So there's like the on your baby that's gonna follow them for the rest of their life, right? So it is.
Well, the baby is not the name, so you got a point there. You're not those words on the piece of paper, but the tone and the name that mom and dad pronounces with the word, right, with their mouth, like baby so and so. Yeah, it's gonna be imprinted in them. So yeah, you should put some effort into it. It's just people have done it for a long time, and it's part of your ancestors. Your ancestors did it. You're gonna do it. So might as well make it happen and do it good.
Yeah, I'm definitely trying to put effort in it. That's why I was curious about what anybody's thoughts were in the chat about it. Sorry to like fuck up the mood or whatever and change the subject, but it's been weighing on my conscience because, like I said, she's stuck on this one name that I really don't like, and I don't want to. I don't know. It's
one that might get is it one that might get her picked on at school? Because that's what my suggestion was going to be. Just make sure not to name or something that'll get her picked on at school.
Yeah, that's a good. Well, I don't see the name that she's stuck on is Alma, 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 and I just don't like the way it sounds. It sounds like an old lady's name to me. It doesn't. It just seems, and I don't even understand why she likes it so much. Alma.
Alma means soul.
Right. I mean, that sounds kind of nice, but I don't know.
I think it depends on how you pronounce it. Well, subjectively, of course.
You don't have to. You don't have to like everything. You accept a lot of things that you don't like.
Right. That's why I'm wondering, should I just give it to her? Should I just let her name her first daughter because it's going to be a girl? So should I just give that to her and
definitely, just embrace it.
So?
If it doesn't suit her, she can change her name.
Yeah, that's true.
Just embrace it.
I knew a girl named Alma, and she was really cool.
I had never heard the name before in my whole life until she brought it up. I appreciate the advice, man. I'm starting to I feel like I'm having a change of heart. Like, yeah, what do I care? It's not horrible. So I don't think she can get made fun of for it. It just, when I first heard it, it sounded like an old lady's name. But
it's nice.
It's a good name.
Yeah, not many people have that name, and it's not all crazy though. It's not too crazy of a name.
80 years in the future, she may be an old lady.
That's true. Hopefully.
I always made the joke, my name's Gary, and is like, could you imagine handing a baby Gary over? Here's Gary, just like an adult's name for sure, isn't
it? Yeah.
Oh, cute little baby Gary. It just kind of sounds fucking dumb.
I told her if I allow her to pick the name, then I should at least be able to get to pick the middle name. No, but she doesn't
You
like
can.
my middle name choice either. Because I wanna give her my mother's name for a middle name, just to sort of
That's what I
honor
did.
my mother.
That's
Yeah,
exactly what I did.
but she doesn't like my mom's name either. But I feel like, look, you gotta
Well, you gotta come to the
you
meetings
gotta
of the
compromise here.
mind. You gotta come to an agreement and say, okay, this is gonna be the first one. All right, this is gonna be the second one because it's a 50-50. That's it.
My mother's name is Gayle, spelled Gayle, so it'd be Alma Gale, which I don't think sounds too terrible. I think it's got a nice ring to it. Maybe not. I don't know. She hates it though.
It sounds like a famous person.
I like the spelling too. The way it's spelled, you don't see that a lot with people named Gail. It's usually the AI.
That name sounds better than what you guys are giving it credit for.
I think you're right. I'm gonna sleep on it. But yeah, see, this is why I'm glad I bring topics like this up off topic, because it is good to hear other people's perspectives and you look at it in a different way.
Instead of your own bias way, yeah, it's good.
Absolutely. Yeah, because like I said, all I could think about was an old lady name, but then hearing you guys say all this other stuff, I see it now from a totally different perspective, and then it can be, it does have a beauty to it.
It does, and it sounds pretty. That combination sounds unique to me.
Did you struggle with that whole idea when you were first having a kid? Like, am I being over worried, and just because I'm a first time father and I'm so scared to make a wrong decision and screw things up, and like, that's normal, right? I should be worried, right? That's means I care, right? Or am I overthinking it?
We did spend some time thinking about it, but then we decided, and that's it. Not overdo it. How about you talk to Mitsuki? Mitsuki, are you there? Mitsuki? Go ahead and ask your second question.
I'm currently thinking of one. I'm just trying to figure out how to put it into words. That's all.
Just say in Spanish, bro. That's fine. There's also King 8 Ball. King of the 8 Ball. Go ahead.
If gravity theoretically does not exist and the atmosphere, in theory, is just air, how does the world erosion occur, such as mountains and hills, without gravity?
Well, you'd have to ask yourself, how would you have evaporation if you have gravity? For the water to go up and come back down again.
Because without gravity and stuff, right? Erosion would be. I guess I don't know how to say. Because if gravity theoretically does not exist, the atmosphere is just, in theory, is just air. How does like world erosion occur, such as like mountains and hills without it?
Did you
Well, high
measure
pressure, low
that? Did you
pressure,
measure that
oxidate.
erosion? I'll repeat. Did you measure that erosion or what?
The problem is that he's saying the word gravity, but he doesn't actually know what it means. He's just saying that that word causes erosion when there is other factors instead of a word causing the effect.
That's a new one. I've heard gravity holds things down and causes it to orbit. Now it causes erosion.
Well, I think what he's thinking is like, how would the things that normally cause erosion, like weather, how would they even get to Earth if there was nothing to pull it to Earth? I think that's the way he's thinking.
Well, that's how you should phrase it, in my opinion.
Yeah, it sounds like his question's not written down like that, though. The one he's reading.
Yeah, that's what that's why he's adding like gravity without an actual meaning or definition. How does this word typed on this piece of paper? How does that this is causing erosion? And if it wasn't for this word, erosion wouldn't happen. Like if imagine if no one invented the word gravity, erosion wouldn't happen ever. But to the contrary, we know that erosion will still happen.
Right? Did erosion exist before Newton?
Maybe not. I'm giving this type of answer because I don't know everything I don't know what causes erosion exactly, but let's say high pressure, low pressure, the gases in the air, the humidity,
friction, freeze storing.
Yeah, friction, wind, storms, water, heat, cold.
People.
I mean, the other word for erosion is weathering.
Pollution, yeah. But I think the word gravity might be stronger than in any of those put together. Yeah, bro, I don't think the warping and bending of space-time causes erosion. I don't know. Maybe it does, but... The thing is, bro, that the word that word gravity and whatever it means in that sense, it's like a word that is used and spoken in a history, like a movie, like a cartoon. And this cartoon is called the heliocentric model. It's like a movie, and they have a lot of words made up, and those words have meanings in that universe, but it has no relation to the objective world that we live in. So when they add the words gravity, exoplanets, light years, black holes, and they put all those words together, dark matter, and they put all those words together, and they give you they make a story, and they tell you it's a story, but some people believe it. Some people believe it as it's true, and they hear the words, and they hear these words from this movie or this story, and some people do believe it's true, but not everybody does. Hopefully, you get what I mean. Yeah, in part of the movie, characters like Kosho live in it, and they can speak to you about the movie and the things they do in it. They cannot show it to you in reality, but you can go to the movie place, and then you can do these things. I'm sorry, guys. It's probably too late for me. Not being too specific to the young one. Hey, Mitsuki, just check the term specific gravity, and that one might give you a better context on what might be happening. I wouldn't claim that is the cause of the effects, but there is more concreteness and objectivity to the tested and demonstrable uh, cause and effect relationships of the term described as specific gravity. Do you hear that? Mitsuki? Maybe you're ignoring me, Mitsuki. Mic check.
Also, just to ask Mitsuki if any of the answers we gave made him think or were good enough, or if he wants us to expand on it.
So I have a question. So if the Earth is flat, for example, right? How does the water towards like the end of the Earth stay afloat? Like, how does it just not leak into space?
Where's the end of the Earth?
What did you say? Like, it's just something I've been asking, like, wanting to ask for a while. Oh, so pretty much, right. So if the Earth is flat per se, how does the water at the end of the Earth not leak into space? Is there like there has to still be something holding the water together, wouldn't there?
What stops the water from leaking out of your bath?
Did anyone answer your question?
Well, I answered it with another
let me-
question, but I think that should have made him think, at least.
Sorry, I had to do something. I missed that. So you asked, you said, where does all the water go at the end of the Earth into space?
What stops it?
Or what normally stops water? Where does the water stop normally? At a shoreline? Would that be correct? Young man? You there, Mitsuki, or not? Obviously not. I'm going back on mute.
Is there a correlation here between me joining the VC and him not talking?
I'm just like doing other things right now. Sorry if I'm not talking too much.
No problem.
It's also like 2 a.m. over here. And I don't want to be too loud.
I get it.
How old are you, young fella? Okay. I give up.
So did the guy hear the answer we gave? Just want to make sure.
He just doesn't want to talk because I joined. He doesn't like talking to me. I checked him in. He's had enough of me. Just kidding. It was actually a pretty good conversation.
Sorry I didn't respond to you, Chris. What keeps water from falling off the ball? That I don't know exactly, which is the reason why I'm here to try and find a reason for both arguments.
Hello. Who dare?
Oh, I do like to be beside the seaside. Yes, I do like to be beside the sea. That's it. That's what you're getting from me.
What happened to everybody?
So what's up, dude?
Me? Just chilling.
Yeah, definitely you. There's nobody else talking. So shit, dude. I'm like trying to go in like the biggest server I know of with a huge VC, and nobody's saying anything. I'm like all scared and alone.
Scared and alone.
Bro, I'm camping. I got like nobody around me. It's super.
If this gonna be that kind of party, I'm gonna stick my dick in the mashed potato.
Hey, let that shit the fuck out. God damn. Stick my dick in the mashed potatoes. Wow. Wouldn't that burn?
Soundboards are great.
Oh, I'm so glad nobody else was around to hear that.
We're talking about they're all making mashed potato.
Two beats? What are two beats?
What, beetroot?
I think this guy just hasn't gotten checked in yet. I'm in the wilderness, bro. Camping in the wilderness.
Are you seriously?
Yeah. Yeah, it's I mean, I think it's considered the wilderness. Dude, it's dark as hell. Definitely scared.
You're quite a ways from a town or a proper shop.
Yeah. It's like near a mountain, so I came here because I wanted to be like, I don't know, I wanted to be further away from people, but this is a little ridiculous. I wasn't prepared.
Regretting it now.
I got lonely as fuck really quick. Let's just say that. Here I am. That's basically my story.
You should have brought a dog with you.
No, oh my gosh. I'm trying to get the hairs off of my clothes still. I haven't been around a dog in so long.
Who gives a fuck about hairs on your clothes, man?
Dude. It's pretty bad. It's annoying, dude. I mean, I can deal with it. It's just I don't know.
You just have
Not having to remove it is just better.
You just have to wear clothes that match the color of your dog.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, I'm not gonna lie. That company of a dog would be pretty nice right now. Surrounded by stars and trees right now. It's so quiet, I can't even hear the earth spinning. It's just nuts.
Really? Damn, that's quiet.
Yeah.
That's how you can tell it's a curving spinning globe, because it's not.
Makes sense. Sounds legit.
Respect. No, Chris, I'm not. I'm in California. I'm not really sure how that's exactly supposed to work out here. I know I can transport firearms, but yeah. I've already got haters, dude. On my first day, somebody keyed my passenger side of my car.
Serious?
Yeah. And then a few days later, the other side. It's because I'm associating with flat earthers out here. That's probably why. Stupid hippies. Stinky little pot smoking fucking scum.
Yeah, that's what I thought most of California was.
Yeah. Luckily not. My friend's not. She's the flat earther, but like the most sane one like around here. So it's so funny. Obviously the most sane because of flat earther, but like yeah.
Yeah, Chris is saying in the chat there, like, you're brave, like fucking liberals, but I think that's why you've you've gone away from the big part of town where it's less populated. Like, yeah, fuck this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Oh my god, and I was just down in Reading and I was reading their Facebook page and I'm like, "Oh, what the heck? There's a lot of story about dead bodies under the bridge and crazy car accidents and chases," and I'm like, okay, hopefully that doesn't happen. I've been humbled the past couple days. I came in like a chess champ and just undefeated for days, and then yeah, one dude shows up, then I go to the chess club meeting and yeah, I'm getting whooped there too a little bit. I was kind of even. I was a wash. Couple wins, couple losses, one draw. No big deal. Could have totally won that draw though, but I gave him a draw out of respect. Chess is my new it's my new lure to bring people around to Flat Smack. It's pretty fucking awesome. There's actually quite a few flat earthers out here too.
So is it proper hot at the moment where you are?
It was earlier today in Reading. It was like 110 degrees Fahrenheit, really hot.
Ouch.
Yeah, I had left my phone out in the heat for a little bit, and that shit was burning, bro. I almost thought it was gonna be broken forever. But it does cool down a lot here. They don't believe in clouds, so it gets really hot in the day and really cool. It cools down quick. Like I think it's supposed to be like 65 at the coolest of the night. No clouds, not one. The only time I saw a cloud, I saw one cloud and it was way far away and it was small. It was really hilarious. So why are you not talking, Sunforest Fairy? Are you in here? Open up your mic. I know you like to talk.
Hey, I'm here.
What's up?
I don't know. I'm just relaxing. I'm texting and listening and trying to get ready for bed at some point. So where are you at camping?
It's a place. It's like a ski resort, but right now, since it's not snowing, it's just kind of like for dispersed camping. It's called the Nordic Center.
Oh, I don't know where that is.
It's near Mount Shasta in California.
Oh, sounds fun.
Good luck finding me. I got a nice little spot here. It's darker than hell.
Oh, you're pretty far from where I'm at, so.
Ooh, Mount Shasta.
But it sounds fun. I don't like driving next to big drop-offs though. Like when I went to Big Bear, like I did not like the hill going up to Big Bear.
Yeah, I got up to like a 8% grade going downhill. That thing is like, ooh.
Yeah, see, that's what I don't like. I really love the mountains and stuff, but I just don't like driving on the windy, like, upgrades or downgrades where, like, there's not a lot of space and the drop off is right there. I hate that.
Yeah. Feel you on that. I was getting a little nervous doing all that. At least it was in the daytime. So if it was at night, even worse. Like,
oh,
yeah, I've gone through the Sierra Nevadas at like really late at night, and it is not fun. It was kind of scary.
Do you know what? Strangely enough, I saw this video the other day where this guy camped in a roundabout.
In the middle?
Yeah, with no tent. There was just quite a lot of vegetation. And it's like, yeah, this is the perfect hiding spot. Like, cars won't see me. And he had to wait a couple of hours for, like, the rush hour to die down. But yeah, the guy slept in a roundabout, hidden in plain sight.
Wow. That sounds interesting.
In America as well.
I wouldn't feel safe. I would feel like my life was constantly at risk because that's all those people driving around. Like, the chances of one having an accident, they're going to likely land right where you're sleeping. Not good.
Exactly. That is one thing that I didn't think was quite logical, but people will do what they got to do.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be doing that. No way. I actually haven't been camping in a long time. Probably 13 years. But yeah, the California weather, that is a thing. When I would go to Vegas and stuff, people would be like, "Oh, it's so hot there." Like when I went to Utah or Vegas during the summertime. Like, it's so hot. I'm like, but I can put on shorts. I can put on a tank top at 7 o'clock in the morning and I can wear it till 11 o'clock at night and I'll be comfortable all day. Whereas here, it's cool in the morning and then it'll like get warmer and then it'll be like cold by the evening. So it's like you have to keep layering or putting stuff on or changing your clothes. Kind of aggravating.
Wow, that is really thick with vegetation.
Yeah, it is quite hidden.
Yeah, there's a website you can visit to find places that are free camping. That's what I used to find this one.
Oh, so it's like not a camping site, it's just free, like a place where you can just go.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, in like all national forests or national parks, you can camp there for up to like 2 weeks or maybe even more in the same location. Then you'll have to move maybe like 100 yards away. You continuously camp there and just move locations every couple of weeks.
Oh, so you can just like live there if you want?
Yeah, basically. And it's basically law, so it's awesome.
But there are
I will
places in
admit,
America where you could be thousands of miles away from any law. Nearly 1,000 miles away.
Where?
In America, you can be so deserted, like hundreds of miles to the nearest hospital, police station, whatever. So why would you have to worry about the law? You know? Especially if you're just camping. That's legal. I don't know. That's just silly.
I was considering bringing a firearm, but obviously I don't want to get in any trouble. And to be honest, the first encounter I had with a police officer, he was really, really respectful. They're pretty relaxed down here, I'm guessing. That's what I've been told as well, because I shared my story, and the dude told me, he's like, yeah, they had some few bad apples, but they got rid of them, and yeah, they're really relaxed. I'm really happy about that. Not gonna lie. Don't like living in a police state.
Just go to a festival and don't leave.
Yeah. That's what I came for. My friend had hosted a festival on pretty much the highest point that you can drive on the mountain. And yeah, it actually went really well because we were expecting some like satanic provocators coming, but they had moved their hippie drum circle elsewhere, so that was nice.
That was on this trip?
Yeah. It was on the full moon. I had taken a time lapse of the moon going across the sky. Pretty cool. Took a few pictures of stars. By the way, any Globies listening? Yeah, I had taken pictures of some stars that were triangle shaped. Again, disproving gravity in one picture. So that was nice. I got to show that off to the people there. Like, hey, I just took this photo. Look at that. Triangle, bro. Not as awesome as like the ones on that Doritos meme that I got, but oh man, it's really nice.
What kind of camera do you use?
I just have a P900, and I used to have a solar filter on it, but I left. I used to keep my camera in the car a lot, and on a really hot day, the solar filter had cracked.
Oh.
So, unfortunately, no solar filter. But yeah, and I also this camera is really fantastic. I had right now, with no light anywhere around, I can take a picture of these beautiful scenery without a flash, and it would look like it's probably look like it's daytime if I got it good enough.
Without a flash, like at nighttime?
Well, as long as you keep the shutter open longer, then you'll just keep capturing more light, and it'll be like a stacked image of light. I don't know how else to explain it, but yeah, I had taken a picture while we were on the mountain, and it was pretty dark, and to the point where we needed a little bit of lights to see, where the food was and whatnot. And I'd taken 3 different pictures. One of them with the shutter speed very quick, so you could only see the lights. A second one where it looks basically what it looks like from your eyes, and a third one where it looks like the sun is out and shining. It is it's some really incredible piece of technology.
Wow, I bought photography books and I have a camera. I don't know where it is at the moment, but I never used it, and I kept wanting to go take classes, and I just never really. I ended up getting too busy, and then of course the phones on the cameras were always there, so I just never really got into it. But I still kind of have an interest in learning. Mine's
I just don't think it's really necessary to take any kind of courses, and especially if you're going to pay for them. I just say save your money, and kind of just play with the camera. I didn't take any classes or anything, and at this point I'm so familiar with the camera where I know how to compensate for the amount of light that's there, and for what shutter speed I'll need. Damn near perfectly if I really wanted to. It's more like trying to get used to your camera is what you'd have to do, and figure out the settings and whatnot. For example, on my camera, there's the settings change everything about how you're going to take the picture, or series of photos for that. And I don't think that the course will tell you how to use your camera, so that's going to be a major issue. You may know how to take a picture, but if you're not used to the camera, then you're still kind of at square one. Figuring out the settings is what I do first, and then do a little toying around, get used to it, just start taking thousands of photos, and next thing you know, you'll be taking really nice ones, like pictures in the dark that look like it's light out. I really do want to take a picture right now of what's going on. Quiet. It's almost as quiet here as the live stream was earlier.
Almost. Well, those noisy tumbleweeds you got there.
That's how I knew I was getting close, Started seeing tumbleweeds. Fairy, I want to add to that, little anxiety that I was feeling when I was going up and down the mountains. I had no service at all for a long time. I didn't know where the next gas station was. I didn't even.
The next satellite, you mean?
Yeah, there had no satellites over that part of Earth, dude. It was so scary.
Yeah,
I'm like, okay.
Fun when you don't know where the service stations are and how far you have, and
yeah, as soon as you lost the service on your phone, then you can't find anything.
Yeah, I should have anticipated that and planned more accordingly. But I made it fine. I just had to kind of pay I had to pay $7.50 or whatever per gallon of regular gas at one gas station, and I got in there two hours before they opened, so it was really like first thing I did, I was like, well, man, I'm not waiting 2 hours. Screw that, right? Started going on through my trip, and I'm looking on my GPS because my GPS it doesn't need like cell phone service, you know, like a Garmin. I was looking around. I'm like, oh, geez, this is kind of saying I have to go like 200 something kilometers. I won't be able to make that. Turned around, went back to that gas station and waited. Had to pay some pretty pricey gas prices, but at least I didn't get stranded, you know.
What was the prices down there?
Well, the cheapest right now that I've found is $5.50. Not so bad. They go kind of up to like $6 up in the more populated areas, and yeah, where it's like really remote, that's basically where I filled up that one time. That's $7.50. Ugh. Oh man. Yeah. By the way, Chris, I can't stand those guys. I just can't do it, dude. Unfortunately, I've tried to get along with them. I've you know, it's impossible. I should have left that server and never came back the first day when I realized how toxic they were. Which is funny because that includes Gem Panda. The owner of the server is toxic too.
Oh man, it's quiet in here. What's happening?
Bro, I know, right?
Sorry, I'm running around doing things before bed, so I'm kind of back and forth at the moment, but I keep muting my mic so I don't make a lot of noise.
Well, I appreciate it. Oh, I love the lobby chat. It's so toxic, it's great.
Yes.
It's almost like a never-ending movie.
I had met a flat earther who plays Rocket League. I had to mention that since you're here.
Oh, hell yeah. I haven't touched Rocket League in a bit. I've been playing a lot of Team Fortress 2 has been my main game.
I miss Rocket League. Haven't played in a while, but yeah, I've been playing a lot of chess.
Oh, you're a chess player.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
And everybody, and all my friends over here, they're amping up my reputation like I'm undefeated. And it's like, dude, stop telling people that. Like, it's just gonna make it more embarrassing when I lose.
Oh, that sounds like someone was doing when we were playing Rocket League. I mean, so like, do you have a rank in chess? I think they do rankings in like some chess things, don't they? Don't they have like grandmasters? I know that's like a title.
Yeah, I've been watching this woman grandmaster playing chess. Her username is so dumb, and not gonna lie, yeah, you wouldn't expect somebody like that sounds like her or talks like her to be like an absolute beast in chess. I was watching it, like, she's just constantly solving like pretty difficult puzzles over and over and over again. And it's like, wow, Yeah, she's Russian too, so she's streaming on Twitch for free. She can't get paid because she's in Russia.
Yeah.
Isn't that messed up?
Yeah, it sucks.
It's a real shame, man. Like, did we do that to like Iran and Iraq? We would like wouldn't like allow people like we did all these sanctions on them. Did we do that or like what? Like it's pretty.
Yeah, I'm not well versed in sanction laws against other countries. I mean, I think we sanctioned Iran, or we did in the past, but then we like made some deal with them saying, "Oh, I'm like if you don't make nukes, we'll give you money or some shit." But yeah, I don't know. I mean, the whole part of sanctions, though, even though it's shitty, but that's the purpose of sanctions, is to hurt the whole country as a whole, or sanctions don't really do much.
If it was just not making nukes, then they'd be fine with that. Like, they could just buy them. I mean, right? And they
I don't think they could like have them though. Like they couldn't own them. And
no possession.
But then we got rid of the deal. I think semi recently. So they're not getting money from us, but now they could be a nuclear nation, which I don't really care about because I doubt they would do anything anyways.
Bro, those are just like extremely fancy fireworks. Don't know what you're talking about, US.
True. I mean, yeah, it is a pretty explosion. I mean, have you seen them? Looks pretty cool.
Yeah, not in real life. I would have blown my eyes apart.
Yeah, because I think they could blind you, supposedly, or that's what I heard. The flash is so bright.
Oh, Chris, I had read about there was I'm pretty sure he was Grandmaster. He had basically shared an open letter to Vladimir Putin, and it was basically him supporting the war efforts and, you know, basically wishing him good luck in, you know, in his in his
like
efforts, I guess. Yeah, and I was thinking of endeavors, but I felt like efforts were better. War effort, you know?
Yeah.
But that's really all there was to it, and the International Commission of FIDA had pretty much suspended him for 6 months because of it. Now, 6 months, actually pretty lenient right there with that. I'm surprised they didn't do it like forever or something. But, you know, man, like, just, they did not have to involve the politics or the political message that he was sending on his fucking own account. They did not have to take that as, you know, as far as they did. They could have let him continue to play chess. It's not like he's talking about politics during games or anything, you know. It's just a little ridiculous. I'm actually really surprised that Magnus Carlsen's not going to be playing to defend his world champion title.
Funny because I have no clue who like these people are at all.
Well, I mean, world champion, either, you know.
Yeah, they're popular.
It's just really weird. I never would have expected that, you know. But you know, that's life, I guess. He doesn't intend on defending it, and he says the decision's final. So that's weird.
I have a question. So, if the Earth is flat, right, what would be below like the Earth? Would it just be nothing? Would it be like an island?
No, there's definitely beans down there, bro.
I mean, so
Ask
what
me
the
how I
deepest
know.
we dug was like what 7 miles or something. Seems to be more Earth. I'm assuming that's what flat earthers would say. Just more Earth.
Is it just like land we haven't discovered yet?
I think people would give you different answers. I don't think anyone really knows. It's one of those kind of, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Because how other like people would see it is below the first half of Earth would be the southern hemisphere, which would be stuff like I think South America's down there, Antarctica, stuff like that. But I want to hear like other people's thoughts on it who aren't flat who are flat
Or who-
earthers. Like,
yeah, who aren't globe earthers but who are flat earthers.
yeah.
A lot of people here are muted. I think half these people are asleep or just listening.
I muted because I didn't want to have any echo, but there is possibility that it could just be a little bit of water down there, and we're even floating on top of it. Who knows? Then there's some explosive gas underneath, and we piss off people underneath there. They just set it off and sink a continent. Just refer to the lost continent of Mu and Atlantis. All these places that seem to have sunk. There's got to be something. Things just don't sink like that unless there's some type of reason why it sank, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, things sink. We're sinking right now some places. Very slowly.
Well, that's another strange one as well, because then parts of the earth that were once sea become land, and parts of the earth that were land become sea, and how many times has that happened in history?
Not a clue.
So I had checked out a older debate on the Modern Day Debates YouTube channel between Witsit and Vegan Gains. Man, this dude he makes the claim where he just understands how photographs work and whatnot, and understands photography, and then go ahead and he starts trying to explain away the fisheye lens effect, where the Earth looks concave when it starts tilting upwards. And this dude, he denies the fact there's a fisheye lens causing the effect, and says that it's a shutter effect because of the shuttering for making the video. That's just the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard. Like, bro, who ties your shoelaces for you, dude?
Yep, who ties them?
If I were to find anybody to tie my shoelaces, I would first make sure that they were into bondage, for obvious reasons.
True.
Got to fit the bill.
Yeah. Like, ow, not too tight, mommy. I don't know. So, does anybody know, are they still claiming to be using the Hubble telescope, or the James Webb is supposed to be like its replacement, or what?
I think the Hubble is still in use. Because I don't know what its lifespan is, but I know those things could last for a pretty long time, they say.
Well, it was launched on April 4th, 1990, I believe. So that makes it about 32 years old in a few months.
Yeah, I'm not for sure what the lifespan of the Hubble is or what they claim.
Well,
but I think it's still like taking pictures and shit.
Well, if you think about it this way, they don't have any planned obsolescence for their own equipment, right? So it should last forever, should not?
I guess eventually it should wear down. I mean, I guess there's no technology that can last forever. Eventually, it'll.
Well, if we're thinking about the stuff that it's made out of, eventually, like it'll reach that half-life point or whatever, and that element will be like broken down and whatnot.
Yeah, it gets worse over time.
So I guess there is that kind of thing to take into account. Yeah, and the damage to the supposed damage to the telescope for the James Webb already.
Oh yeah, I got hit with like a micrometeorite. Except the damage isn't as bad as I think news outlets are making it out to be. I mean, I know probably 'cause it sells better to be like, oh no. I mean, it's not good, but this is not the end of the world.
I mean, I wish it were real, bro. I'd love to agree with you and say that it's definitely out there, but I don't think it is, man.
Yeah, fair enough. I just find the pictures cool, to be honest. I don't really look into the whole sciencey aspect of it. I'm like, ooh.
I think they're getting better at the way they explain how some of this stuff's supposed to work, right? I was watching a little clip with Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm like, dude, like I gotta give him credit. Dude's really smart, man. He mixes in so much truth that it almost sounds ridiculous to doubt him. But I mean, obviously, I know at one point he's going to have to start lying about it. Like he was really gushing over the fact of like these guys. Wow, what a weird picture. What is that? George Floyd?
Wait, what are you looking at? What the fuck are you talking about?
Looking at the voice text. I guess you can see George Floyd in there.
That's not George. That's a meme picture. I forgot where it's from.
But he explained really well about how vision works and this and that, and then explained away some of the flaring effects, I guess you could call it, for when you could see those lines,
Oh, like the diffraction?
Up, down, left, and center. Yeah, with so for example, like you see that all those points that stick out on the last picture or on the middle. You see that like one there.
Yeah, the stars with the diffraction spikes.
Yeah. And he's really selling these pictures as being real and basically saying, well, that star only looks like that because of the way the camera works and the internals and all of that. And so he's like, just ignore that, and that's not really how it looks. And I'm like, just thinking to myself, I'm like, damn, dude, he's really selling it. That's pretty damn convincing.
I mean, I don't want to be a shill, but I mean, he's not necessarily wrong about like the diffraction spikes, because like the different types of lenses you get, you can.
Oh no, I totally agree with you, dude. That's what I'm saying now. That's like saying like this guy, he's really good. He's a real good liar because he's mixing in so much truth and so much like actual factual things that you'll expect, and it's just hard enough to doubt him when he's got all that knowledge, pouring out of his mouth. No, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Shake his hand. What if I ever meet him? And jack him right in the face. Just kidding, Neil. I won't do that. Won't do that handshaking part.
I don't think my man's a fighter.
No, he'll calculate the velocity of my fist
and then he'll dodge
as it's incoming. Yeah. He's just that fast. Not gonna lie, he's probably smarter than me, dude. Like he's probably got a better IQ than me. I'll get my ass handed to me. I just know that dude's going down in Black history. They're gonna be talking about him long after he's dead. I wonder if there's. I want to find some like local space agencies out here. I know I've been to what is that one? Oh God, it was out in Jersey, I believe, or something like that. Somewhere around Jersey. That I'll get back to it. I'll get back to that one later. But I definitely wanted to check that out, but I never did.
What kind of a space agency? What do you want?
I'm thinking
You mean
it was
like
just.
an observatory or something?
I think it was Goddard. I'm almost positive that it was Goddard. Let me look that up real quick to confirm. But yeah, I kind of wanted to hop over there and maybe see if there was possibility of taking a tour or whatnot. But I didn't have time. I was on a business trip.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll let you tour. Like most places like that, I feel like are pretty relatively open.
Goddard Space Center. So where's that at? Maryland, yeah. I knew it was in Maryland. But it was when I was on the way to Jersey at the time. Space Flight Center. They have a visitor center and a space flight center. Two space flight centers. One of them is NASA Goddard. Science Museum, a government office. There you go, everybody. Everybody heard it. It's classified as a government office. And then the other one's classified as a federal government office. Wow.
So is that a bad thing? Sorry, I wasn't really paying attention.
I don't think necessarily it's automatically bad, but I mean that's for others to determine. For me, it's not. For me, it doesn't really make much of a difference. You know?
But it's just something to note.
Because I don't think it's very easy to divorce yourself completely with the government in any way. Like it's just so difficult. You're just gonna have to be camping out in those little what was it called again? Those roundabout centers right there. That guy's off the grid. You know, sleeping in the ditches off the grid, and no government needed there. I see some people asking questions. Yeah, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. You can go in there and visit the visitor center in Goddard.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Found any curvature yet, Octane Weasel?
Yeah, maybe.
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 Where's that?
I don't know.
Maybe in your dreams.
Yeah.
So, if anybody was curious about where they had created the apparent James Webb Telescope, it was supposed to have been created in the Goddard Space Flight Station. Or in Goddard, whatever, out there in Maryland. So, here's the question.
Oh, shit, the $1 million question.
Did any
$1 million question? Go for it. Sorry.
Yeah. So, where did they launch this satellite from? Was it in Florida, where they usually launch these? And how did they transport it? That's what I want to know.
I think it was in a movie studio.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Oh, so the question is,
do you
like, how
reckon
do they transport it?
You reckon they just slapped some electronic-y looking things together and what's that stupid beehive looking thing on it as well? Like, come on. And then just said, oh, here's our telescope. Here's the telescope. Look, everyone. And then they just Photoshop images from, well, I don't even know what Hubble is either. Is that like an aeroplane or something that flies around with a telescope in it? It's not very convincing, though.
So one thing I will say is I don't think they try to make it like a convincing thing, because I don't think their goal is to convince people, because most people are already believing.
So
I guess that's maybe why.
That's a good globe answer.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
So you have you been studying the James Webb Telescope?
Not really. I've seen the pictures.
No.
I'm like, I seen the pictures, I went ooh and ah, and that's about it.
Not catching up with all your mates, having beers, sitting around watching all the releases of the photos.
And no,
Oops.
to be
Better change
honest,
that word.
no, to be honest, most people aren't like that much into it.
I don't even think most people even know what it is. James Webb you say to someone, oh, you see the photos of the James Webb Telescope. And they go, what's the James Webb Telescope?
Yeah, a lot of people don't know, because a lot of people don't really care about space, to be honest. Which I don't blame them. I mean, it doesn't really. I mean, it's space.
Yeah, well, you mean the vacuum of space?
Yeah.
Well, it's pretty hard to care about something that doesn't exist.
I mean, I guess I would disagree. I would say it exists, but I think we both agree. Yeah, it doesn't really have an effect on our lives, regardless if it's real or not.
I disagree. Because they've been lying. So that means the world is different from what they tell us. So I think it has a lot of ramifications on my life. Don't you think that if you were living on a different place than they told you and they'd been lying to you for so long, don't you think that would have an effect on your life?
I guess it would depend on what they're lying about. Lying about space, I can't really think of
space, the shape of the Earth. It's all related.
I mean, I'm not saying the government also doesn't lie. I mean, of course they lie.
Yeah. I know. I remember we had a decent conversation about the moon landings. Remember that night with PMAC? It was night for me. Might have been morning for you. I'm not sure.
I think maybe. I don't know. I've had so many conversations. They all kind of blend together, to be honest.
One sec. I'll be back. You always just jump in here when it's pretty quiet.
Yeah, it's a lot better in here when it's quiet, to be honest. When it's during the day and there's like 10 people talking at the same time, it's not too much fun.
Yeah, sometimes it's pretty hard to listen to as well.
It's extremely hard to listen to. I just can't. That's why you either go to chill chat and I'll wait for someone to join, or I'll just fuck up.
A lot of passion going on there. A lot of passionate people.
Very, very passionate people.
What do? Are you studying or something like that?
Me? No, I'm just slaving away.
No, you sound pretty young.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 25, so I guess that's young. I guess I'm starting to get old.
Yeah. I don't know. Wish I was 25 again. Actually, I don't. Because then I wouldn't know what I know.
I think you knew enough when you were 25, bro. Just go back. You'll learn it again.
Yeah. I wish I could go back to 25 with the brain I've got now. Although I'd probably be a loner if that was that was the case. This dude thinks the fucking Earth's flat.
Oh yeah, that's one way to just not have friends.
My wife just rolls her eyes every time I see these stupid space things on TV. And I go, what the fuck are they? Sorry for the language, but
is she flat Earth too?
They're not even going anywhere. Just puts her head back and rolls her eyes. Goes, oh, fuck, here we go. He's going to go on a rant.
Oh yeah, she's woke too.
Oh,
She already
yeah.
knows you're going for a rant.
Yeah, she's good. She doesn't do the flat Earth thing, but she's up with all the other stuff. I haven't tried to convince her. But have a couple of glasses of wine, and I'll start bringing it up. She goes, don't. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, I feel like for most people, to be honest, I don't see much benefit in bringing up to them like, oh, hey, just so you know, the Earth is flat. I don't know. I don't.
I kind of like I put in these sly remarks every now and again, like, oh look at that, look, we go to the beach, a lot. Oh, look out there. Do you see any curve? Goes, oh, fuck, here we go.
Here we
But
go again.
I'll keep chipping away.
So, Timbo, I don't think I've met you before. It's really cool to see another guy in here, or somebody who knows what they're talking about. I've been kind of luring people in with a game of chess. Sit out publicly, have it set out, ask people if they like to play. Get them nice and focused on the chess game, then boom, drop some flat Earth shit. Right on the head.
On the chessboard.
Yeah. Yeah, it works pretty nicely.
Yeah. And what's your first comment to them?
Well, my friend has been over there and she's been recording my chess games for my viewing pleasure later, and I kind of make a comment that she'll kind of vibe with, and that gets the ball rolling, because we do a lot of joking, nice enjoyable time with laughs and good old fun, smiles and stuff. And, kind of warm them up, once they get warmed up to you, and then you can start dropping those flat facts, and they're just, they don't see any kind of threat, I guess you could say. Kind of bringing their defenses down, right? So nothing really gets in the way. There's no ego battle anymore. Yeah, it's
you gotta drop the ego in flat Earth, I think. So
yeah, it works nicely.
I think that's a really good idea for qualifying your lead, because if someone's able to play chess with you, they're obviously of a certain IQ level. And then when you start to use logically consistent arguments, they're going to have to confront some of that. And like you say, you kind of sneak it in, so you don't come head on with the trigger word flat Earth. You kind of sneak the discussion in.
Yeah, like for example, a good little phrase like I don't believe you understand the gravity of the situation, and then wink wink, and then it starts going off, right?
Nice.
yeah, I like to laugh a lot, so I try and do things with a little bit of comedy and bit more banter than anything,
You know what?
Funny, start backing off if they start, cringing a bit. I was like, don't worry about it. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I had kind of came to this realization around like 2016, 2017, where a smile can disarm people very, very easily. And nice little bit of humor too. It's kind of got the same thing. It builds more trust with people, and they're more willing to hear you out and take some advice on any kind of thing because of that. Just that simple little trust building smile. It's amazing. You act you act serious, but you act also very humble, and it very much changes the whole conversation. Unbelievable. I only know this because it worked on me, and I figured, man, maybe it has to work on other people too. So I started adopting that, and it's been working quite well, dude. Highly recommend you build a little bit of relationship kind of thing with a whole nother thing, and then you bring that in. Bring the flat earth in when they're completely disarmed and everything's going smoothly. Because people naturally, I believe, they don't want to turn a good thing into a bad thing, right? As well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's crazy. I've met a lot of flat earthers out here. It's like almost like the meeting ground of truth and lies, because there's such a mix of people.
Yeah, and it's funny one because most flat earthers are pretty cool people, and very philosophical as well. It's strange, but there are many types. But in the end, mostly nice people.
And
Genuine
obviously
ones,
more
anyway.
intelligent.
Yeah, correct. Because you found the flat earth.
Yeah, you discovered it. And for me, I'd say my greatest lesson that I've learned in this journey over the last 7, 8 years now is don't ever confront people in group settings. People in a group are dumb, but a person, individual, is smart. So when you say to 5 or 6 people one topic, they seem to come down to the lowest common denominator's intelligence, and they use really retarded disagreements. But like you say, when you get one person on their own and you kind of lead the discussion into that direction, they can generally accept a lot of what you're saying because it's one-on-one. And that's probably the most critical factor. Something else that I've been looking at was in terms of cult mindsets. When they're in a cult, the need to belong supersedes their ability to rationalize or use logic. So when you say to a cult member, like, can you see that this is a cult? Even if it's logically consistent, that it's obvious, their need to belong to a group overwrites any of their logic in the brain. And it's the problem that we find with the Globers is that their need to belong to the majority overwhelms their ability to rationalize. And if you can find an individual who's intelligent enough to think about the bigger picture, then they're generally able to assimilate this information.
And I think it works better as well with people who listen to and watch long-form conversation podcasts as well, where you get 2 people sitting down talking for 3 hours about a subject and they get into the guts of it instead of 10 people sitting around talking for half an hour and everyone yelling at each other. It's, I think people that listen to those long-form podcasts, I think they're more susceptible to listening and having an open mind about other things as well.
Yeah, good point. But it doesn't necessitate that if they listen to long podcasts that they can understand this.
Oh, no. Nope.
I like to enter with like space is fake. So there's just so much that you can show in terms of the moon landing, the vacuum against the air pressure, satellites in space, which picture is the real one of the Earth. That I find is, people kind of, I would say at least 8 out of 10 would agree with me after a discussion about space, that they're like,
Yeah.
how did they get the photo of a black hole? How do they take these distant images of galaxies? How do they know that that's an exoplanet? How do they, you know what I mean? Like, you kind of bring them along so that by the end of the discussion, they're like, wow, you've got a point. How is it that we just accept this as valid and true? And then maybe leave the iffy discussion for like the second meeting if they were interested in the fake space discussion.
Yeah, that's how I started the conversation with my dad, because he's a space guy. So it was a difficult conversation.
But it's like the Matrix. You can't wake up a mind that's too old. Their need to conform overrules any logic. And it's almost like if they adopt this fringe mindset, the village might kick them out. So they kind of avoid any fringe topics just to ensure that their place in the village is secured or stable. It's like all subconsciously, they're not doing it consciously, but you can watch it happen over and over again. Even when you hit them with a solid point and they agree with that point, a minute later they're going back to, but everyone else and all the scientists can't be wrong, and it's my need for consensus overruling the obvious logic of the previous statement, which is sad. But I was just going to say with the, I didn't see who was talking, but someone was talking about that they talk to this about their wife, talk about this topic to their wife.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah.
Yeah, the also a big lesson that I've learned is if you bring up this topic with other strangers and your wife is with you, you've effectively
no way.
Yeah, because that's engaging her in a battle that she never asked for, and then she gets scared with the same.
There's no way I would do that. we've got a really good relationship, so we would never do any of that to each other. But yeah, thanks for the advice.
It's the error that I made. I took my ex-wife into all the settings, and I would take on 10 people at a time, and then eventually one of them would get her aside and then start pushing her, do you believe in this topic? And then eventually it was like, she doesn't know why I'm fixated on it. And then eventually she'd start kicking me under the bus also, because I've brought her into an argument that she never gave me permission for. And looking back on that, I see it as a big error.
Yeah, that's a really good point right there, which goes along with what I was thinking before you started saying that, is that it helps so much to get just to get the ball rolling. If you do have another flat earther accompanying you, and somebody who's hopefully one of those flat earthers is somebody who's willing to have a conversation about it. I've met somebody who, he said he's flat earther. He knew all the information. We could discuss it all night. But when it came into people in public, he was not a flat earther. He was very quiet about it. And I respected his, his decision not to be public about it. So I didn't tell anybody, hey, he's a flat earther, this and that. And, he just ask him. He's going to back me up. No, yeah, you got to have somebody to back you up sometimes. It really helps. And it definitely gets the conversation rolling a lot more smoothly, especially if you don't tag team on that one conversation. You kind of, take it nice and easy. Don't make it a challenge for the other person. It's like it doesn't have to be a debate. It's maybe sometimes, if they do want to debate it, yeah, or if it's you're forced to, but otherwise, yeah, it's I think it's a lot easier that way. It makes people at least sound more open-minded, so they might not even agree with you, but they'll say they do. And unfortunately, that's just the way it is. That's just the way sometimes it has to work.
Yeah, and along that same sort of mindset, I've been thinking about it in terms of like magicians. You know how magicians often plant someone in the crowd, and then that person pretends as though they're completely unaware, and suddenly they pull the card out their pocket and say, "Wow, this magic really exists," and then the whole crowd is suddenly sort of persuaded by having someone who's in on the trick. I was wondering if we as flat earthers should do that, where we go as like a group of 5 or a group of 10, and then you try to take one person on at a time. And then every time you make a point, the other 4 guys are like, damn, that makes so much sense. Holy shit, you got a point. And like really support what you're saying so that that individual, the single one, thinks, wow, why is it that I'm not understanding this? And actually wants to aspire towards understanding. And that you can shift perceptions just by that majority consensus,
Well, good address, man.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's great because it works. It works in the movies. It's got to work here too, right? Okay, I'm just joking, but here, good example. So y'all probably have seen the movie Little Nicky, and when the 2 evil brothers they go up on the surface world and they start trying to corrupt everybody. One possesses the Pope and one possesses the mayor. The mayor's out in the crowd and he hears, let the sin begin. I mean, he starts let the sin begin because he's pretending to be that guy who's like, oh, it makes sense, all this, it makes sense that this Bible stuff is, nonsense or whatever. And he had totally begun, the reign of degeneracy in New York. So yeah, that's a perfect example right there. How just one person, hopefully they can be a more influential type of person that'll make people wish that they knew what he knew or she knew. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And even more so if there's a majority. So if there's 5 or 6 people all agreeing, then they're the only one who doesn't seem to make sense to. They're going to want to aspire towards making it make sense. So they're going to feel excluded from the village. It's almost like using that consensus fallacy against them. They think that consensus rules. So what happens when there's a consensus against what they believe?
Yeah, that's honestly, I really wish this could happen. This kind of flat earth stuff should be happening in churches, like of all places, especially because of all the mentions of the immobile earth and being on pillars and the waters above and the firmament. There's just so much to talk about when it comes to the Bible. That should be happening church, like nationwide in churches, and that really it should be able to change people's minds. But look the way that we have all these things, man. Like we have the Flat Earth Society, people that are a bunch of pretender clowns pretty much taking over the subject and ruining it. That's kind of like what's happened with the church. And since especially a lot of these people, I feel like they're doing it just for a power play to guide people's, guide them spiritually in their favor. And that shouldn't happen. It should be guiding people spiritually in other people's favor, in everybody's favor, as a one united type of community, a community of God, and that would be a community of truth and really appreciating what we've been given as a creation. And it's just it's really hard for me to accept still to this day, after all this information is put out. We're in the information age, and that just doesn't just happen spontaneously. It needs to happen like that. I'm really hoping that eventually that's going to happen, and that a lot of people will be woken up as a community through churches or stuff like that. Oh, man can dream, right?
Yep.
You know, I'm looking at your looking at your profile pic. I had just the other day enjoyed a nice little session of listening to Sweet Sweet Victory, the SpongeBob version, watching it.
Oh, yeah. That's such a good episode. Good
Yeah.
song, too.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's really funny.
I was surprised to find out that it was actually a real song. I thought it was just like a thing for like SpongeBob. I didn't realize it was an actual thing for the longest time.
Yeah. SpongeBob just coming out with bangers, you know.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I SpongeBob has definitely got some flat Earth stuff they throw out there. Like, I mean, Sandy lives in the dome. Like, he's wearing an astronaut suit. Like, there's definitely some Earth-related, theme going on there.
Sure. I mean, I guess I would argue that she's deep sea, so she has to wear a suit because the pressure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess maybe.
Yeah, SpongeBob's becoming like he's becoming an icon of music with these recent SpongeBob remixes and SpongeBob themed kinds of songs. It's really funny. I had and speaking of shows and movies and stuff like that, I had just watched on Paramount Plus, since I have a subscription to that right now. The Beavis and Butthead Do the Universe.
Yeah, Do the Universe. Yeah, I have to start watching that. Is that a movie or a series?
It's a movie.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really ridiculous, and I mean.
Yeah, I love Beavis and Butthead, so I'm probably gonna end up watching it eventually.
Yeah, I'd watch that when I was younger all the time. Wake up early and put on some, really offensive cartoons for this, for these days.
Yeah.
Crude humor,
Very crude, yeah.
I'm not gonna lie though, there was that was a funny one. If it really made this space kind of stuff seem funnier, because obviously the universe that's gotta be up space kind of related, and that's kind of how they have the movie. They're working for NASA or whatnot at some point. But, yeah, I thought it was a little funny, maybe a little something to look at, maybe some flat Earth moments. Couldn't really pick one out that was like unequivocally related to flat Earth, but yeah, if you're just thinking of something, that was probably something I would suggest you watch.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'll give that a watch.
Oh, so Timbo just leaves without saying goodbye. Okay. Okay.
Wow, what a man.
Yeah. Y'all ever seen something that's like a rainbow cloud before? I had seen one on the way here. I was having a nice long drive. Very interesting stuff. It just kind of makes me wonder, why is it that this doesn't happen more often with other clouds? Oh, hey, Flatty. Yeah, you would love, you would have already seen that. Beavis and Butthead to the universe,
You know,
bro.
I haven't watched it. I'm waiting for Low Grace to show it to me on a Sunday morning cartoons. He's slacking.
Okay.
Do you want to watch it on Sunday?
I've already seen it, but yeah, I might join y'all.
I'll tag
As long
you.
as
It'll be in the morning for you, late at night. But I'll tag you if we do. Yeah.
yeah, that sounds great. I just don't know what time it would be for me, because I'm in the Cali time right now.
It's gonna be like midnight and later, probably. Yeah. Probably later, 3 a.m.
We got so many people now in this server from different places of life. You start using international time damn near. Just like the International Space Station, they say they use Greenwich time.
Yeah, let's use that then, because that's what we use here.
There you go.
Yeah, man, that's easy.
If we start doing that, do you think the Globies will start taking us more seriously?
Huh? Wait, what happened? Because I'm a Globie, I can chime in.
If we start using Greenwich time, just like on the ISS, like they claim to do on the ISS, would you take us more seriously then?
Who knows? Maybe. I mean, I didn't even know they use Greenwich time or whatever.
Yeah, man. It has to be.
I see what you did there.
Hello everyone, how are you doing, guys?
Pretty good.
Hey, how's it going? I just want to mention, though, Greenwich sounds pretty tasty right now for some reason.
Yeah, it just sounds good.
Might have to spell it for you. It's pronounced Greenwich.
Gee. Mind blown.
What are you talking about, guys?
I was just mentioning that they claim to use Greenwich time on the ISS. So if we started doing the same, since we have so many members all spread out, so we could know when events are really happening, make it a little easier for people. You just have a set event time or whatever. I don't know, like. Might not really matter. I mean, we are on the internet. We could always just check, but yeah, that might. I feel like there's some way we could better plan events, where people know what time it really will play. Like as soon as somebody says Greenwich time or whatnot.
Yeah, good idea. And about space, like if you go to satellites chat, I watched and posted a couple of days ago debunking Starlink. That guy was amazing, debunking the entire project economically. That is inviable. If you watch it, it's amazing. I'm not sure if they will remove it or like stop like advertising it to people, but I did not subscribe to that channel and it popped for me. So it's amazing. Like economically, it's impossible. So let's see if Starlink really happens. And even if it happens, we all know that it will be like either like Satelloons or maybe ground-based somehow.
I mean, to my knowledge, I think some people already have Starlink, right? I mean, like if you go on YouTube, I think for some people it's already up. I think it's technically up now. I think you can use it. So I'm curious, what do you guys think is up there? I mean, because we can see something moving really fast up there, like when they first launch them, like before they reach their height and they split up. What do you guys think those lines of lights are? Just curious. I mean, because it can't be a balloon. I've never seen a balloon go that fast in my life and stay together without popping.
About like Satelloons unable to go that fast. The jet streams reported up there is like insanely fast. So I kind of agree with you, not that fast, but the another speculation is we don't know how fast the air goes up there, right? So, and if those Satelloons are transparent, we will not be able to see whatever there is, except for a dot of light.
How fast it is?
I have no clue how fast I know. This goes really quick.
I know. It's 70,000 miles per hour.
That's pretty fast.
And now, how is catching Earth?
Repeat last, please.
How is catching the Earth?
How is catching?
How is catching the Earth? He said. So
yeah, like how are we getting a signal from something going that fast?
No, how it's going near to Earth.
Oh, okay. You're talking about orbital mechanics. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if it's that fast, it should be super light to compensate for the orbital velocity. If all is correct, of course. But about like Octane, about your question, how like a magic show, how you see sometimes something like it's mind blowing. Oh, how did he do that? It's insane, right? Like it's impossible. And once you know how the trick works, you say, "Oh, so silly," right?
Yeah.
I think similarly, what they know about technology, all the books they are hiding, or the science they are hiding, maybe same deal with that. So there's a lot of theories about like maybe how to float something up there, based on like atmospheric electricity, something else. We don't really know. We don't have the access to go there. So, but once we know the trickery, how it's done, maybe it's a hologram. Some people suggested that. So there's a lot of theories or suggestions for how they are doing it.
And do you know what is strange? When you look from the ground, it at least I didn't see, but people saying it's fast, like you said, Weasel. Is that true?
Yeah,
But
like
when
I've
you
never
look,
seen it myself.
but when you look from but when you look from the ISS, you cannot see that speed.
Are you saying if you look at the Starlink satellites from the ISS?
No, I'm saying. Did you say ISS? It's going fast.
Yeah, it's going fast.
Yeah, when you look from the ground and then you look, let's say ISS, and it's going fast. Now when you go to the live stream from ISS and then you look the Earth, it's not going fast. It's going slow.
I mean, it's going over like whole continents pretty quickly.
But about like the velocity.
Listen this.
So
17,000 miles per hour. I was watching live stream. I don't remember last year. It was like a live stream for the 6 hours of ISS. Do you know what I didn't see in 6 hours? Land. And then if you count 6 hours, 70,000 miles per hour, how much is that? It's like 70 per 6. It's 100,000 miles ISS passed in 6 hours. That means like 3-4 times around the Earth.
But also about that velocity you're talking about, Octane, there's a YouTuber who got a photo, or maybe it was shown on YouTube by a YouTuber, a jet airliner, and in the background there's the moon and also the ISS in the same picture. And it's insane. Like, how do you get in resolution all of that, like in focus, sorry. So, which suggests also that what you are seeing and thinking that it's orbiting so high, right, or flying so high up, it's actually not that high up. So when you look at the jet airliner and then you think, oh, it's going so fast because like you're thinking it's like thousands of kilometers or tens of thousands of kilometers above Earth. It's actually not that high up. So which suggests that the velocity is so low. And maybe this is a kind of one part of the trick they are doing. And about the same video about debunking Starlink economically, or maybe financially, if it gets spread out or correct, like exactly how they promised, then based on that guy study, it should be someone financing that really hard to get the internet for everyone somehow. you know why? To just violate the privacy of everyone and make everyone connected, even in the most remote places where they have no access to internet. Maybe I know, of course, they need the equipment, but they will. If that's the the vision of 2030, they want everything connected. So maybe that's also a backbone of the system they are planning.
Maybe.
Bro, this is ridiculous. I go to light my joint, and a moth just flies into my face. These fuckers just love light when it's dark so bad.
Yep, like any little bit, they'll immediately go to it.
Right into my face, bro, not even exaggerating.
Yeah, they're so clumsy.
Yeah, right? It just makes no sense how clumsy these things are. And like, yeah, like all these
survived.
Yeah, like how did this thing survive? How does it even like find its way home?
And it's faster than ISS.
Yes,
Babe.
Alright, so I got the answer. About the ISS, that's even though it's fake and it looks real, you gotta realize, man, we live in a simulation, dude. That's a circuit board, they're just lighting it up a little bit. Come on. Easy.
That is at the end game. It's just all simulation.
Yeah. That's what the end game is, where we go. Right there.
Simulation of what?
Of everything.
That some original exists.
Maybe.
How about this original?
Nobody knows.
Because, yeah, I know. I don't feel that I'm connected to the wires. Maybe I am. I don't know. You have water. That's a little bit problem for the simulation. Maybe we are a little small part, the smallest part of the experiment, and the real world is somewhere else.
Man, please don't tell me I live in a fake world.
Well, you don't.
Not really.
No, I will never accept that because I can touch, I can feel, I can,
Yeah, the senses alone can confirm that this isn't a simulation. 'Cause how do you simulate feeling, right?
Yep.
I mean, there'd have to be something out. You would still have to exist outside of the simulation. So, like, not everything's a simulation.
But practically, you can say for the story that you are living in simulation because you are living on the globe. That means that you are living on simulation. Or better,
Yeah, right.
You don't know where you're living. That's better. because you don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows. No, nobody. Maybe somebody knows for sure. I think that somebody knows. We would not have these things and shits and if they don't know.
All I know right now is I don't feel alone anymore now that I'm talking to you, and that's just good.
Indeed, yeah. Nice to be here as well.
Yeah, I could have. I really would have hated Flat Earth if I never ever was able to meet Flat Earthers.
You know, for me, it's like that itch, like, you know, you just like want to figure it out. And once you do, you need the like healthy medium or environment to talk about it. Because like if you try to talk about it to someone else who doesn't care about it even, it's so like cancerous experience. So yeah, I agree with you. It's like really amazing being here, like being able to like talk about stuff that it's like kind of impossible or like really cancerous if you took it outside.
Yeah, I had really resisted using Discord, and I wasn't, and it was because I was being asked by somebody, you know, who I played a game with to use Discord, and I'm like, well, I don't want to use Discord. I have, you know, Ventrilo. This is my baby. I love Ventrilo and blah blah blah.
Ventrilo.
It honestly, it's still a beautiful program.
I used Discord only because of Flat Earth. I didn't know that was using for the games, for example, in the time 6-7 years ago.
Well, that's the thing. It was the other way around for me. I didn't know people were using it for like Flat Earth, and I was already a Flat Earther, so I found out about it. I found this server real quick, dude. I was super stoked.
I was watching YouTube. I was not everything about Flat Earth. I was watching on YouTube, and then in debates, people were saying Discord. And what the fuck is Discord? And then I typed on Google Discord, and I find out, you know, okay, let's go into and see what the fuck is that. And even now, I don't know to use almost only basics. I can say.
Yeah, it's like having a super crazy Facebook group, like that's just super active, because you know, Facebook. People are just typing comments. There's no voice.
Yeah.
There's no like. It's not like even if you had that huge group, what are the chances of having a private messenger group in that group where there's people constantly having a conversation that you can join at whatever time? There is no such thing even today. Nobody has that. Discord does, and that's why people come over here, because they don't just do posting or typing. They want to talk over a microphone. They want to get these conversations in. You know, it's awesome. It's beautiful. Discord, y'all badass. I hope y'all listening. Sponsor me. And free Nitro.
Yeah, sponsor this, man.
Yeah, give it this free Nitro, please. Yeah, I've never had Nitro before. So, how about you sell me, like, convince me to buy Nitro, alright?
I mean, but did you need Nitro? What benefits would you get from having it?
I just think Discord could totally sell it even better than they do. Like, you know what I mean? They already had like a discount, like a Nitro discount or whatever earlier. I think that might be over. But
they could really make it even more like oh, I'm gonna really need Discord Nitro subscription now. That's what it needs to make you feel like, you know.
I see.
See, all right, now I'm gonna sell you Flat Earth, based off of what you just said. Octane, you said you see, but here's things that you don't see: curvature, the actual ISS, gravity. You definitely don't see that. All right, come on, help me out, guys. I'm not gonna keep going.
I mean, I feel like you hit the major ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rotation, we don't see.
Yeah, rotation, movement.
Yeah, well, that you don't see, but now, yeah, you don't feel the rotation. You don't hear it rotating. That's the thing. That's the one I was putting out earlier, right? Maybe we'd even hear it rotating. There'd have to be a little bit of noises it would make, right? A little like groaning noise all day, every day.
Or yeah, like a crumbling noise or something.
some rocks shifting a little bit. You don't see rocks shifting. I can see people stacking them. They stay pretty much in the same place unless it's windy.
Yeah, I've seen people do that. I don't have the patience for that.
Yeah. Oh God. There's like seeing this one Japanese guy. He can stack anything and balance anything. It's like unreal, dude.
It really is.
Okay, I have a question for you, all, which will determine or tell me how deep are you into the flat Earth. Are you ready?
Who, me or Octane?
Everyone. Like everyone can answer, but one by one. So basically, let's just theoretically speaking, which is more entertaining and more fun, the idea of a flat Earth or the idea of a globe Earth, and which of and which of them are more enjoyable? So Octane. Okay. Anyone else? Do you all agree with that?
I would disagree because I would have to say that I like my reality where there's not going to be a big fucking asteroid crushing my home. Yeah, I don't want to be working all my life for an asteroid to crush my home in the middle of the night while I'm fucking my wife, okay?
Yeah, imagine if you died to a rock. I mean...
Yeah. I feel very happy and excited about tomorrow every day because I know that's not going to happen.
Okay, anyone else want to answer that question?
But if you want to know it's something about, I think that other people has a fear about that when they find out in the first moment, because you find out something. If this Earth is not a globe, fuck, I'm controlled, totally controlled.
Mm-hmm. So okay, I will tell you the back end of the question. So if you answered globe Earth, it suggests, and no, please take it lightly, no offense. So if you answered globe Earth, then suggests you don't know or you haven't read deeply about flat Earth and the history of it and the civilization existed, the history of mankind, and the technology they had before, and the deep hidden things about flat Earth, which will make it, once you know it, very enjoyable, very entertaining, and even fascinating. And that also answered the flat Earth. Like, if you said flat Earth, then maybe you are on the way to discover it. So basically, the globe Earth has some type of side story or main story about one day, somehow, somewhere we will find something interesting which will flip the table and what have you, right? Actually, flat Earth is more genuine when it comes to that. All the like hidden, buried, undiscovered civilization, parts of Earth, because it's not really only trapped by, according to many explorers, we are only trapped inside that ring, Antarctica. No, actually, there's something beyond that. Mentioned in many books, many explorers said that old maps used to show some passages beyond the southern ring, and so on. So now it comes to what else exists on Earth? Other creatures, other maybe type of living beings that we can interact with and have better experience with more than animals. Like maybe some creatures can talk, speak, because there's many mentioning of such existing beings in old books, and so on and so forth. You can imagine and speculate about that. And also, if there's nothing there in the south and the north, why would they bother hiding it, right? Okay, let everyone go there, discover what's there. If there's nothing,
I can tell you why. Because it could be that is nothing there. That is really, let's say, a border, finish. They cannot go more, whatever. But on the end, you have a globe, and it isn't,
Yeah, of course, that's correct. I agree with that. If there's like a border or like a limit you cannot cross, that's it. Like you hit a wall or something. Yeah, that's very shocking. And also, if you keep on going, it's the same story. If it doesn't end and you keep on going forever, it's also very shocking.
Because from my point of view, it's a point of something of hiding, because it cannot be only, oh, okay, it's a globe or it's a flat. It's not that only. It cannot be only that. It's nothing about shape on the end. It's something behind that, and that's something hiding. And what they're hiding, maybe container, maybe whatever, but something is hiding. We can speculate about everything, but it could be totally something different that we cannot even imagine. But in my opinion, they're hiding something really, really big.
Of course, I agree.
Even if you want the idea of the God, not the God itself, whatever, something like that. Because I could speculate and say bullshit like, what if they imprison the God? I will not say they, because maybe it's evil all the time. It's leading, if you can see in human history. We don't have peace and saying, oh, look, this time was 100 years of beautiful life without any corruption, without wars, with people were living, we don't know that. And that didn't exist. We know only about history, about killing and people hate each other and evil all the time.
No, actually, Sasha, I disagree with you. Like, this is like the enforced narrative of like humanity that you would think if you go somewhere where it's very bad, and you see very shocking things about it in the news, that you would have your head cut off or something. It's not that, actually. Basically, there's more good people on Earth than evil people. That's why we have, it's like kind of equilibrium. People living in peace, like in general. But when you talk specifically about some places, yes, there's some like wars happening. But talk about the percentage. Okay, what percentage of the Earth actually having trouble and wars and disasters? It's actually maybe less than 10%. I didn't actually calculate, but I suggest.
No, that's not true. Because I'm not speaking about only wars. I'm speaking about all system, all things what is going on in the system, for example. You will say, okay, I have peace in USA in the last, I don't know, 50 years. But your USA, it's full of evil, of do not count any war. What happened in USA in the last 50 years about system, about corruptions, about medical stuff, about nature.
Yeah, I agree with you. I know where you are going. So basically, on the governmental side, yeah, I agree with you. So there is some very filthy rich people controlling governments. All those governments is just like a little dirty play. And what's behind? Yeah, I agree. We know what's behind. Like those. Satanic people trying to destroy the world, control everyone, enslave everyone. That's very obvious. But even that, you don't see anyone putting a gun to your head. So don't give them more power and more control than they deserve. So actually, you are living in freedom, and in order for them to enforce anything upon you, they need to actually invest and manipulate a lot of things to do it. So now actually you are just giving them, kind of surrendering to them. Don't surrender to them so easily. Yes, they are controlling stuff, but not that much as you think. So just to give you a little example, if you go to the border of any country, you would think there's a great walls with like a guards like every 1 meter or something, and it's crazy systems and CCTVs and stuff. It's not that actually. You would go there, you would see no one, and you will cross you. And a lot of people like.
Murray, but I will now. I'm not agree now with you because that's changed, especially in the last 2 years.
Okay, go ahead, enlighten me, man.
Because you are saying you come on the borders. I could tell you that you even could not go out of your door, not to come to the border.
Yeah, this is the thing about control. If everyone agree with it, I'm not contradicting myself, but what I'm saying,
but in that sense of everything, even of the globe, it's like everyone believing,
Yeah, so many people are convinced that the government is in control, so they surrender easily, right? So, like, let's talk about fake Kona. You know what I'm talking about, right? So everyone surrendered so easily, and we must take it, and this crap. But we know that it's not the case. But once people are convinced, we can't do anything about it. So that's the type of control they have, and because they control like 99% of the media, or maybe 90, maybe 80%, maybe 70. We don't know exactly how much. But like they have like strong coverage of their media, like everywhere you go, TV, radio, magazines, so sadly they have more control than us. But once you have a better way of communicating with the entirety of mankind, unobscured, uncensored, etc., and so on and so forth, then you can have a fighting point that you can. But it's just like
I can tell you from my I had a war 30 years ago, and after that war I started to work for a non-government organization, and I put all myself into that, and it was a lot of people, good people, who was doing that to bring again peace in how to say, in town, in country, in with good ideas and blah blah blah. But in a sense, when you're doing that, that is somehow politically, that is somehow okay. I will do this because there is injustice, and people will see injustice and blah blah blah. With the flat earth, it's more difficult because in that moment you find out, oh my God, but this is about that what I learned in a school. This is about the things. Why would somebody lie about the shape of the earth? Like it's the same question. The same question what the Globers asking us. Why would they lie? I also asking myself every day. Why would they lie? And then you find out yourself which now things I will do to 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 to, to put to fight against this injustice. And this is not anymore political. This is like a this is our brain. This is our like everybody knows that I'm saying like this. Everybody knows. We know that it's not a globe, but everybody knows that it's globe. For 45 years, I knew that it's a globe. I didn't question that ever. Why to question that?
Yeah, that's what I was speaking. I was speaking about. Basically, they have more control. Access to everything: the schooling system, the media, government, what have you. Right. So, it's in their favor anywhere you go. But like the example of it is like people being so silly. So imagine you heard there's a mountain of gold somewhere, right? And people started rushing there to be surprised by guards and police forces and what have you, right? Telling you there is nothing to see here, go back. So many silly people will think, yeah, well, there is nothing to see here. I don't want to get myself into trouble. So let's just go back. It's not worth it. But at the same time, if there is nothing to see there, why would you stop me? Let me go there and see nothing there, right? This is the trick.
I know it's a little bit further back that you had said this, but you said you knew it was a globe. I thought I did, but I knew that there was some things that I just couldn't understand. For example, the fact that I couldn't really feel it moving, really couldn't just jump up and see the earth move under my feet. And then, it's just a couple of those things, man. Just a couple of those things just made it so easy for me. I didn't have any negative thoughts about flat earth ever in my life. So it was crazy.
It was great. Yeah, it was not about flat earth. It was about me. Like, what the fuck? Why you didn't realize that in the first place? Coming, like, look, water, stop immediately. But 30 years ago, not now. Like you go to the ocean. Okay, I didn't fly that time. Maybe if I flew with the airplane, maybe, but it could. I was on the sea. It could come in my imagination. Look, this earth is a globe. Water is curving. But never come into my mind because you don't need to think about about earth.
Well, yeah, there doesn't need to be a thought because a lot of people, they were really, really heavily brainwashed to like when they were in diapers. Like even in diapers before they can understand words. These shapes are thrown in front of them and they associate them with their life just always being there. Like, for example, a hanging solar system over the crib of a baby. God, that's pretty hardcore brainwashing. That's,
oh, man. I've watched so many cartoons with my daughter. And in all of them, there is at least one, one TV, series about stars or planets or something. In all of them. You understand me? Peppa Pig, whatever. I can count now so many of them. I was watching and that's normal. And kids will watch and Of course, moon, stars, everything, planets.
Actually, I agree with witchcraft. What he said, like basically, if you get rid of all those ideas they like implanted in our heads, like at early times. So if you look up, you see the stars moving, not you moving. Like no brainer, right? It's like so obvious. But you have them to tell you that no, actually, you are living on something that is rotating in order for them to be, and those things you're seeing actually stationary. So it's just like they need to like exert so much effort into telling you the opposite. So it's actually not convincing, even for me. Like I agree with witchcraft. Like a lot of things doesn't make sense. Like I used to look, observe nature, and it's not connecting. It's not like easily. What's the right word here?
Because of that, I think that people like me, like I was, it's programmed that you think something like that, even if it's something questionable, they realize that somebody fixed it and they know how. But I don't know that. I'm not scientist. Blah blah blah. But somebody did it. For sure. And I don't want to look at it. And I don't want to listen anybody, any flat earther, because that's for me point. They don't want. People think that somebody realized that, and that somebody have the all answers on that gravity has experiment, that blah 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 blah.
Yeah, it's
if you say gravity for some people, normies, they know that gravity exists. They because they believe in that. Like more than God. That's like that was presented like that. People studying that mean it must exist because so many years, so many scientists, so many. That's it. Gravity is there, and sorry.
I feel like gravity is like the Santa Claus character in the heliocentric story, because
it's a god.
It's what?
God.
It is, but it's I mean it's a sort of god, I believe. I don't think it's the whole creator. I mean I guess it is, but the thing is, in a way, you can see the effects every day. Like it's like every day is Christmas in if gravity was Santa Claus. They always get this result, every day, always from what is termed as gravity instead of Santa Claus. And the gift is things fall down. But what makes it painfully obvious is the fact that you've never met that force that makes things go up. Nobody ever talks about it. That's the secret elf. That's Mrs. Claus, right? That's the other half of gravity, other half of Santa Claus, right? Mrs. Claus.
That would be Santa Claus in that case. But in my case of the God, that means that you have Big Bang, something exploded. And now you are getting that gravity somehow, it's also produced or whatever. And it's how whatever in that explosion and how to say, made that to function all planets and blah, 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 blah. And then you have gravity somewhere inside of that thing, And now gravity is pulling down, like it's a force, but we start to speak about the gas and gas pressure, and now gravity is not anymore a force. Now gravity is a container. Then you speak about rotation, centrifugal force. Now gravity it's also affecting the water pulling down. Whatever water is rotating, but the all example of water rotating, making centrifugal force, and water is going out of that. How to say? But Earth is not doing that because gravity is doing, And then you have so many things that people. Gravity is not only pulling down. Gravity has like a 6-7 roles in this moment when you are debating with Globers. That mean God. It could do everything what you. If you have no answer for some things, then you call gravity. Gravity, please help me. And gravity will answer, okay, I will help you.
Yeah, it'll help itself too. It's
You know, they will speak for 3 hours about Cavendish, about Einstein, about this, that, blah, blah, blah. And then you will say, how you can have Gauss pressure without container? And they will say gravity. What? What that tells me the
Yeah. You know, even for me, like as a little boy, when I learned about gravity in the school, it didn't make sense. Like, okay, what about those clouds? What about those birds? You know, like just like it doesn't fit in correctly in your brain. But this is what they say. You know, maybe they are correct. What do you know as a child? But once you know that, they changed the narrative, and they used to consider it as a force. Now it's just like a general acceleration and this like kind of stuff. Yeah, you know who changes narrative and manipulate it? A liar, yeah, right? Which is also evidently tell us that they don't know, and they just like need to act according to the situation at hand.
For me, it's now after 7 years. I have picture of Earth, not of Earth. I have picture of ocean in my head, and then I see the land above that ocean, and then we measure all that elevation above the sea, and that's all what I can say for the Earth. Nothing else, because I cannot imagine any curving water, and I don't know how people even can imagine that, and even how they can measure anything after curved water. And we are using that sea level, and we are speaking about that sea level here. Holland is above the sea level, for example. Oh my God, how is that possible? Which sea level? Only that where is Holland, or yeah, it's only one sea level. You don't have sea level kills. Sea level kills the globe Earth. Only that two words, nothing else. When they say, "Oh, but the Earth is not a flat. We have mountains." Okay, great. And how we measure that mountains? Or sea level. What level is curved? When somebody tell me level is curved, that's like that is like in starting point of indoctrination. Like, let's now repeat level is curved like 1 million times, and after 50 years, the level will be curved. But I'm interested about people who coming to protect mainstream narrative with their own stories. What even not that they don't even even like academics, they don't have that story, but they're filling the holes of that. What is like what is missing, gravity and everything. The people outside they know, but people like these scientists they don't know. But people who come in to protect the globe, they know. All that Gem Panda Sarah, this is the people. If you want to know, you don't need to go any scientific whatever institution. You need to go to Gem Panda because there are more clever people because they know what other people doesn't know. That academics and PhDs and whatever.
Well, if there was anybody from Gem Pandas listening that thinks that level is curved, then does that make something that is curved upwards flat? Fucking numpties. They just
they just have to be completely embarrassed in the argument. That's the only way to work with those kinds of people.
Yeah, well, even logically, if like level is curve, then curve should be leveled as well. It's like logically.
So what's the discussion? What level and like the definition?
So somebody feels a need. They just absolutely have to argue the fact that if you have something that you measure as level, well, it still curves. Well, if it curves upwards, like not in a ball, but like, like maybe concave kind of curving, like upwards, like a bowl.
Yeah.
Well, then that would have to mean that an upwards curve that you can obviously see and measure locally, it actually isn't curved. It's perfectly fucking level. That is how their argument works, basically. And so if somebody's telling me that, then I'm sorry, your gravity doesn't fucking work right either. Because if it was level, it would still have an edge to run off. But guess what? It doesn't. It fucking doesn't. A fish tank doesn't have water running off of it because it actually isn't level. I hope all these Gem Panda people have like definitely heard something of this.
Oh, because
I hope they're taking notes.
Because some people say that like it's possible to have a curve and it be level, right?
Because
that's the discussion.
Because they waste so much valuable time being useless fucking retards that argue the most retarded things in the world. They need to stop that, or they need to start arguing that yes, I am correct. Something that is visually curving upwards in a bowl shape is actually level. It's the only way you can look at it. That's how they fucking argue.
And even if we are wrong, for example, if we are wrong, let's say that we didn't take into account so many things, and now some guy or not some guy, people can explain, look, this is this, and because of that, and da. And then we not understand, you can present them, and then we understand, really, look, this is not because of that, it was that. That means it's really a globe. Now I understand that it's a globe. That never was presented, because I'm not afraid of the truth to be globe, Okay, let's see that. Okay, great. That's that. This is this. Great, good. But you are telling me now, if I see flat and I measure distance flat, it is not flat.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you guys that it definitely appears flat, 1,000,000%. I think anyone who denies that is.
Well, they're denying the existence. They're denying the existence of there being a possibility of a level plane. They're absolutely being disingenuous, like in every degree of a debate when they even entertain that kind of argument. So basically, I was just kind of saying, well, shapes apparently don't fucking matter because and gravity doesn't matter obviously because something curved upwards, like a cavity, like a small cavity in the earth, like a lake, would actually have to be level, but it's not because the water doesn't run out. It's it's just taking the visuals to a whole new level. Like we can trust our eyes in a lot of ways. I used to, when I was a globe earther, I always had this thought like, oh my god, I might not be seeing things correctly. I always had the fear like, this is kind of like a thing behind the wheel where it's like, God, I hope that my eyes aren't fooling me, because I don't want to pull out in front of somebody and get hurt or hurt them. Well, that kind of went away real quick once I realized all the stuff that looks flat really is. It's not like I'm avoiding the truth, I guess you want to say, because it's just something that really, like, I'm not gonna lie, I was like top of my class in like science type of stuff. Like got like a 99% 10 percentile, you know, in science, and just because of that, the government was really trying to get me on whatever kind of projects they're working on. Just when I was in high school, but I was more interested in, you know, continuing my search for the truth and understanding, because I've got these things that just keep telling me, man, there's something weird going on. I'm not, either it's me or, you know, is it something else? I never really thought it might have been something else. You know, the only reason why I really never questioned the flat earth is because I really didn't think flat earthers really existed. And if they didn't, which, you know, obviously that wouldn't make it any more incorrect than really it is. It's got plenty of weight. The flat Earth subject. It even makes people freak out and get really upset and make these long, cringy, stupid Facebook posts hating us. Well, I don't hate you, Globies. I just hate the people that can't argue from an honest perspective. That's who I
That's
hate.
the point. Yeah. That I agree with you. That last point is the best one. Only honesty, you know. Be honest, man, and tell what you. When they see the black swan, where is the horizon? And the guy said it's in between. What the fuck you're saying? If we all see the horizon behind, how you can see now in between? Okay, do you have problems with the eyes? No. Okay, what is going on? You said about science. I was in the math, the same thing, not in science, but in the math. I remember in the time, I'm not only saying that I was but I was good in the math. I was in primary school. People didn't know how much is 5 divide any number divide 0. There was all of them that were saying 0. You know, I was saying that you cannot define, because you cannot divide anything with 0 in a math. And it's simple explanation, for example, for that. 0 divide 5 is 0 because 0 per 5 it's 0. 8 divide per 4 it's 2 because 2 per 4 it's 8. Now 5 divide to 0 is 0. 0 per 0 cannot give 5. Math. And then when I get the math about dimensions and everything about sphere, and when I put that in my head, and when I saw that it doesn't match, then and then like what is all that math what I studied my life, is that bullshit? Now triangle somehow, now 2021 triangle is not anymore triangle.
That's right, because everything's got a curve to it. Whether we like it or not. Whether we can measure it to be not curved, it's curved. Sorry. Don't know what to say. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know how we even make shit. How do we even create cameras if we don't know how much it's curving? Can somebody please?
Then debates about sniper. I didn't want to go into that, but I was listening. Coriolis, they are counting. Sniper is the Neil deGrasse Tyson, and then I didn't thought about this, and I thought Sashi was in military. Okay, you had a fucking weapon, anti-aircraft. Nobody told you nothing about Coriolis. Not even one word, you know. But you was you finish your military with good soldier. I got 2 weeks of holiday because I was like good in shooting, you know, and in shooting the big weapon, it's not sniper, you know. And I thought, if sniper count on Coriolis, why I didn't count on Coriolis? For God's sake.
You know what? Now that you brought that up, I want to answer a question. You know, that why would they lie? It's definitely history control, because because there's so many things that are discounted because of it. They discrediting and discounting just because we weren't advanced enough to even know what we lived on. Well, that's the opposite. We knew what we lived on. We didn't brainwash each other about that thing at that time. That's just all there is to it. It's a history control lesson, and for one thing, it's a big power play by saying that they've got this whole program. It exists because it substantiates almost everything that the government does. It's clearly a government agency. It's funded by the government. There's no reason to think that Elon's any different. Like you're like trying to convince me at this point that if that was the case, that Elon was never involved with the government, then you're trying to convince me that people never ever pay each other off. It happens all the time. I mean, that's kind of like what it's like when I give somebody a tip. If I wasn't just expecting them to work harder because they've been doing a good job already, maybe, then I would never really tip. I wouldn't give a shit, because if they're not focusing on me and trying to satisfy me, then I don't give a shit. You're not getting paid good enough to live if you can't satisfy me. That's just really how it's going to happen. And it's not because I don't care about them. It's because they don't care about me. That's what they signed up for. Now, like, obviously, what Elon's doing, he's helping the government big time. May not appear like that because there's all this kind of puppet show kind of thing going on, creating drama about Elon, you don't pay enough taxes, blah, 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 and Elon with his Twitter games. Yeah, well, I'm not convinced. I don't have anything against you too much, Elon. You know, I mean, the dude's funny. Like, he's kind of funny. He's definitely got some intelligence to him.
Man, if you can send something in the space and space doesn't exist, you know, and you are not NASA, that mean who are you?
All I know is, from my knowledge, I don't think I'm misgendering somebody who's not an LGBT, and you're a female, Elon. You're a straight bitch. But you're smart. Just want to get that one out there. Hope he catches that. Put that on your Twitter status and smoke it.
We only had a little bit of smart people in the world. That for me sucks, you know.
It's
like Einstein. Einstein, you know, that story about Einstein will be like a story like Eratosthenes. Only need to pass like something like 2,000 years, and then somebody will say it was Einstein. You know, it will be the same story. And can you imagine, we in the 90 when Einstein died, doesn't matter, in the time of the big function of Einstein, 1916, 19 we had only Einstein. It was only one man who realized how everything is working. Do you understand that? And then everybody agreed with him. Nobody. We had one person in the world who realized how this is working.
Did he even have anybody contribute to his work? He would do it all solo. Was that all himself? Is that what the claim is? Because I refuse to believe one person could have done all that work in that short a time and been completely honest and correct about it. Unless there was something really divine happening. And I'm sorry, that dude did not look spiritual enough.
We learned in the school Einstein is a god. Einstein is Einstein. That's you know the most intelligent person in the world. You know.
Yeah. when people are really sarcastic and want to make fun of people, they say, "Okay, Einstein."
Yeah,
Right?
because yeah, that's for me ridiculous. That we have one person who know and other. It didn't even catch that the math and everything. Okay, great. We have the special one.
It's kind of like something like this. It's like I go out and I kind of decide to buy a piano just for the fun of it. Some grand piano. All right, so I've paid for it. I got my receipt, and I decide I want to make some music, whatever. Then what really happens, and I don't tell anybody, is I have somebody else play that same piano. And I kind of just pretend to play it. Now, I'm just the most amazing thing in the world because I'm a prodigy and I didn't have any help. So who really is going to take that really that much serious? Like there's got to be something else behind the story. It's either I already knew how to do it, I was told how to do it, I was taught, or I'm fucking lying, and this is not really what's happening. It's not music. It's not my music. It's a lie. It's somebody else's. So what I'm really upset about is the fact that he even takes all the credit. Like, there's no way he could have done it all. But I guess it's like maybe he's the scapegoat for who really figures it out, right?
You have the point in the history when he's taking the credit, and all famous scientists that doesn't take the credits, and they have even experiments, to back up, but they didn't have had the credit. Morley and that Michelson and blah blah blah. They will prove that that Earth is not moving, but they will reject that, and they will take the Einstein idea. And Einstein will not prove anything.
This is the problem with the scientific community, and why ultimately it's got to be corrupt. You can't see what I'm seeing and not call it corrupt. I know it's actually happening. It's just this is the root of all evil. Money getting involved and getting in the way of our human progress.
Oh yeah. I watched that on because I watched a lot of ancient documentaries. Doesn't matter who is the guy, but he had a problem with some Egyptologists in Egypt, some British guy, and they were fighting. One was saying another thing, and both of them, they are like let's say, but one is official mainstream from the government of Egypt scientist, and another one is a free, let's say, guy who was traveling and speaking about ancient civilization. But other one didn't rejected to even to speak with this one, and that's it, You have some kind of hierarchy, like you cannot touch that point anymore. You cannot question. So, on Gem Panda, they said this is the fact, and you don't question that. Like gravity, you don't question gravity. This is the fact. You are idiot if you question gravity, for example.
It's I mean, it's no question the fact that anti-gravity would be real then.
Everything presentable, it will not be like the kids still now will learn about gravity or whatever. They will not learn about Einstein. Doesn't matter. They will learn about Newton, but nobody will tell him about Cavendish. Nobody, and then they will go out, maybe study. They will study Einstein, and that Cavendish will maybe come on some I don't know, some class for 1 hour, and then you go out, and then you find out that Earth is flat, that there is some stupid flat earther saying something Earth is flat, and then Cavendish will come like answer. There is an experiment. What the fuck? Why Cavendish immediately not? Took Cavendish. Eratosthenes. What Eratosthenes? John Smith, 1975. Tuck.
If you look up if you go on Tenor and look for a Cavendish GIF, it completely destroys the gravity argument just on the only and probably the first result. I don't think there's any other GIF on there, which works out really nicely in my favor. If I wanted to do it and post like complete proof for an anti-gravity or gravity falsification, and I would go no further than that GIF. Because what I see on this GIF is what I've seen on other videos, and it's an oscillation. The masses repelling away, maybe bumping into each other. Absolute nonsense. There's no attraction of mass, attracting mass for one thing, and I honestly, on a micro scale, there is no space-time over here. We're not in space on Earth. So how the fuck does Einstein explain that? It's so weird. It's so weird, like how easy it is to
because
discredit these arguments.
You're orbiting in the space.
Yeah, but the space is like a vacuum. So I mean, we have so much pressure here. It's just it should be anti-space at this point. There's got to be like some kind of duality, polar opposites for most things. That's just. I mean, if you can't come up with that, like, it's almost impossible. There are some exceptions, I think, though, like for inverse square law. There are certain laws. There are laws where I guess that there is no opposite to them, right? So, like inverse square law, you can maybe magnify something, but still, that magnification is maybe just a second point of equal intensity of some sort at that one focal point, but it's still it will exponentially decrease in intensity once you have passed that limit of the focal point. So there's maybe there's mostly duality, and there's only some singularities with the laws, but there's gotta be, since we can observe things that do not fall. So if things fall, that's gravity. If things rise, that's got to be anti-gravity, does it? There's got to be something else.
Would be the buoyancy.
But that's
the answer.
But then, so then things fall because of buoyancy or density. What would be the opposite of buoyancy, right?
Well,
it wouldn't be gravity.
Well, I guess we don't have to talk about gravity, but I think we can all agree that things do fall, right? I mean.
Yeah, Octane, but listen this. Does more dense things fall if they are in less dense medium?
Sure, but my only gripe with that is that something that's dense can't make itself fall because it's dense, right? Like you would have to have something that would push that dense thing down. Right, like sure, density is a property. Yeah.
Okay, let's take an apple example. What's pushing apple? What does apple growing or falling?
So an apple, if we're talking about just our atmosphere, it falls. Yeah.
Does apple growing or falling?
Sorry, say that again.
Does apple growing or falling?
Does it grow or fall?
Yeah.
I guess first it grows first, then it falls. that
Okay, great. Why it falls?
it falls because it has a weight.
Yeah, but when it falls?
Oh, from a horticultural perspective, it actually falls because the stem has what is considered a layer in between one section of the stem and the other. It's called the abscission layer, and it's meant to fall. That's the whole program of the tree, I guess you could say, in our simulation, which is obvious now because plants exist.
Yeah, but it will lose something of that. Let's say it will be ready to fall because it will that how to say that stick, that little stick will, how to say, in one moment will break or not. Yeah, let's say, and then will fall.
Mm-hmm.
But where will fall?
It's funny because it hits the ground, which is it's electrical term.
Yeah, but it first will travel through the medium what is less dense than apple. And that apple will fall, but other apples or some apples will still stay there. And they will not fall. They will fall again in that moment when it's ready to fall. But when is that moment ready, they will travel through the less dense medium. And then will hit the ground because ground is more, you cannot go to, it's more dense than apple. And what's the problem? That's the whole answer. If you take that now apple from the floor, now again you will move that apple through the less dense medium. That means your energy, you're moving from equilibrium, and now it's in your hand. Again, it's in your hand, but in air, in less dense medium. If you left it, if you drop it again, will fall because it's less dense medium. There is no, the only force for falling, it's you are taking the apple and using the force, and you will drop it in the less dense medium. The same thing, apple is growing, but on the tree, and it's stuck with the tree. But if apple release the apple, it will release in less dense medium, and apple will fall.
Yeah, I mean, we could just look at like Archimedes' principle. I think that's a pretty reasonably simple way to look at things. Why things float.
You can make anti-gravity with a ping pong ball, you know that. Like ping pong ball, and you blow up, and that ball will never fall, you know. And you're blowing that a little wind from your mouth, and that ball, and you controlling that ball.
So I've got a question for you, Octane. So let's think about magnets. Let's enter this realm of magnetic force, right?
Oh yeah, how do they work?
Okay, so for one thing, on a molecular level, this is something, you know, I'm not an atom. I can't exist as one. I can't conversate with another atom and have a joke with them, but I can be attracted to certain things because of a certain charge. So, for example, magnets, they have a north and south pole. Do you know which pole would be the negative? Like, would it be north or would it be south?
I have no clue.
Well, let's just say that it doesn't matter. Okay? For one thing, maybe it doesn't matter. For example, when you want to put a magnet that has a north and a south pole onto a piece of iron, which side of it sticks to the iron?
I mean, it doesn't have to be like the opposite or some shit for it to stick.
Well,
go try it for yourself, right? You tell me which side of the magnet sticks, the north or the south, and I'm not expecting you to know that just from looking at the magnet or to flip it around and figure it out. But let me just take it further and say.
Sorry, Pete, I only go. So nice to speak with you. I need to go. Sorry, guys.
Take care.
Okay, see.
Thank you, Sasha. I'm gonna miss you now. I already miss you. Okay, so the magnet and then the iron. Okay, magnet. It'll stick to the iron when you let go, as long as it's strong enough, right? So now 2 magnets. All right. Now you put them together one way, and they come together, and they make that clack noise that everybody loves.
Yeah.
And then you flip one of them around 180 degrees, and no clack noise. You can't. It's pushing away. You have to kind of push it together. And like maybe if you really accelerate these magnets towards each other, it'll make a clack noise even at that. But here's the difference though. There's magnetic attraction for the iron. The magnet's attracted to the iron, or vice versa. They stick together with some kind of force, no matter which way that you face that magnet. Okay? North or south, both poles are going to stick right to that iron. All right? Now, with that in mind, we can say, why wouldn't there be some kind of magnetic explanation for why things go up and down? Do you think that that's possible?
I mean, maybe. I just feel like weight is a pretty simple concept already, and I feel like it works for us. Like, it doesn't seem like we need to change anything. It seems to.
Yeah, well, I mean, if I had a canister of like 250 kilos of helium, if it was in the canister, we're going to assume that it's very compact. Yeah. Because it might be in a liquid state or whatever. Being that compact, it's more dense, so that's why it falls. But if I release the valve, all that helium can't be compacted any longer, turns into that gaseous form, and it floats upwards. There's, I mean, it might have been like a state change, but it's only because of the pressure, and that's only because of how dense those things are. They're trying to separate. Like a gas, these particles do not want to touch. Like they're very I guess say like there's a very obvious positive or a negative charge to these types of elements. So they don't want to stick together. Unlike things like water, where there's 3 of these different kind of let's say 1 hydrogen. No. 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen. I'm sorry. So hydrogen being a negative, I believe, charge, and oxygen being positive, or vice versa. I mean, whatever. Correct me later. Now this is why you get these round-shaped kind of beads of moisture. Are you looking it up? Please correct me. I'd love that. That's not proof of gravity, though. That's proof of there being a bond because of a charge. It's a covalent charging bond.
Yeah, I mean, there might be like different ways to like explain what we experience, but yeah, I mean,
For, like,
again, I just find work to be very easy.
And on an atomical level, though, that's why these things they're bonding. That's why they're separating. That's why
there's a lot of
all these
forces at
things
work.
either. And that's why I'm just saying. That's why all these things are doing that. I mean, now, the charge of Earth, though, it's not positive or negative. It's the ground, right? It's the ground of the whole circuit. And it's got nothing to, it doesn't sink, it doesn't fall, it's just there, right? Doesn't separate,
isn't there positive
doesn't
and negative
attract.
on Earth?
No. Which is why grounding is a hoax. I mean, people telling you to take your shoes off so you can step on some glass, dude, don't believe them. Because there's no exchange. There's no exchange of electrons. No nothing. All that grounding shit's bullshit. It just feels good. Just out of your shitty shoes. Until you step on glass. Yeah, it's... I don't know. What do you think, man? Like the density and the buoyancy, man. It's
I
definitely
agree
there.
those things exist. Oh yeah, no, 100%. I think when people say that, like, we believe in gravity is the reason why things fall. Like, we're not saying that like things aren't dense or that there aren't other forces at play. We're just saying that there's another one that's like here.
I don't know. It just seems like it's not sufficiently explained. If it is going to be the cause, it needs to be fully explained.
Well, so
and I feel like it can be at some point it can be done away with for 90% of the time, but maybe for the other 10% we're unsure of. Yeah, that's where the gravity can come in. Like, and I get it, man. Like, it's just.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think most normal people don't use like actually the theory of gravity. I mean, most people just use the 9.8, something we can measure. I would say that's pretty objective because we can measure it. I mean, we could time it. Like, you can drop an object, time it, do the math, and figure out how fast it's accelerating. So I don't think that's really debated. Like, there is a downwards acceleration. What causes it is completely up to people trying to figure that out. I don't think we ever will. But I would say there is a downwards acceleration. I don't think that can be really debated. And I feel like some people try, but it's just so painfully obvious. I mean, we can literally measure it, and it's repeatable. I mean, and we could observe it. It's it like checks all the boxes. But what causes it? Yeah, that's up for debate. But that's why I don't like to talk about gravity, because it is a theory. Now, it's the best theory we have because we can make predictions based on the theory. But that doesn't mean it's true. I agree with that. It doesn't prove anything. It just kind of validates it a little bit more. But there is a downwards acceleration, though. I think we could agree on that, right? Like, can you agree there is a downwards acceleration? Like, if I let something go, it does accelerate, does it not? It gets faster and faster.
For certain things, maybe. On we're probably dropping a sponge. I don't.
Yeah, like it
really
hits its terminal
see how much that can
velocity,
accelerate.
right? Well, yeah, because eventually it'll hit its terminal velocity due to the atmosphere. But it appears like when we get a vacuum chamber, a big enough one, when we drop something, it appears that it never hits a terminal velocity. It just keeps going faster and faster and faster.
No one tried that, by the way.
Wait, people haven't tried dropping things in a vacuum chamber?
Not forever, as you are saying. So we don't know what the maximum acceleration.
No, right. But for example, like we could drop a sponge, for example, because a sponge will hit its terminal velocity very soon because of it's very light.
Yeah.
So, but we could put that in a vacuum chamber and realize that it doesn't hit its terminal velocity. It just keeps going and going and going. So we can make the inference that it probably will just keep going. I mean, sure, we don't have a vacuum chamber large enough because that's just impossible. We can't have one that goes on forever. That's not reasonable.
But also, do you realize the problem that like vacuum is a theory, it does not exist in reality. We have to like artificially make it. So it's upsetting the equilibrium we have.
I mean, so I would disagree, but I guess the agreement or disagreement doesn't really matter. I mean, the fact is we can make a vacuum chamber. We can remove most of the atmosphere from the chamber to the point where it doesn't really affect anything.
Yeah, but that actually goes against physics. Physics is about like finding explanations for things, real things happening in reality, right? Having like scientific explanations for them. So what's the scientific explanation for vacuum? Where does it exist?
Well, so for me personally, because I'm only a person, I don't have billions of dollars. The higher I go up, the pressure changes. And if I'm trying to be logical, and I think I am, the higher I go up, it's going to get less and less. And I don't see why it would change. So I can make a reasonable assumption that it would eventually become a vacuum.
Okay, here's the thing. So it's about density. The more you go up, the less in density it gets. It doesn't mean it will reach a zero density.
Oh yeah, like it never.
You see the problem here?
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that. There's
so vacuum theoretically is a zero density. There's nothing there, totally. That's it, and that doesn't exist in reality. So it's just like I'm really helping you here just to differentiate between what's theories and I'm like just making a border guard not to allow those like stupid theories of the globe Earth get in here, because a vacuum is only good for saying that yes, we have a medium, a mixes of gases we are living at or like swimming in, whatever you want to call it, and once we remove those, there's nothing there. So that's what vacuum is good for.
I mean, I think it's also good for things like acceleration to realize, things accelerate and they keep accelerating.
No, and another term here, another way of saying it. So air is like making resistant or like causing. It's a medium. Resisting the fall or the movement of everything, not only like downward, but anywhere you want to go. So even a plane like experiences drag, which is like in the 3D space, right? Not only down, anywhere it goes, it experiences drag. So why only focus on downward drag, right? And trying to solve this.
Well, the reason why we only focus on the downwards because when you let something go, it will only go downwards. That's what we're trying to figure out.
Okay, here's another thing. Why are you ignoring the fact that in order for something to fall down, once you release it, you have to exert force on it, lifting it up, right? So why are you ignoring the fact that you lifted it up? So you just like consider everything in the picture, from like the moment zero or time zero. Once it's on the ground, you lifted it up, and when you released it, it fell down to where it started from. So in science, they don't tell you, or in schools basically, not in science. In schools, they tell it always starts from the middle way. The middle of the way. So once you release something, it falls. Yes, where it started from, where it existed, it goes back to there, to the equilibrium.
Wait, so just making sure, you're saying somehow the object knows where it once was and returns to that state?
Yeah, equilibrium. If there's no force whatsoever acting on an object, it stays where it is. That's it. Once you exert force, apply force on something, you change the state of it, then it has a potential energy, right? It has to spend that somewhere. Where does it spend it? Like falling down. easy. So just like to debunk the idea of like, yeah, there's a force called gravity, pulling things down, or things must go down, hence thus gravity. No, it's not that way. Actually, the lack of force is what makes things fall.
Okay, well, so I'm not for sure if you're doing this, but like multiple forces can be like acting on an object at the same time, right? Like something can be buoyant, and there can also be a downwards force, happening on it, right? Like it still has a weight, even though it's, floating.
Yeah, where are you going with this?
I mean, I feel like you're saying that like there can't be multiple forces at one time.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, just making sure. Well, that was the feeling I was getting, that's all. I'm not...
No worries.
Yeah.
But again, that doesn't help the theory of gravity or the stupid, silly idea of gravity.
So do you at least agree that there is a downward acceleration that we can measure? I'm not talking about the theory of gravity. I'm just talking about the downwards.
But in a vacuum, it has to be in a vacuum. That's the situation we're facing.
Not truly only with the vacuum. Like we can get something that doesn't hit its terminal velocity. Quickly. Like we can get a bowling ball, for example, and we could drop that from a relatively high and even still measure it then. So I mean, things do accelerate, right? I mean, I feel like this can't be denied. Like I can drop something and it will literally go faster the longer it's falling. I feel like, and we can measure it, and it's repeatable and it's observable.
So why does it accelerate though? Instead of
exactly. That's when we get into theories, but I'm not talking about theory. I'm just trying to see if we can just agree that is there a downwards acceleration? Yes or no? I'm not asking what's causing it. I'm just asking, do we experience the effect? Do we all agree that the effect is real?
Yeah, because
the effect.
It's a big difference if I drop a brick like an inch from my head than compared to like the second story of some building.
Yeah, exactly. So we can agree that things are affected, right, by this downwards acceleration because it has weight, right? Like what causes weight, right?
That's
something
that's
that weighs
concept,
means it has a downwards vector, though, right? Like weight, for something to have weight, there's a downwards vector acting on it. I mean, that's how we weigh things, right? We put it on a scale. Where's the scale? Below it.
No, not really, Octane. So basically, and again, I'm not like denying the downward acceleration. I'm just discussing the idea of gravity, and we don't need gravity to measure weight. So basically, weight or like scales, which measure weight, is a mechanical device. So if you have a spring, right, the distortion of that string, we can make springs in any force we want. Like there's an entire science behind it. So if you change the spring in that scale, it will tell weight in a wrong way, right? So it's a consensus of what is a kilogram all around the world. So it's
like come to an agreement. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's not due to gravity. We know what weight and what is.
No, but I'm not trying to mention gravity. I'm just mentioning just the effect that there appears to be an object that isn't buoyant or that isn't affected by buoyancy too much. It appears to keep accelerating the further it falls. That's all I'm saying. And I'm just seeing if we come to an agreement on that, because I feel like that's something that we can, because it's observable, measurable, and repeatable.
Okay, so does something or does an object accelerate once it reaches the ground?
Down. Yeah.
No, once it reaches the ground. Did you get that?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Say that again. Sorry, was that a question?
Yeah. So what he's asking, he's pretty much asking you, do you feel it trying to go downwards when you're holding something in your hand, right?
Oh,
Like I believe that's the weight comparison.
Yeah, exactly. You feel weight. Weight is that. The object is trying to go down, but you're blocking it. That's what you're feeling. And when you let it go, it continues until it hits something else. And now it weighs on the ground, but it can't, go through the ground because the ground's there. But
Yeah, and also I ask you that because once something reaches the ground, if it's less dense than the ground, it stops there, and there's other types of like mechanical forces acting on why it stops when it reaches the ground.
Yeah, for sure, I agree.
Yeah, so
I'm just saying there's multiple things working alongside the downwards acceleration. There's density, there's buoyancy. All these things are working at the same time.
Yes, but also when you spoke about a little earlier about the ship and the buoyant force, right? So it's just like at what it can be measured, like at what, or I'm just like trying to look for the English term for it. So basically, the heavier the ship is compared to the volume of it, or the more density in the volume, the heavier it becomes, and the more it sinks in the water. So, and if it's so heavy, it just sinks in the water, right? So it's like anywhere you want to go, you want to look, there's always that equilibrium you have to maintain in order to achieve what you are doing. Even if you discuss the lift force acting on the wing of a plane, right? So it's same idea. If it's so heavy, it just violates, it just defeats the purpose. So in order also to understand why things fall down, it's same idea. So there's a force. If you defeat it so much, it's just like if it's so heavy, it doesn't. You cannot lift it. You need to invent something or make something to lift it, and then you can notice or see or observe the fall down, right? The acceleration, downward acceleration. So if you are lifting let's say a towel, you can keep your arm like extended, lifting the towel, let's say for 10 minutes, right? If it's 1 kilo, you need more force in order to maintain those 10. You need more work, basically, the physical term, more work in order to make it, to lift it. Yeah, to keep it up for 10 minutes. So it's just, the idea is, I'm just like trying to shed light on the idea of force. Everything, if there's a force, it's like a cash you have in your hand. You need to spend it somewhere. All those like physical objects we know of, just spend it downward. Not because there's something pulling it down, but also, but because you lifted it up in order to observe that down force. If you throw something like horizontally, it spent that, horizontally, basically.
Yeah, and one thing I will say to that, I wouldn't actually say you would even have to pick something up to experience it. I mean, just the fact that it's just, well, okay, so let's say you attempt to pick it up and it's too heavy. I think that right there also kind of shows you that it's trying to go down, because you're trying to lift it in a different direction and it's not budging.
Actually, what I said about that is you need more force to lift it.
Right, exactly, but that would show that it is trying to go down, that it's actively trying to fall down still.
Not okay, I see. This is why I'm repeating it. It's not trying to fall down. This is the original state, the equilibrium it hits, that's it. At that moment, at that time and place, it's just like it's at peace. That's it. It needs to do nothing. That's it,
Okay, so like let's say I pick up a rock off the ground and I let it go and it falls back to the ground. You're saying that it's finding its equilibrium at the ground.
Yeah.
Okay, now what happens if I were to dig a hole in that same spot? And let's say I picked up the rock from the ground and I digged a hole underneath that was deeper and I let it go. What happens when it falls deeper? Because now I dug a hole, now there's no ground to block it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because I pick up the rock from its equilibrium, but I dug a hole underneath it while I was holding the rock still. Then I let it go. But it falls into the hole deeper. Did I like disrupt the equilibrium, or?
No, just like you artificially changed the environment.
Yeah, but I picked
similarly when
it was there.
Yeah, similarly, the same idea we discussed earlier about creating a vacuum. Is it a natural thing to exist? No, you made it. Right? Same thing when you dug that hole below. It did not exist, but and yet, even if we agree, yes, it will fall down through the hole and yet again find the equilibrium, and it will be a theory or like an idea, mental gymnastics. Okay, what happens if we keep digging? Okay, go ahead, try it. It cannot be done for forever, right? So,
I mean, I guess I would say the reason why the rock stops is just simply because it hits the ground.
Yeah. It's less dense than the ground, basically.
It's like I wouldn't say it reaches its equilibrium because a rock is much, much denser than like that's nowhere near its equilibrium. Like, because obviously it wants to keep falling, right? It obviously hasn't hit its equilibrium yet because there's still a weight to it. I don't know. So do we agree though? Do we agree that there is a downwards acceleration? I'm not talking about the cause. I'm not talking about gravity. I'm not talking about, mass attracting mass. I'm just saying, do we all experience downwards acceleration? Can we just at least agree on that point?
If I said no, would you concede that the Earth is flat?
I just because, and the reason why I'm just asking this is because I hear people say that they'll believe in anything that's repeatable, observable, measurable, and downward acceleration is repeatable. I can do it over and over again. I can observe it happening, and I can measure it.
Yeah, well, Octane, same idea or same thing with me. So look anywhere you want. That something has to, like, somehow, somewhat lift it up in order to fall down. Okay, a raindrop, a drop of water coming from the cloud, right? Name anything. It has to be somehow lifted up and then falls down. It's like another way of talking about sea level. That's the original point. There's like most things exist at that exact zero altitude, sea level, right? There's of course like a lower places on Earth than sea level, but in its entirety, like in general, what we know in geography, most things are above sea level. Right, so it's the same idea. So in order to say like, yeah, it falls down, but yeah, what's the episode before it? It's lifted up somehow.
Right. So I think we're talking about two different points. I'm just trying. So I think what you're talking about is that, well, the reason why an object falls down is because, well, you picked it up, obviously, so it's going to fall back down. But that's not what I'm talking about. I completely agree. Yeah, when you pick up an object, it's going to fall down. But what I'm talking about is the acceleration of it when it falls down. That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm focused on. I'm not focused on me picking it up. I'm not focused on that part. I'm just asking, do things accelerate when they do fall? That's all. Do they accelerate?
Yes.
They do.
I mean,
it's repeatable, it's measurable, it's observable. Yes, the answer would have to be yes.
Okay, again, so which one last point? Yes, it's observable to a height, specific height or length, on the like vertical plane. That's it. So if you lifted up something a meter, 2 meters up, you release it, accelerates those 2 meters, and it depends on the density of the medium and the object.
Yeah, for sure. I agree the density does play a part, yeah.
Yeah, so, my just like the point of order, I don't know if you have that term in English, basically, you just cannot theorize, because it accelerated this much, it will continue on accelerating forever. It doesn't work that way.
I feel like now, this could just be my brain, but I feel like that would be a logical conclusion that, well, why would because I couldn't think of a reason why the object, besides being in an atmosphere, because we know things hit a terminal velocity, that's because of the atmosphere. But again, this is where a vacuum chamber comes in when we use light objects. So for example, we can use a feather in a vacuum chamber, and feathers in the atmosphere hit their terminal velocity very quickly, like damn near instant. But when we put it in a vacuum chamber, it just falls at the same rate, and it gets faster and faster until it hits the ground. And I feel like it's logical to be like, well, I mean, if the ground wasn't there and we did have an infinite vacuum chamber, I don't see why it wouldn't continue to keep accelerating.
Okay, because you have to like theorize the idea that there is nothing existing below it.
Right, because we can't build an infinite vacuum chamber. Yes, no, I agree. I'm making a logical assumption. If we had an infinite vacuum chamber, I have no reason to suspect why it would just all of a sudden stop. I can't think of anything. So the logical conclusion I would feel like it would just keep going. That's all.
Every time you get to a gas giant, it will stop.
Yeah, maybe.
Here's my question. Is this acceleration, this downward acceleration you're speaking of, constant every single day, at any time?
Hmm?
Yes. Okay, so you've just disproved gravity because the moon is right above me right now, so it shouldn't be constant according to gravity, and it should completely accelerate in a much slower rate. Would you agree with that?
Okay, yeah, so if we do get really technical, on different places on the Earth, people have measured the acceleration to be different. But it's by very minute changes. It's not something major. But there are changes. But generally
Could it just be climactical though? Like, for example, like have you ever seen if you've been by the city, you've probably seen seagulls, right?
Oh yeah, because I live like right by the stupid fucking black swan image. I live in that area. So,
yeah. Okay. So you know how they just kind of hold their wings open, right? On like nice warm day. Yeah. Obviously, the sun probably out. Yeah, because the lighter air, the heat pushing up, it's just helping them climb. It's like it's got a upwards draft or something.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's got to be some sort of a deviation. All right, so maybe I've kind of taken a wrong approach because obviously you did first say that in a vacuum it is pretty much a uniform acceleration, right? But that's like saying that fire exists everywhere because when I put a piece of wood in a furnace, it burns every time. So obviously, fire has to happen eventually anywhere. Or maybe steam when it comes to water. But what about in a vacuum? What about in a vacuum chamber? I'm just saying, like it changes things molecularly, like in a way. You know what I mean? It removes the gaps, right? There's
yeah. I mean, it removes air. I mean, there's a lot less, but there's still air in there because we can't.
Yeah, but like in for the example of the sponge, that would, I think, wouldn't that shrink a little bit because there's less air in between? Like yes, it would have to, right? Like because of the marshmallow things. It wouldn't shrink; it would expand, right? Is that what it is?
I think it depends on the material. It depends how it behaves, and then because some things expand, some things shrink in vacuums.
Yeah, because I think I've seen something with a marshmallow in a vacuum changer.
Oh yeah, I think someone did that on a YouTube channel. I think it expanded a lot when.
Yeah. That's so
it's the pressure, yeah.
It's kind of like pulling, though. It's got like some kind of pulling force, I think. I don't know. Because if it expanded, something is making it expand. It's like,
well, I think the reason why it expands is because the pressure isn't pushing on it into that shape anymore, so it's able to puff out, if that makes sense. I think that's the reason. I could be completely wrong, but I think.
Yeah, but again, Octane, like when you observe that marshmallow like expanding with the lack of pressure on it, would you say that that expanded shape of the marshmallow is the natural shape of it?
No, because I don't know. Well, what would we consider the default like atmosphere? I guess we would just come to a vote, right? Like there's no default atmosphere, or default state, or medium.
No, actually, the default is for the marshmallow to be under pressure. The artificial things we made is to be in a vacuum. So it's unnatural for those marshmallow to expand that much. You see the point?
I guess it's. I mean, a marshmallow will expand if it's in a vacuum. Yeah, sure.